I know I don't your buddies, your contacts, your networks. The part 1 has been saved. So if you missed any of it or you want to go check it out, you are able to do so for what, Jerome, like another week? Is that right? It's some short amount of time, but in case you are having, because on the East Coast, by now it's almost 11 o'clock. So it's late. And if people are like, I've been sitting at the computer for 10 hours or it's soon, yeah. So at 11 o'clock here, it'll be 2 a.m. on the East Coast. You're right. Yeah. But consider then they also started later. So it's still 25 hours for them and for us. Time zones? Oh, great. Well, that is, I was going to say, if you have to do a lot of traveling, that's probably wreaks havoc on your circadian rhythms. Yeah. So Jerome, any time or what's go time? Okay. Oh, thank you. All right. Hi, everyone. Hello, everyone out in live stream land from all the different states. I'm going to shout out the states again because I'm just so excited, and who knows, there may be even more joining because I'm looking on the ticket list and we've got a slew of new ticket sales that came in. So I'm very excited about that. Shout out to hello, California. Hello, New York. Hello, Hawaii. Hello, Oregon. Hello, Colorado. Hello, Pennsylvania. Hello, there's one more. I don't know, but if there is anyone in New Jersey, hello, we're so glad you're here. And if your name is Cory Booker, please just text me and just say, hello, you're in, because we'd love to hear from you. So anyway, I would like to, as the program progresses, I would like to welcome our next guest, a hearty welcome. If I don't pay attention to my tablet, it says bye-bye and it turns off. So I'm just turning my tablet on again. Okay. So my next guest, ladies and gentlemen, friends and neighbors, my next guest is another medical professional, a doctor and professor of clinical medicine at UW, or for those of you in live stream land, UW, University of Washington. The co-founder of the Seattle Arthritis Clinic, now UW Rheumatology, and current member of the board of the Washington Physicians for Social Responsibility. And the topic that our good friend and the doctor will be talking about tonight is, will we have the men and women to save the world? So without further ado, please put your hands together. Big welcome for Dr. Steve Overman. Woo!
Yeah. I'm going to go up like this. Rachel, what a remarkable program you put together. And I wore my uniform, and I'm going to just read this so I can get through it in time for everybody. But it is my pleasure to be here. And those out in wherever land, thanks for listening. So I am Steve Overman, a retired rheumatologist, 10 years ago, and an advisor for the past 10 years to AI healthcare startups, and have worked with a company focused on screening emotions and mental health, and has this little app called the Emoji, and you can see my tie, which is in that space, because how you feel does affect how you heal. But today I'm here to speak as a grandfather of 7. My journey started in the 1990s when I led my wife and 3 boys through China and Indonesia for 2.5 months, because then I felt China was the country that would most influence their future. And now I actually think that's still true for my grandchildren. During a walk through the woods in Madrona with my 10-year-old Labrador Retriever and what I would call Seattle's dry rain, a question popped in my mind during my forest meditation. Steve, what are you doing about the most important risk to your grandchildren's future? What are you doing to prevent nuclear war? The answer was easy, nothing. And that echoed through my ears and through the forest. So I rejoined the organization that I'd been affiliated with several times in the past, Washington Physicians for Social Responsibility, which Carl has already spoken about. Thank you. And he's a colleague in the organization. The organization self-describes as a 40-year-old health professional-led advocacy organization working to create healthy, just, peaceful, and sustainable world. We take on the gravest current threats to human health and survival, nuclear weapons, economic inequity, and climate crisis, driven by the dependence on fossil fuels. In the 1980s, when the sole focus was the nuclear freeze, the National PSR, in affiliation with the International Physicians for Prevention of Nuclear Warfare, shared in the 1985 Nobel Prize. Now, for a quick spoiler, before I give my 3 take-home messages for the evening. WPSR has many non-health professionals, and our task groups and on the board of directors, which I joined this year. The second spoiler is that it's not completely true that they're all non-professionals, health professionals, because no one is better aware of one's own health than you are. So we're all health professionals. In case I have a panic attack or get the hook from Rachel, I'm going to give you my 3 take-home messages before I get started. And those are, first, act. Act so you're ready to react. Do it with passion. Do it with compassion. Let your conscience be your guide. September 26th will mark the day the Russian lieutenant colonel, known as the man who saved the world, in the remarkable documentary by that name, reacted with conscience to resist his superiors and colleagues and did not push the button. He went against protocol by not responding to an alert. Our actions based on conscience make us ready to react in conscience when under fire. My second point after act is to join. Join and work together, and we will do better. We are smarter when we swarm together. We are safer and heal better when we co-regulate with others we trust. And the third simple message is to promote. Promote for the common good. A proclamation was passed this week in King County, here in Washington, by the King County Council about the 80th anniversary of Hiroshima. And this is a powerful way to amplify your voice, and I will share that later. So, before offering some of the ideas on each of these, let me reflect on how I got here. As I said, I'm a rheumatologist. For those who are saying, what's that? And I've heard a bit about rheumatology already here. It's a subspecialty of internal medicine that takes care of all types of arthritis, autoimmune, and pain problems. Ever heard of systemic lupus erythematosus, rheumatoid arthritis, ankylosing spondylitis, or fibromyalgia? These are complex illnesses, frequently without clear-cut or known causes or without curative therapies. Many patients who had to deal with constant uncertainty, many of the patients I've seen had to deal with this constant uncertainty and were fearful of the unknown and the pain and the fatigue that might come back. They taught me a lot, and so I call them my professors. And though I retired from the office practice 10 years ago when my wife went out and caught breast cancer, I've stayed connected to many patients and still teach at the University of Washington. I might add that Holly still navigates her stage 4 cancer and teaches me every day with her favorite adage, When the runway gets short, take off, which we've done quite a bit this year. Joyce Selleck was one of my patient professors who one day asked if I'd write a book with her. And I said, yes. And we ultimately published 2 editions of You Don't Look Sick, Living Well with Chronic Invisible Illness. From reading Joy's 12 vignettes about living with her illness, I learned about the emotional phases she went through. One story she wrote during the early phase of her illness was titled, The Snake in the Mist. How's that for a title expressing fear of something you can't really see and the anxiety that you might die before the answers come in? I will bet some of you listening here today, given the unprecedented attacks on our democracy and our country's care systems, feel much the same way. I learned from Joy about the phases of navigating illness, and these may apply to the crisis we feel in our country. There's an early phase of crisis, of the unknown and the feeling of hopelessness. This is followed by increasing confidence that builds once acting on a plan and supported by trusted relationships. Phase 3 may be the grief that occurs when the problem doesn't go away as we'd hoped. And then phase 4 comes when we accept and find meaning in the new life that we have despite illness and find the new gifts we have to give. Joy's journey helped me understand these phases of coping with life's crisis and find acceptance and new meaning with the challenges I've had. There's another patient, Professor Lisa. She asked me to give a talk about doctor-patient compassion. And again, I learned something that may be important for us today, the difference between empathy and compassion. Empathy involves feeling somebody else's pain that is mirrored back into oneself, and that does cause the sense of distress and distress. But compassion is having empathy and then moving to the desire to act or to do something about that distress. When compassion follows, our stress system relaxes and avoids the negative impacts of chronic stress on our bodies. So the take home for number 1 is, you've heard many stories today that have activated every ounce of the empathy that you have. So when you think about acting, act compassionately, and it'll make a difference and help preserve and restore you. And then you'll be able to react when the next unplanned event happens. My compassion action was actually to start a blog called Room to Improve. That's RHEUM, to improve. This writing therapy has helped me overcome my inaction paralysis. It allowed me to react yesterday when I talked to Rachel about this and said yes to coming to speak tonight, and overcome my hidden fear underneath this white coat of armor of this gangly Quaker boy from Indiana who was scared to death to talk in front of the class for years. So now on to point 2, join. I joined WPSR and have met many more professors since that time that I like to share. I learned from Spokane's Dr. Bruce Edmondson about his work to expose the cover-up of Hanford's nuclear waste, which still has not been solved. And not long ago, Hanford was the place, and I just learned not long ago that Hanford was the place where the uranium that made the August 9th Fat Boy nuclear bomb dropped on Nagasaki. I learned that the doomsday clock this year has moved closer than it's ever been before. This spring, I learned perspectives of impacted populations that we heard Carl talk about in the Marshall Islands at the conference that he mentioned, Rebuilding the Anti-Nuclear Weapons Movement. There I met Fume Toshu, a second generation Habakashu, which is an atomic weapon bomb survivor, who led the 11-day fierce nonviolent pilgrimage through Washington, ending on Hiroshima Day here in Seattle. Part of the learning and getting to know remarkable people is the awareness that lingers. I become aware of remarkable books and movie highlights that highlight the remarkable destruction of the world if a nuclear war was to occur. Annie Jacobson's book, Nuclear War, A Scenario, is a minute-by-minute account of the hypothetical war. Eric Schlosser's 2013 book, Command and Control, describes the events that happen without us knowing and describes these accidents as either broken arrows, bent spears, or empty quivers. And I'll let you imagine what those mean when you're monitoring nuclear facilities or read his book. I also became aware in the last month of Seattle Times published 5 articles about Hiroshima anniversary and as a lead up to that, a number of articles in the New York Times, Wall Street Journal, and the Atlantic Monthly in the past year. So as I look at my tie, my goal is not to depress you, but to show that action is good for you when done compassionately and with trusted colleagues. So I offer my third point as a path forward when you can act individually and through organizations to create system change. And of course, we've heard about system change from our earlier speakers. Just this week, Council Member Teresa Moscado, thank you, Mosqueda, presented a proclamation to the King County Council commemorating the 80th anniversaries of the U.S. atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And it was passed unanimously. To close, let me read to you this proclamation that you can consider what organizations, cities, towns, counties, employers, churches that you might approach with a similar proclamation in the near future. The proclamation read, whereas 80 years ago, this August 6th and 9th, the United States detonated the first nuclear bombs over civilian populations in Hiroshima and Nagasaki at the close of World War II. And whereas hundreds of thousands of Japanese died in the explosions and afterwards from the radioactive fallout, including an estimated 50,000 Koreans who have long struggled for recognition. And whereas the bomb survivors of the Habakushu have committed to telling their stories and urging the world to never again use nuclear weapons, Nihon Hidenkyo, a grassroots organization of the Habakushu, received the Nobel Prize in 2024 for this effort. And whereas 9 nuclear powers now possess over 12,000 nuclear weapons, all of which are many times larger than Hiroshima and Nagasaki bombs, 10,000 of which belong to the US and Russia, and 1,200 of which are stationed a mere 20 miles from King County in my doorstep, 2/3 of which were produced here in Washington. And whereas movements of everyday people in the nuclear, like the nuclear freeze and Target Seattle in the 1960s through the 1980s, created the political momentum for verifiable arms control treaties and the dismantling of 20,000 nuclear weapons between the United States and the Soviet Union. And whereas the 9 nuclear powers are once again are expanding their nuclear arsenals, with the U.S. pledging nearly $2 trillion in modernization efforts, and the last arms control treaty between the U.S. and Russia set to expire February 26th, causing the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists to set the annual doomsday clock to an unprecedented 89 seconds to midnight. And whereas we call for justice for all victims of atomic weapons, from production to use, including Japanese and Korean victims, people of the Marshall Islands, the Spokane and Yakima Wampum tribes of Eastern Washington, and all nuclear downwinders. Whereas we call upon federal delegates to take action to prevent an escalating nuclear arms race. Now, therefore, we, the King County Council, proclaim August 6th and 9th and 25th, 2025, the 80th anniversaries of the Hiroshima and Nagasaki atomic bombs, and echo the words of the Habakushu that nuclear weapons must never again be used. And so my 3 messages today have been: be aware and act compassionately for peace. It's good for your health. President Trump recently said he wanted the New START treaty, which, as we've heard, is timed to sundown in 26 to continue and to include China. It limits the number of deployed strategic warheads and delivery vehicles. This invites us, as the only country to have dropped an atomic bomb, to extend the hand and help make it happen. Secondly, join organizations. Join the WPSR, the Washington Physicians for Social Responsibility, and its associated Washington Against Nuclear Weapons. Join the national movement Back from the Brink, supporting the proclamation strategy of the 1980s nuclear freeze. Promote proclamations of awareness and action in all your organizations is number 3. So to conclude, I'll return to my title. Will we have men, women to save the world? Like the readiness to react and to seize the moment that Rachel has shown us by putting together this remarkable 25 hours of Bend It for Booker, I want to again highlight the Russian lieutenant colonel who saved the world in 1983 because he was ready and conscience driven. Will we be ready for the moments that matter? So I leave you with a proposed proclamation for September 26th. Whereas on September 26, 1983, when the command center of the Soviet early warning satellite system twice reported that the US intercontinental ballistic missiles were heading towards the Soviet Union, Stanislav Petrov, the night duty officer, suspected the system of malfunction and did not counter with attack while awaiting ground confirmation and prevented a nuclear war. And whereas the State Department has recently laid off 1,107 civil servants and 246 foreign service officers and dismantled the U.S. Institute of Peace. Now, therefore, we proclaim September 26, 2025 as the day a Russian acted with conscience and saved the world, and hope that America will have the manpower and the conscience to meet similar challenges. As I'm going to the October meeting in Nagasaki of the International Physicians for Prevention of Nuclear War, I hope to add my butterfly wings to this efforts. Thank you.
You didn't even have to rush. You could have taken more time, but it was great. Does anyone have any questions or anything about this? I mean, or just any questions about the nuclear bomb, or
Should we do this on tape?
would you like to? We've got some time, so we can do questions, or we can do a dialogue, or please come up. But there's no rules about how this event has to go. The goal is we're uplifting people's stories. We want to hear from all aspects, all members of the community, and give the audience a chance to speak to you or ask you questions if you want. We can expand out, so if you want to. I'm happy.
We have a small group here, so we don't want to put anybody on.
We've got nowhere to
We're not
go.
online, right?
We're making it up. If we go along, we can do that.
We are creative people, so we are open to all kinds of things. Come on up here. Thank you for the speeches. Thank you so much for the speeches. I wish we could see all of you out there, but we know you're out there, and thank you for being here. We've got our medical professionals who are still here. I don't know if you want to come up, and if anyone has questions, or if anyone wants to, because I know that in every one of our countries that any of us have lived in, that there are, right now as we speak, there are nuclear developments. I mean, we're having a war right now in Iran, and the fight is all over development of nuclear capabilities, and that's exactly what it's about. I mean, that's the central point. So these are hot topics and very relevant. And I'm trying to think if I could ask a question.
I'll just make one
Sure.
statement.
Yes.
Uh,
And
what-
take the time, because you've got the time. It's here for you.
We heard about the 800 million that it takes to change the world as it relates to the overbearing aspects of our capitalistic system, the 0.1% who seem to, and I think it's the same movement we need with the awareness around nuclear and climate and everything else. They all hang together. They really are one. Unless we get out, which, I've been hidden in an office for 50 years. And so for me to be out here doing this is a different sort of feeling.
Mhm.
But unless we're all out talking to the organizations that we know, talking to our churches, talking to our political organizations, talking to our businesses about this and making our voices heard, then we're not going to move so I would invite Carl back up, who's got the passion,
Yeah, come on, Carl.
Carl,
Come on.
because this is the generation we're doing it for.
Yes, but I mean, this is the generation that
And
has
this is the
the
generation. I'm the generation that
institutional
caused
knowledge.
it. That
Yeah.
caused it.
Yeah.
And so I'm here to try
So
to
you have
undo
the
some of that.
backstory. I guess, and I'm gonna ask the question so that the live stream people can hear it. But my question is, can you, both of you, since you're both members of Physicians for Social
Yes.
Responsibility, that name is evocative to me because it means a lot of things to me. I think of, what each member who comes to that group, what their philosophy is and why they have come to this group, and what is it that you do? That was going to be my question. What is like a day in the life of when you are out there doing the vision and this breadth and scope of Physicians for Social Responsibility? Do you actually work with patients? Do you do conferences? Do you give keynote speeches? So take it away, because I'd love to hear about a day in the life of what it is you actually do.
So I can start. And as I said when I was speaking earlier, that I'm relatively new to this. I reflect back on my life, and I was, somewhat active in my 20s. There was a movement toward, Medicare for all, and really, Affordable Care Act, and democratic movements, big D and little d, in the late aughts and early teens. But I left that for many years to come to make sure that I was right to be a physician, right? Because it takes a lot of work, and I was turning my life around. So I came back to this relatively recently. And so I can't speak to, what WPSR has been doing for a long time, but I can tell you about my experience. And I was asked to participate in the nuclear disarmament task force, and in WPSR there are 3 task forces. There's the nuclear disarmament, there's the climate action, and then there's the economic disparity. Each has a task force. We meet monthly, and we're an organizing force. We are, yes, we're all physicians, or that's the core of the group, but you don't, as Steve said, you don't have to be a physician. You don't even have to be a healthcare worker. You can be aligned, and we get together to participate in all of the other actions that you see. Now, on an individual level, we might be writing op-eds, or talking to political leaders or church leaders, or organizers in their own right. But it's a place for us to come together and say, hey, there are other people like you who are thinking that we need to be responsible. We need to take action, And here are the things that are going on in the world. Oh, you heard about this other thing that's going on in the world. Let's bring that to the group. And then we can all show up together. And when we show up together as an organization, wearing our t-shirts or whatever it might be, say the people say, oh, there are physicians who care about this. And the theory goes, at least, that physicians are people who people would care to listen to. Not always, but that's the theory, right? We've put a lot of work into making sure that our words and our actions are accurate and have meaning behind them, and we can back them up, and we take our job seriously. And so we hope that people see that. And so we are just an organizing force, just like any other organizing group. So I think it's important that people see us that way, that we're just a group of physicians and people aligned with physicians who organize. And then that can extend to any other union or any other volunteer organization. It doesn't have to be, which is why I'm also personally a member of other organizations, such as Veterans for Peace, and such as the Union of Concerned Scientists, right? Because each of those is a different organizing force that has, outlets and inlets to different types of events. So in the end, I can use that, use the idea of WPSR and PSR at large, to say that you can have access to an organizing force of your own, whatever profession that you're in, whatever group that you're a part of. When I was a professional musician, I was a member of the Musicians Union in the Orlando area, and that's an organizing force. Those people taught me a lot, and so it's a gateway so that what else is going on in the world and how you can stand up in solidarity with others, and kind of quell the fear a bit of getting yourself out there. Steve, did you have anything to add about that?
No. No. I would just underline again that we have a number of non-physicians, and while it's an organizing force, maybe it's the organizing force that you all want to join. And I think as a board member, my focus for this year, in fact, is to enhance our membership focus, to bring in more people, all ages, all walks, because it's all ultimately about health. That is the thing that connects them all. Our present health, our future health, and the health risks that all these, that climate, nuclear production is independent of war. Just the production of nuclear arms is toxic, as your patients demonstrated.
Absolutely.
So come join us.
Anyone else? Anyone just have? Yes, Dave.
Yeah, I don't know if you have an answer to this, but as Americans, we have the legacy that this country has left across history. One that's often forgotten is the victims of the atomic bombs. And is there any? You brought up, the passed on damage from generation to generation. Is there any medical data? How long does that? Is it indefinite? Is it something that will always haunt that family for as long as they are on this planet? Or do we have any data that supports that?
Yeah, so I'll rephrase the question and make sure I get it correct. But the question's core was, do we know how long or what effect? Well, do we know what effects there are long term after exposure to nuclear weapons or the fallout or anything related to nuclear waste? Do we know what the effects are and how long those last? Is that a fair summary? So, yes and no. We know a little bit. So here we know that we've been able to study miners, so people who mine plutonium and uranium, we've been able to study their health effects. We know that the families who are exposed to radioactive elements or waste, those families have higher reproductive anomalies, so changes for at least 3 to 4 generations. We don't know the extent, and it becomes very difficult to parse it out from other extraneous variables, as you can imagine. But we can see that on population data that there are more birth defects over several generations. We unfortunately or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, don't know the extent of what an actual nuclear attack does outside of sort of peripheral studies that were, and Steve may know more on this, that were suppressed after the actual attacks in Japan, and during the testing and post years of the Bravo testing. I've personally looked into, there seems to be a good amount of data on plant species that take up some of the radioactive waste in areas around nuclear waste plants, that we in theory you're testing to see if you can extract some of that nuclear waste from the sites. But what I can tell you is that the generational effect is absolutely prolonged and will continue to, the exposures will continue, because you're talking the order of tens of thousands of years before these elements are fully non-radioactive anymore. So even if we say, okay, well, yes, you have this one exposure and that's going to last 4 generations, you're still being exposed for the next 10, 20,000 years, depending on the element in question. So the shorter answer is it never goes away. The easily studyable scientific stuff is like you've got a few generations if you get away from it after that single exposure. So it's something that's never going away. And this is the central problem to, even if we never had nuclear war, we have the central problem of what do we do with the waste that's generated? Because even that in and of itself causes the health problems for generations that could affect thousands, maybe millions in the future. And even if we never have a war, we still have lots of health disparity and health effects because of that.
This is not really a question, but it ties into the question that you just asked. I read an article recently, probably around the anniversary of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, about when they were testing the bomb before they sent it off. It was a total secret, so nobody knew anything. And when one of the bombs went off, tests went off, there was a group of, I don't know, like 15 girls in a camp or something. And, it looked like snow was coming down, and they were playing around with it and, sticking their tongues out and everything. And 2 of them are now still alive. And, and they have both had terrible issues as well. So it's unforeseen. Those were not the people that the bomb was dropped on.
Mm-hmm.
But nobody there knew what was going on.
The statement was about nuclear fallout onto individuals who were completely unsuspecting nearby a test, who a few have survived, but all have had continuing health problems because of that.
Continued tradition of asking you questions, but still saying something. I have a deep respect to what you're doing, because cost. The second thing is, I don't think, at least two people I talk about the same problem, right? Vast minority of them knows, but really almost afford nuclear. If it got separated from the United States, Washington will be one of the biggest nuclear powers in the world. And like, what? I mean, have you seen all the, submarines there? All the ships come in and go. Have you checked the map how many military bases we have around the coast, right? And this is what you're doing is really important to know, because for me it kind of gives me peace. I will tell you why. Is and that if actually thing happens, I will die probably fast, because Seattle will be the main target, and it give me kind of good feeling I'll probably evaporate it, which is kind of great. I don't want to suffer much, like you described, after the generation of people being sick. Yeah, so it's great that you also welcome people who are not physicians to do the cause. It's awesome. I'm trying to do kind of the same stuff, but of course on my own level. But I have to respect people who are aware. But we are living basically one of the worst places for nuclear. I mean, the good thing, because the operation part is kind of great, I guess. But in terms of how much power Washington State has, in terms of the shitstorm in the future if it happens, right, and also responsibility that we have as Washingtonians towards the future of the world, because nobody knows what's going to happen. We are not like prophets of some sort, but it's a great thing that you are making people aware of this, and just want to.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll repeat. I'll try to summarize what you said. And he was very gracious in thanking us for our work and highlighting something that made me wake up too. Was the proximity. We're in South Seattle right now, and the proximity to the largest collection of deployed nuclear weapons in the world is roughly 20 miles as the crow flies from where we are. And if attacked, or more likely if a mistake were made and those nuclear weapons were to be detonated, the area that we're in is kind of on the verge of the edge of the vaporization zone. Where I live, I've determined is actually like in the fireball zone. So I wouldn't be vaporized if I were at home, which is kind of sad. But it would kind of die like a terrible, death. But the reality is, and I would encourage anyone who's following along online, or anybody here, to visit the Northwest Against Nuclear Weapons webpage. It expanded from Washington Against Nuclear Weapons to Northwest Against Nuclear Weapons. That has a great summary of what the effects would be with the radius around the deployed zones, and it actually gives a good highlight of all the other nuclear waste facilities and where other nuclear weapons are stored around the state of Washington. And the other point that he brought up was that if Washington stood alone, and Steve, would we be the largest single holder of nuclear weapons in the world if we were stood alone? It's number one or two. Does it matter? I don't know. I mean, we're talking over 1,000 nuclear warheads, which, by reading several of the very good books, it's Caldecott, it's Jacobson. It was Command and Control. It was even Ellsberg, put out books back in the day, of course. Reading those, and what we understood from what we now have known since about the early to mid 80s is that it only takes about 50 nuclear weapons to be detonated to cause a nuclear winter, right? So that's why when I hinted in my speech that there is no real such thing as a limited nuclear war, because once you get to just a few dozen nuclear weapons, which is like a very quick exchange when you're talking about nuclear war, we're talking on the order of like an hour, then you've already caused a global climate shift of 30 to 50 degrees, and I may be misquoting, but 30 to 50 degrees Fahrenheit. So it basically becomes the Earth becomes unsurvivable at that point for anybody, even if you weren't, the fortunate who were vaporized right away or died within a few hours. So this is a very, obviously it's a very serious thing, but it is the most existential threat to us in the immediate term. Though just behind that is climate change. It's going to affect us very soon anyway also. So these are times when we need to stand up. We need to do stuff. We need to organize and quit thinking it's just going to get better. It's on us to do it. And that's me telling myself just as much as I'm telling you, I have to stand up and do stuff as much as it's terrifying. And you fear all the retaliation, but in the end, most people are going to agree. Most people really do agree with what we're saying. It just takes courage to stand up and do it.
Do you get a lot of retaliation?
Do I personally?
Well, you said putting up with the retaliation. Like, who retaliates and what do they do?
So it's mostly in your head, right? So she's asking like who retaliates, right? And you're right. Most people aren't going to retaliate, especially if you're talking about nuclear war. But what I do find in our time of the internet, in the bullying that occurs on it, it's people who the trope is they sit behind their keyboards and just rattle off their anger at you and retaliate in words.
What are they angry
So let me give you an example.
They don't want you to be against it.
Let me give you an example. So when I was doing a little homework to make sure I understood. Anytime I read a book myself personally, I try to do some more searching on the opposite side, like who would say that this book is bunk, right? And I happened to do that with Andy Jacobson's book, A Nuclear War, a Scenario. And you find yourself looking at articles from people in, we'll say, high up in military organizations that say this is complete garbage. What she wrote is complete nonsense, and it would never happen that way. And so it's people who are sort of denying reality and saying, well, it's only going to happen the way I think it's going to happen, and not saying, oh, it's possible that it could happen that way, and even probable that the way you're thinking is not the right way. And I have to think about that as myself. Like, I have to think, okay, the way I'm thinking is probably not it's certainly not the only way it could pan out. I need to make sure that I broaden what I'm thinking. But if you take the easy, simple scenario of nuclear war down to its, through all the permutations, all the possible permutations, you realize that statistically we are going to be unable to avoid some kind of nuclear disaster, whether it's a mistake or it's a war or both.
We have the documented evidence.
Yes, we have documentations of documented evidence of mistakes, of accidents, absolutely. So it's inevitable that it's going to result in.
And the bomb dropping twice,
In-
so we know
Yes.
what it's capable of, what could happen, and how it could happen, and why it could happen.
I think the principal argument coming back at us is, well, it's deterrence. We have to use deterrence. We have to build up our arsenals to make sure that other countries don't attack us. Incidentally, I did some homework on the Golden Dome proposal, which is supposed to protect us against that. And I learned a few key facts about that. And these are facts backed up by the I'm sorry, there's an organization of physicists. I can't think of the organization's name right now, and the Union of Concerned Scientists. And what it was determined, because the Golden Dome idea is that we would create a satellite system that would, float around the globe, that would be nuclear enabled, that would, if a nuclear warhead were to be launched from an ICBM or similar into space, then the nuclear satellites that were launched by us would be able to shoot down that warhead. Unfortunately, that's pretty preposterous based on what these scientists, these physicists, calculated out. A few problems. One, the first is that to protect even just the southern part of the continental United States, you would need somewhere in the order of 4,000 satellites. And those 4,000 satellites to protect just the southern part of the United States would necessarily, to make sure they counteracted a ICBM launch from the ground, need to be launched and floating over enemy territory, right? So our enemies are not going to want that, and they can just shoot down the satellites, right? So that's already like, okay, well, that's not going to work. If we wanted to then protect the entire continental U.S., and I may be misquoting again, but because I don't have my notes in front of me, but we're talking in the order of 40,000 satellites, which creates the same problem. Like, you have to be in the right space. So you have to have enough satellites around there with enough space, or little enough space between them, so that you're surrounding the countries and can always be on launch, because you only get in the boost phase and the phase when the nuclear warhead is above the atmosphere, you only get like 20-30 minutes at most to do this. You have to be in close proximity to the warhead. So that's one big problem. The other big problem is the warheads now that are being developed by us and by other countries have decoys in them. And so once they get above the atmosphere, they launch decoys. And so our satellites, nuclear enabled or not, wouldn't know if they're hitting the right warhead, because they'd be tracing, they'd be tracing decoys potentially. So then you waste, then you waste a nuclear warhead yourself, launching at another nuclear warhead, which then once it's detonated, has the potential to create an EMP pulse, which is an electromagnetic wave that could then take out the satellites. So then you've destroyed your own satellite system, at least those in that same orbit. So that's another big problem. It also could create a debris cloud that doesn't allow you to see what's coming through it. So yet another problem. And then the costs. The Congressional Budget Office estimated that to counter, I think it was, considering all those costs of launching from a satellite, launching all the satellites and all that stuff, to counteract two nuclear warheads, we're talking over $800 billion. So that this is just an enormous cost that doesn't make a ton of sense, because all countries would have to do would just be shooting more nuclear weapons, and they would get through the system. So that was part of so this is part of what I do with Washington Physicians for Social Responsibility, is try to understand what's happening, try to look past what we're being told, and do my best to use science and our understanding of the world to really critically evaluate whether something might work or not. So again, this is about using our brains, which is, probably the, part of the central topic I tried to highlight is we need to slow down, breathe, and use our heads when not attacking, that's the wrong word, when wanting to take on these problems. I try to use nonviolent language as much as I can, because that's how we're going to progress forward, is with nonviolence, not with attacking each other. Yes, you had another question.
Question here. What you're doing is here, right in the US. This is progressive possibility. What my concern is, I don't believe such an organization exists in another big countries like Russia, who haven't just arsenal, and China, including the same storage surely of the same freedom of speech, right? So, what's the balance here from your perspective? Like, to have force the right positions to fight with the here in the US, so it will not be misused or will be controlled better, other than they have enemy neighbors. I would say neighbors with far worse moral, I would say, standing ground. I'm not talking about the Soviet Union officer during the Caribbean crisis who was a courageous man. He was the savior of the world, yes. But like in general, right? We're talking about fascist regimes, you know. The people who have less freedom of speech to which like I mean what my question is about this is what do you think about the balance between fighting here for safety for the future generation and having the goods, basically, you know? I don't have other word because I'm Russian. I've been there. I know. Like Americans are our enemy, number one. And the Russian propaganda right now, I mean, I will talk about this for 2 hours, guys. Russian propaganda right now, just I'll try to say we're going to use nuclear weapons against the United States. If we need to, we're going to use nuclear weapons. Maybe if we need to, like, we don't care what they're gonna do. They don't have a will to fight back. This guy's there, and we are having our own problems in Washington.
Okay, let me do my best to summarize that. So the question, I think, is how, given that I have and we have here an enormous privilege to have the right of freedom of speech, generally speaking, given that we are speaking with relative impunity right now on these very difficult topics here in Washington State, we don't know, and we can assume that those conversations are happening definitely to a lesser degree in many other places, in particular in other nuclear armed nations. How can we rectify that with safely moving forward and hope with the hopes of preventing nuclear war? Is that a fair summary? Okay, I'm trying. So I don't have a clear answer, right? And right, nobody has a clear answer on this. But what I've arrived at through personal journey is that, you know, you take I'll put it this way: you take a group of people, and you've got if you've got a group of people, let's say 20 people, and you've got one bully amongst them who wants to take out everybody. When the 19 turn toward the bully backs down real fast. On the contrary, if you have 19 bullies and one pacifist, that one pacifist will probably get beaten up first, but that one pacifist can help to erode what the guy next to him or the girl next to him thinks. And that's what we've seen in nonviolent action over decades and over centuries, that the small nonviolent actors, though they may sacrifice ultimately, do make people pause and think. And so my hope, and it may be way beyond reality, but my hope is that eventually, I wish that the United States would return to a nonviolent leader, if it ever were one, but I want it to be. And we, as U.S. citizens with our freedom of speech rights, or those who reside here and have that right protected, I believe have a duty to stand up and say, no, we can move forward in a nonviolent way because we have a world that can. We have access to the technologies, we have access to the resources. This is the first time in human history that we really could, and everybody could be okay. Really, and I truly believe that. So the answer is not a satisfactory one. It starts with you, right? Sort of thing. And it starts with us, and it starts with what I think most of the world hoped we were going to do in our past elections, and not go the way we went. And I hope that we can return to that before, something really bad happens. But what side of history will you stand on is the question.
Where are we now? 7 minutes to doomsday?
We are 89 seconds
89 seconds.
to doomsday, to midnight.
Yeah. What happens at midnight? I know what, do we know? Or is that just?
That's just it's 89 seconds to elimination, to Armageddon, whatever
And is it from nuclear?
whatever permutation you want. They take a lot of things into account, but I'm not a member of that organization.
Oh,
It's a different organization.
For global responsibility.
I believe that's the bulletin of
Focus on nuclear.
it's the bulletin of atomic scientists, correct? That puts that together.
All right.
Well, thank you.
Oh my God, what an extra bonus. Thank you. All right, well, we will be in touch. Thank you. And yes, thank you so very much. And I'll find other ways to have you back for other things, because it's really, really valuable. All right.
Thank you very much. What a fascinating discussion with two medical professionals. So I have a very unexpected treat for everybody this evening. We had somebody who has been in the audience watching, but while listening to all of these amazing, wonderful speakers, became so inspired that she wrote something and wanted to share it. And so we're going to do a little impromptu. I don't have a bio for you. I'm so sorry, but you could do your own bio. But one of our audience members, Carly Torres, is going to take the mic here, and she wrote something. She's going to share it, and then we can, I don't know if there are questions or dialogue or however we want to go from there, or she can just share it. So, ladies and gentlemen, please, let's give a warm welcome to Carly Torres.
Oh my gosh. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Can y'all hear me okay? right there by the mic. Well, maybe I ought to move it then.
Yeah, just bring your mouth close to the mic.
Like this.
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Yes, it allows nuance for you.
Nuance. Oh, I love nuance. I can have nuance in my voice. This is so awesome. Well, I'll tell you what. I mean, there's like not even a dozen people here right now. However, my plan was that I'm going to give this little speech and then I'll open the floor for questions from all of you. So be thinking about what I'm talking about. This speech was really inspired by Julie Garbutt's speech this morning. That really hit me very strongly. I really was inspired by what she said because I live that same vision for people. Open your ears and listen and learn about people. So I'll read this and then we can talk. I'm Carly Torres. I'm a 72-year-old trans woman. I'm a disabled Army vet. I'm a writer. I've been told I'm an offense to God, that my life is a mistake, that who I am should not exist. But here's what I know. No life is a mistake. Every person deserves dignity. Every story deserves to be heard. And I want what anyone wants: to love, to be loved, to live in peace. I know another story too. The MAGA story. A story of disappointment, of loss, of life not turning out as expected. I don't mock that. I've known disappointment. I've felt loss. I've watched the world betray its promises. But here's the choice we all face. Do we turn that pain into cruelty, or do we turn it into compassion? Fear will not feed you. Anger will not heal you. Cruelty will not keep you safe. What does? Mutual support, looking out for one another, finding strength in community. That's the story I write. That's the story I live. Trans women leading, veterans standing tall, neighbors lifting neighbors. I am not here to erase. I'm here to listen, to find common ground, because I'm not so different. I want safety. I want dignity. I want a future for the people I love. Resistance for me is not about shutting people out. It's about holding the door open. It's about saying, come, sit at the table. Bring your story. Hear mine. And let's imagine something better together. That is resistance. That is hope. And that is why I'm here. If we all must be othered, Let us stand as others together. And so here's something I'd like you to think about. Who is using the most violent speech among us? Are we not using just an equal amount of violent speech against the reactionaries as they are against us? Nobody's listening to anyone because nobody really likes to hear what the other side is saying. So everyone stopped listening. Julie talked about sitting on a plane with a guy and listening to him for 5 hours. And finally, they took a bathroom break and came back, and he finally said, "Hey, what about you?" And she got her chance. I'll tell you something about myself, something very personal. I spent 11 years in prison. And I was never in a fight. I learned a lot about a lot of people because I took the time to learn their names, to learn what motivated them, and to listen to a heck of a lot of people. And I was open, honest, and direct with every one of them. And in so doing, I gained the respect of a lot of people. They knew I wasn't a gossip, and they knew that I really, truly heard them. And I want to suggest to you that it may take 500 years to heal this rift that we have in our country. It may take more time than we really have to heal it. But the fact is that if we don't sit down and listen to the concerns of our opposition, we will never make them anything but opposition. And they're beyond listening to us unless we listen to them. We have to start with our ears. That's all I've got to say. Anyone have questions they would like to pose? I would love to hear y'all ask questions.
I've had this conversation before with a trans friend of mine, and I'm always fascinated by the growing awareness I have of the very nature of identity. And as a cisgender, white, straight male, I think my identity was something in some regards I always took for granted. It was something it's what I was. And so I was I'm very fascinated by how we identify ourselves. And I was just wondering if you might share your journey of identity and all the various aspects of your life that you've described, if that's possible.
I can give you a nutshell.
5 minutes or less.
In 5 minutes or less? I can give you a nutshell. It's been a long journey for me. As I said, I'm 72, and I didn't begin to transition until I was 69. I have known that I was confused about my gender since I was a toddler. Not because I remember being confused as a toddler, but because my sister and my mom told me so. And it was later on that I started doing stuff that kind of gave me a clue as to what was going on. That was when I was about 9 or 10. But I've always I've always been confused about my gender. It's never been something that I wasn't. I've always been the same person. It's only a question of whether I was going to live the rest of my life hiding it. But I realized that hiding it had caused me to harm other people because I never asked for help. And I couldn't live with myself. Once I finally admitted what I had done, I'm not excusing what I did. I committed serious crimes. I hurt people. And it's a terrible thing that I have to live with every day, the amount of hurt that I dished out. And I reached the last year of my prison sentence and said, I cannot go back outside of prison being the same person I was without addressing this. I'd never told a soul how I felt inside. If anybody saw me and said, well, you're kind of a weird person, and I certainly got comments to that effect over the years, and it just tried to make me perfect my mask. But I've always been me, just as you've always been you. And you've never questioned your gender. I've always questioned my gender from the time I was, before I can even remember. That's been an issue for me. I've always been me. For whatever the reason, whether there's a genetic reason for it or a medical reason for it. And I could name some. But the fact is that I've never been not me. It's just a question of whether I was going to continue as I was. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, so the idea of, again, I don't know if it's it's just again, something I take for granted in the sense that it wasn't a question for me or a confusion for me, it just was what it was. But that's part of who you are is beautiful to me. And I'm just very, as the very complex idea of identity has really blossomed over the last generation. And a lot of it was made evident to me through my daughter, because I would ask her questions like, I don't get, what is this? And she would explain it to me. And it was, to her, it was just, that's the way it is. And there's hope in that regard. When we were talking earlier, when we had that young person.
Yeah, Anushka.
Even the idea that the newer generations approaches things like identity and gender is so accepting and open to everything that it really does, that's one of those little hopes I can hold on to as far as kind of the way we treat each other in this country. So thank you.
Go ahead.
Continue the tradition, not asking questions, but say something. First of all, thank you for being honest with us. Thank you for opening it up. This is tough, I can imagine, and I personally would like that you should share the story with us today. And for listening. Bless you. Just want to add, it wasn't part of my speech, but I'm going to quote it. It's just what I personally, what has driven me as an activist. I'm an immigrant, and by doing this, I'm waiting for someone came and deported, right? So, regardless, what I'm trying.
I'm a second-generation American. You're an immigrant.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to say here is, what personally me one of the things that makes me do what I do, even though there's a huge chance I'm not going to do it under this administration, is I have a trans friend. She's my sound engineer. I'm an artist, so I work with producer and sound engineer, and they are brothers and sisters. And when it was my first official experience to a friend as a trans person. And when I heard her story, before Trump, it was one thing, but after Trump, we have to process what's how our life is gonna be. And my first thought was, what a fucking disgusting human being we have to be to not be compassionate and empathetic to people who have so much struggle in life just to be, right? Because she has 5 years of depression, suicidal depression. And I just cannot tolerate that, you know. And this was one of the driving forces I'm doing political activism, because if only we protect people who are the most vulnerable, who they can't protect themselves to some extent, but they cannot do it indefinitely. And it's always another group that comes after. And the trans people just on the line right now. And so this is our fault, basically. And thank you for doing that. Thank you for sharing the story. It's just personally empowered me when I'm doing right thing. It gives me, you know, energy, motivation to want to do, you know, more.
So what I hear you saying, just for the audience that's listening outside of this place, is that you have a hard time accepting the stance of the current administration, because you think that what the current administration is imposing upon transgender people is cruel and makes it impossible for them to exist as people in society. Was that what I hear you saying?
It's not only cruel, it's how unchristian, unhumane, unethical, and I would say, like, life of transgender person is so tough that it's like I'm carrying 200-pound bag on my shoulder, right? Already, and you are saying, what you're carrying is kind of light. Maybe you should, you know, drop another 1,000 pounds just like that, you know, because it seems right to me. I mean, not to the person doing that. And the sheer cruelty towards the most vulnerable, and it's like mocking a disabled person, right? Oh,
Literally,
you know,
it is mocking a disabled person.
This is insanity, and I'm really glad that I live in a blue state and people have, you know, at least some dignity. You know, not everybody, majority of people here, but I still, you know, realize a lot of shitheads here, but like, majority of people are good.
Well, I'll add another wrinkle to my story. I'm a very, very committed Christian. I'm of Jewish ancestry. For quite a long time, several decades, I was a pastor in a Messianic congregation. When I was in prison, I was a worship leader in a Messianic congregation, essentially the pastor, the oldest elder in the place. And when I came out as trans, the other elders didn't want me there anymore. They wanted me to sit in a back seat somewhere, out of view. They couldn't stand the idea of me being a leader any longer, even though out here on the street, that's not the case. Trans people are embraced, and for people who wanted to look at Jewish tradition embraces 8 genders and certainly does not reject transgender people. So I challenge anyone to sit down with me and look at the Bible together in the original language and find where it says about mankind. In the beginning, God created them male and female. That's a phrase that they like to throw around as an objection to me. However, if you look in Genesis, you'll find that it refers to the animals, not to mankind. Adam was created after that statement was made, not before. Because Adam was created in the image of God, not an animal. All I'm saying is that a lot of people rely on a lot of other people's opinions, and they don't actually go and look at Scripture to really understand it. And if they did, they would have a very different opinion. They'd be much more open to each other, and they'd stop condemning each other and being so cruel to each other if they really wanted to be as loving as God is to us. Anybody else have a question?
I'm very nervous right now because
Me too.
your speech like really left me speechless, and it resonates a lot because as a hobby I work with teenagers for like more than 10 years now. I teach them math, but also I just help them because my own teenage was very hard. But yeah, as the gentleman here said, I'm cisgender, I'm white. I was like, I left in the society where like that was like the same, like I was the same ethnicity as like majority of people around me. But when and my teenage was very harsh. But when I see other people's experiences and how racist, homophobia, like just bullying because I don't know, like whatever. Like we find so many things to hate other people for, and I think that this age, the teenage, is when like we already grown enough to make this choice in life if we go like towards compassion or if we go towards violence. And it's very important for people at that age to have an adult who can help them, because it's like the hate is very easy. It's not sophisticated at all. It's like, but the road of empathy is complex. And what you were telling about like reminded me about an educator that I have a role model that I listen a lot, and now I work with kids with Ukraine, like the ones who either flee the country because of the war or stay there till now, and like have to like I don't know study underground because of bombings or whatever. And there are a lot of questions that are asked, like how to help my kids, how to preserve kids from hate, like the ones that are traumatized by the war, or like how to prevent bullying, or how to protect ourselves from bullying, or like how can like an adult, a teacher, like pay attention and make sure like that in this classroom it's not hate. And what like the answer that I heard from him and that I try to implement myself is talk about how different we are. Like, because we very often tell our kids that we are all alike, that we are brothers, that like we have so much in common, etc. But that is a way to bully. Like if we are the same, then like somebody who is different is an enemy. And yeah, and like like listening to people, understanding about ourselves how different we are, and like listening to the neighbor. That's what like I've heard a lot like from your speech, that you said that even in prison and like you sort of MAGA-like people and listen to them. That's very brave of you.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot.
Well, thank you. So what I heard you saying, just to feed it back to the people that aren't here, was that you worked with a lot of people who are very afraid, and one of the fears that they have is about the bullying that they're experiencing. You worked with teenagers who are experiencing bullying and getting othered, and it is extremely difficult. I faced a lot of bullying myself when I was young. And one of the things about being young is that when you're hearing some toxic thing for the very first time, you don't know what to say. And so you walk away open mouthed, and the person who's doing a bullying is making you feel worse because you don't have a response. But that's okay, as long as you walk home and you're still in one piece, even if you're humiliated. I read a book a long time ago by the founder of Jews for Jesus. It was called, I think it was called Winning Jews to Christ, or something along those lines. Moshe Rosen is the man that wrote the book. And there was a key sentence in that book that I think is really relevant here. And that is, you can't humiliate a humble man. And it's something to think about in these kinds of circumstances, is why let someone else define you? You already know who you are. If you let others other you, then you're letting them win at your expense. However, if you can learn to refrain from escalating, but instead approach with understanding and refuse to be humiliated and hurt by what people say, if you stand up straight with a backbone, you will be respected. There's just no way around it. If you can listen to people and be present for them, they will respect you for it. It may take a little longer than it takes to beat somebody up and get them out of your face. But the long-term effects are so much better. I used to be a dog trainer, and there's two ways to train dogs. You can either use a choke chain and make the dog fear you, or you can train the dog with love and reward it when it does the right thing. With treats, with a clicker and treats, you can pay the dog for good behavior. Or the alternative is to scare the dog and intimidate it into good behavior. The question is, which training is the most successful? And I'll tell you, no bad dogs, no bad people. That's the way to go, is reward positive behavior, and as much as possible, just let it go. When it's things you don't want, ignore it. And people won't do it if you ignore it. Looks like my time is up. And that's so awesome.
I was so amazed and thankful that you did this, Carly, and that we had a chunk of time to
I'm really
share
glad.
with you.
I'm very glad.
Yes, it's so good to have you and see you again. It's
Yes,
been a while.
Definitely.
So glad you're here, and I don't know, but you are welcome to stay as long as you want. And
Thank
then
you.
I know you have to catch the bus, but
Sooner or
stay-
later, yes.
Stay as long as you can.
Thank you very much.
So
It's nice to be here.
yeah, it's great to have you.
Thanks.
So, yay. All right. All right. Fearless insomniacs, wherever you are. We're going to go right into our next speaker, who is another addition who has come. I had very, very sort of recently spoken to him. So we are very lucky to have another surprise, delightful speaker to join with us and tell his story. And I'm going to let him talk. I've been doing bios of all the guests. So the bio that I can say about our next guest, who is Chris Porter. Chris Porter is extremely involved in the Democratic Party. In fact, I met him in 2008 when we both were delegates for Obama. And but there are so many other things that Chris does. And for instance, currently he is passionate about bees and pollinators, which is, an extremely important part of maintaining, protecting, and saving our food sources. So it's always really, really good to know that we have an advocate to help protect the bees in the world. So with that, Chris, come on up. We're going to have Chris Porter share the mic with us for the next half hour. Thanks so much. Give a welcome to Chris Porter. Oh yeah, raise the mic.
Thank you, Rachel. And I'm not really sure how I can raise the mic.
It just has, the tape is just to keep it steady, it's a little heavy. It might lift it up.
Oh, there we go. Okay. I said I hate to mess up someone's setup. Thank you, Rachel, for that introduction. So I'm going to be a little more animated because that's just my personality type. But it's 9:30 at night. Most folks are ready to say it's time to quit and go to bed and go off to dreamland, but there are serious issues to discuss. So I'm glad I have this opportunity to come in and talk about the work in nonprofit world, particularly those nonprofits like the one I work for that are wrapped around social services. So I work for an organization called POCAN. It was formerly known as People of Color Against AIDS Network, now just POCAN, POCAAN. That organization is nearly 40 years old, and it came into existence because in the 80s, when HIV was emerging and developed into an epidemic, there were many services being offered, but they weren't being offered in communities of color, specifically the Black community. So a group of women got together and they formed this organization, the organization which exists today as POCAN. This organization runs on about 98% grants. So we rely on applying to these grants that get put out by city, the state, and our federal government to do the kind of work that we that we've always been centered around in social services and human services. So when I first joined POCAN, it was at a very pivotal time for them. It was during the pandemic, but it was in response to COVID, and we were continuing to grow. I was managing a grant for COVID vaccination and trying to reduce and address some of the misinformation or disinformation and distrust in communities of color around COVID vaccines. And it was the delight and yet one would clearly say failure in public health when they didn't realize early on that certain communities were never going to be open to someone appearing saying, here's a vaccine, you should take it, and realize that they needed to focus in on organizations, mostly nonprofits, doing this kind of work that could go into communities, have this conversation, and convince folks, yes, this vaccine is going to do the work of saving lives, saving your family, saving the community. And that did change. So that's been the kind of work that POCAN has done. Why is this important? Because that work gets work that has been overlooked in communities of color for a long, long, long time. And in particular, one of the focuses of POCAN was to provide HIV education at the time testing because therapy wasn't available. And the community was less than cheerful when others came in saying, this is what's going on, and essentially, you people need to pay attention. Did not work. So when organizations like POCAN came back, well, where they were already in the community, came into the community and said, we need to talk about what's going on. We need to talk about what's going on in our community. We need to talk about a plan, and we need to talk about how the community helps that plan, how the community essentially is that plan. That's what we were doing. And that's why it was important. And we continue to do that work. So what happened then, we'll jump up to 2016 under Trump 1. So nonprofit folks were a little uneasy. He said some wild, crazy things in version Trump 1. But the biggest difference was in version Trump 1, he didn't really know what he was doing. He had poor advice on how his administration was going to be organized, and things just seemed to go by the fly, not that they're not now. But it didn't have the impact it's having now. So, watchful, a little concerning, but not as nearly concerning, and some would argue, as their doors have closed, devastating as the policies and practices that he in this current administration have exacted and put out. Boy, oh boy, does he love executive orders. Those things come out right, left, and center. And, we laugh and chuckle, but they end up having really devastating and critical effects on processes and missions and grants as a result of those executive orders. And one thing that folks don't realize is that an executive order may say, we're going to reduce the speed limit to 45 miles an hour. And you're okay, that's fine. That's kind of weird. And then down at the bottom, it will say, and those cities that have policies, practices, or laws that allow, let's say, the use of EVs on this road, well, they may be at risk of losing funding. So what starts out as seemingly a fairly benign executive order, in the belly or at the bottom of these executive orders, or where the fire is. And I don't want folks to underestimate that, because as I talk to you about the difference between what happened in administration Trump 1 versus what's happening now in Trump 2, that's where the damage is occurring. That's seemingly under the radar and not as apparent until you hear that organizations that have been steeped in community work for 40, 45, 50 years are now struggling to keep the doors open. And yet seemingly in the number of dollars that are available, that hasn't changed. But what has changed is how those dollars can be used. So in Trump 2, when that happened, many of us realized that he didn't actually get any smarter. The folks that thought, well, there's actually a way to do this without so much the chaos, and they realized that he's always going to say what he said, but there's a way to do this that gets the goal and yet seemingly under the radar and will accomplish what we had written out, what was written out like in Project 2025. And there's a whole lot of this stuff that's not in that book, but still is happening. So it wasn't that he got smarter. He just had much smarter people that were invested in how can we change this in a way that we wanted to change. Not that was better for the community, not that was better for anyone, but how we wanted it to change. So an instance is a very big grant is the Ryan White grant. This is a grant that started it still is at the federal level. And back during the late 80s, early 90s, there was a little boy, his name was Ryan White. And he contracted HIV through blood products. He was a hemophiliac, and he needed the platelets and the the platelet stuff to stop him from bleeding to death. And at the time, there was not testing for this, so he contracted HIV. And over a period of time, that became what is now known as the Ryan White Bill. And lots of organizations and states around the country rely on these dollars to continue to do things like HIV testing and counseling, arranging treatment, housing. All of those services come out of this very big bill. So in the bill, some of the dollars were reduced, but it's the language, that language which says, for instance, you can have this money, but you must not use it for, in this case, folks that you think are undocumented. Not that you know, but folks that you think are undocumented. And that you have to show that you're not providing these services to undocumented folks by following these set of rules. And if you don't, then your funding gets reduced. Well, a number of organizations that only service undocumented or people in transition of becoming documented knew that their doors were going to close. So those kinds of details in that don't reduce that. So the Ryan White funds filter out of the federal government, come down to the county level. The county looks at it and goes, yeah, I don't know how we're going to comply with this, but we may not be able to continue to fund organization A, B, and C based on this criteria, this new criteria. So their doors close, or they find it difficult to offer those services. Some of those dollars then filter down to the city level. And in the city, at the city level, like for instance, the city of Seattle funds a program that provides, pays for housing for folks living with HIV. It's under a program called HOPWA. And the same criteria comes down to the city level. And then they look at this and go, based on this new criteria that we can't get around, we may not be able to fund organizations A, B, C, D, and E, even though the dollars haven't changed. So the devil in the detail is what happens in the additions to these bills and how they're orchestrated, or and these executive orders that he puts out right, left, and center, and every single day. I think if you listen to the news long enough before the week is ended, there's a new executive order. And what many of us will need to do is somehow find a copy of that executive order and read in the detail of what's going to happen. That's where the power and the force of it is. So in Trump 2, it has become extraordinarily difficult for nonprofits to figure out how they're going to keep their doors open, providing the services that they've historically provided under these unusual criteria now forced upon them in order to continue the funding. So its effect on us at POCAN is, for instance, testing. Same criteria, but it says that you have to ensure that you are not testing, for instance, people that you think or may be undocumented. When he came to office the second time, we still have a number of people from various countries, and the status is, it goes from I'm waiting to receive my documents to stay here legally to I have my documents and I can stay here legally. And now it still seems like it's in question. So they were most fearful that ICE would come to our doors and raid and scoop up those folks in varying immigration status and take them away. And it was just fearful to go to work every day, and it still is, thinking, will we get through the day? Because we never know which group is the target the next day or the week after. Will we get through the day without, and they never knock, someone coming through the door looking for, as they would say, the dangerous immigrant? And that is just deeply, deeply, deeply disconcerting, certainly for me. So it has to be horrifying for those who feel like they've unnecessarily come under this umbrella of, quote, the dangerous immigrant, whatever that may be. So not only does it put the workforce in danger, the kind of work that they are doing, they're not sure that they can continue to do, because we go to locations and places where there could be folks whose immigration status is in question, and or even the perception of it. And I think that's really the heart of it. Is we go to places that can give this administration the perception of the quote dangerous immigrant or criminals, and in the commission of doing our work may then inadvertently expose them to trouble that they didn't ask for, when really our work is about reaching out to community, trying to find housing services, testing for HIV, sexually transmitted diseases, homelessness prevention, youth that are at risk who've had trouble and have been incarcerated or trouble in the legal system, to prevent them from moving forward. That's what the work is about, but that's not what the policies have become about. So our battles before all of this used to just simply be, how are we going to keep the doors open and remember to get our grants renewed, to get the dollars that we need to do the work that we're doing, and how can we continue to expand that work? The battle now is, how are we ever going to continue to do that work, given the focus of this administration, how they want us to do the work, and seemingly exclude the most vulnerable folks who need the attention, who need the services, who need the work. And in doing that, it then questions on whether or not it becomes worthwhile for the agency, for the nonprofit, to reapply for that grant, as the stakes are much higher, and yet in a totally bizarre way, but the stakes are much higher to apply for that grant, to do the work under the new rules, which in some communities make it virtually impossible to do. And they've tightened the reporting requirements. That's another devil in the detail, is reporting requirements that get so detailed where they're almost asking for the Social Security number and or some tracking number of the people that you're providing services to. Prior to that, this was about data collection of the number of folks that you provided service to. It was really about that, and being able to track how invested an organization was in the community for the services and the work they were doing. And now there are these other caveats that remain in question. One of our other programs is the Senior Medical Mobile. So we have a large vehicle that has 2 clinic rooms in it, and it mostly goes out to seniors. When, and we're sure it will, when that grant that this program operates under gets reduced or ends, and it's attached to a levy. Now, the good part about it is that the levy that it comes from King County. So it doesn't have those weighted requirements that the federal government would impose. Where it can get a little tricky is if in the beginning, when this levy was put in order some 8 to 10 years ago, when the voters approved for its renewal, if they received federal dollars that bundled together that made the levy worth that much more, then those rules come into play. So then they have a decision to make. Can we extract those funds, return them to the government, and that, which means that those grants will get reduced, to continue to do the work? Or do we accept the criteria and try to push on to do the work? So it's become, there've been a lot of board meetings, a lot of exec meetings to try to figure out how can many nonprofits continue to do this work under this administration with these kooky ideas about ways in which they're sure you're not offering services to the immigrants or to criminals, which translates to us as just simply a vulnerable population that certainly is in need of those programs and services. So that has been one of the biggest challenge in administration number 2, is that the folks who can better orchestrate this kind of damage have found a way to surround themselves around the president and advise him on these policies, practices, how to write these executive orders that just are chilling when they start getting put into motion. So that's a little bit about what it's like in nonprofit work. Working in the community now becomes a little more difficult because trust now becomes a part of this. How can we go into a community that we have already established this relationship, and their first question is, can you tell us, can you assure us that ICE or some other organization won't be here and cause trouble. We cannot assure that. We don't work for them. We don't have contact with them. We don't know their schedule. And as far as those who would be impacted are concerned, that's a real possibility and it could happen. So it begins to chip away at the trust built in the community, which is directly tied to the work we're doing, so that if our numbers fall, we can't say, well, we didn't do this work because they were afraid that ICE was coming, because there is nowhere on the reporting form where you get a box where you can check that. It's becoming more and more complicated on how to do this level of work around human services and vulnerable communities when the guidelines and rules change to make you pause and ask, can we do this without drawing fire? And remember, these are organizations that don't have deep pockets. They don't have endowments that are billions or millions of dollars. In the case of POCAN, it literally exists and working from grant to grant. Now, the good news is that we have been able to switch some of how we operate into ways that are not tied to grant funding. And one way is opening a clinic, which would allow us to, for instance, bill medical insurance to try to sort of leverage this, and other partnerships that can kind of leverage some of this. So if these grants are reduced, we have, if you will, for lack of a better word, a backup plan to continue the work that we're doing. Certain pharmaceutical companies have given funding to allow us, for instance, to continue to go out in communities of color and do the testing and community connections, because those dollars are not tied to the federal dollars with these bizarre rules that we couldn't possibly really uphold and do and be honorable in the work that we want to do and have historically done in communities. So when you hear, because what comes up in the news is you hear about the big organizations that have lost large dollars. And what's not in the news are the smaller community-based organizations that have lost dollars, that their doors have closed or at risk of losing those dollars, because it doesn't always make the news. So finding those other ways to be creative and to try to establish workarounds for these bills and these rules and these executive orders with these details in them that are just frightening is becoming more and more difficult. And people have said, well, it's only 3 years. What can be done in 3 years is the scary part. And that seemingly, as we sit in a room, if you will, seems like it might as well be 100 years away with how fast things are changing, the focus that this administration has taken, and their pure lack of empathy for vulnerable populations. And I think the current president said it well. He just feels like those are wasted dollars and giveaways, and he wants to prevent that. That is the work that this organization, POCAN, that I belong to, has been honoring and performing for almost 40 years. And to see that being slowly stripped away is frightening, because someone had the idea that a certain population or peoples aren't worth the time or expense or attention to help them in what is certainly to them and to us are difficult situations presented by the inability to get services because they're either unemployed, underemployed, and or newly arrived here and just critically need those services. What can be done? I think many of us have been to a number of protests, and we feel like, wow, there's a lot that's been said and there's a lot that's been done in terms of protesting, and we're just beginning. How many more protests do we have? 3 years worth of it. And so we really do have to keep the charge going, to keep the voices active. One of the things that I get a little afraid of in the Democratic Party is that we do something and we feel like, oh, it's done. And then we take a collective sigh of relief and have a seat. Well, now we're no longer able to do that. We have to keep moving. We have to keep marching. Those voices have to stay alive, have to be there. When we are asking our elected leaders to write legislation, and I had an opportunity to speak to the member of Congress that represents the district that I live in, Pramila Jayapal. The ask is, when these bills are being written, they're not necessarily written for how nonprofits work and how they do the work. It's more like how big business works and how they do the work. And we need to then translate that into how we're going to do the work as nonprofit. When they're writing these bills about the reporting and how we're going to carry out the services, we need more people who actually work in nonprofits to be at the table to help them write those bills so that they make sense, so that they are equitable, so that they're realistic, so that they are things that we actually can implement. When states do the same thing, they need to carry it out in the same fashion, having people who actually do nonprofit work, and not only the larger nonprofits, but the much smaller ones who are really embedded in the community and dedicated to that community work at the table, so that when, for instance, a reporting data is put on the table, they can say, that works if you have a staff of 100, an IT system that is amazing, and equipment that is current. We don't have that. That doesn't work for us. So when you put that on paper and you ask us to implement it, we're struggling to meet your data numbers because they're written for a much larger organization with much richer resources that the smaller ones simply do not have. And the same goes at the county level when they write these, when they put out these requests for proposals and they have written the detail. And I have to say, if you haven't ever read a request for proposal from the county, take a moment and just read one. And I've sat on the panels that go through the applications and try to match them with these requirements to get a bunch of, or the group of applicants that might be eligible or selected to perform these works under these requests for proposals or grants. Take a moment and read one. So you can go to the King County website and, for instance, under the VSHSL, the Veteran Service Human Levies page, there's another page that's dedicated to the request for proposals. And you can read that and see how these things are being put together and some of the obstacles or barriers that are presented, particularly for small nonprofit organizations that really desire to do this work in a meaningful way that connects with the community. And then to make sure that the funding is equitable. A smaller organization doesn't necessarily mean that you need fewer dollars. In the case of POCAN, a much smaller organization compared to some of the others, but we're in communities of color that and covering them from Seattle down to Federal Way and even north of Seattle. And the only way that we're going to be able to continue that work is to ensure that when we're granted a grant from at the city, county, or state, and even federal level, that those dollars make sense for the kind of work that we want to do. And so we need advocates to ask that hard question when they're going to vote on these things, and send those letters in, or post a letter to the editor saying, did you know the state legislature is considering bills for services for, let's say, HIV testing? And have they considered the role that small nonprofits play in that, or are those rules, and is that bill only going to better support the larger nonprofit organizations? Because if you wrote it in the reverse, that is saying, this is an organization that has under 50 people, yet they do this tremendous work. What's the best way to construct this bill, this request that makes sense? Because the larger organizations will always be able to do it because they have the larger resources to do it. That would help. Those of us that have connections to other organizations that are looking to donate and to help, picking one of these organizations and saying, I heard about POCAN, I heard about Lavender Rights, I heard about ARTH. These organizations are embedded in communities of color doing tremendous work, and yet are trying to creatively find ways to do the work with these ridiculous mandates that come out of the federal government, and maybe the state that puts out confusing mandates, and the county which may put out elaborate mandates that make it difficult for them to do the kind of work that they've been doing. There must be a way that we can simplify this that gets them what they need and yet ensures that this vital, crucial work in the community still gets done. These are some of the biggest challenges we have, is finding funding, which goes in what we call the non-discretionary part of the budget, which means that we can spend that money on anything that we want. And most of it is technology. It is so vital, and yet it is very expensive and very difficult to keep up with if we don't have the current technology. Laptops, as good as they are, do have a limit on them, or a life cycle on them. And at some point, the technology of that laptop purchased some 10, 12 years ago won't perform the way the current ones do. And yet the current ones are still pricey, even for the ones that are basic in their function. But it's a world of difference if we can purchase those, because that up-to-date laptop allows the case manager to go out and to accurately collect the data that the grant asks for in the commission of performing the services and the services that the client needs. Very simple, very basic, but without those dollars, it becomes almost impossible. Finding rental space too. So organizations that are looking for ways to help, ways to support those donations to any of these nonprofits would be greatly appreciated. It's not really a plug for that so much as it is, if we're looking for ways to make a difference, to be involved, to stand up, there are several ways that you can do it. You can certainly stand up with your voice, and I think that's a very powerful thing. You can also stand up with your dollars. Recently in the news, it talked about how the current CEO for Target stepped down, and he's stepping down because people stood up with their dollars and decided, you made a decision to go this way, and we're going to make a decision to go that way. And they're feeling it. So our voices matter, and where we put our dollars certainly have mattered. And we are seeing that in organizations that have, and to me, it was sort of like, it was the friend that really wasn't a friend. It just felt like it. But when times became tough, the true test of friendship and community connections is what happens when times get tough. How will they respond? How will that support that they gave unfettered in easy times continue during difficult times? And when that changes, then you know about the integrity and the support and the worth of that support when those difficult times come, and what happens with those organizations as they withdraw their support or dollars and their dollar support, or the voice that they had in saying, we see you, we support you. So those are many, I think, very powerful ways that if people are looking for ways to be involved, how can we make sure that these nonprofits continue to do the work that they're doing, is being active with your elected leaders at all levels. Watching closely the bills that they say yay and nay to, or that are up and coming. We have a tracker here at the state level. We track a lot of bills, and we still need folks to show up at those hearings and ask those critical questions, getting that speaking time to go, have you considered the nonprofit that is much smaller that's going to be doing this work that you want? And if you said you did, who were those nonprofits and how were they represented? And that flows down to the county level and certainly even at the city level. So those are, in the long shot, that's the world of being in a nonprofit. I love it to death. I love every moment that I'm there. And I realize that POCAN is an organization that's employs, I think, 99% of the organization are people of color. Statistically speaking, less than 2% of organizations are organizations run by people of color. If I ever leave this organization, I will never have that experience again. So it means a great deal to me. The survival of these organizations mean a great deal, and the work that they do means a great deal. And these are the things that I think folks who are hearing this for the first time, you have some starting points. Folks that have known this but have decided, I'm not sure when I should take action. We should have started taking action on election day, or I should say on inaugural day when this started. And yet there's still time. How much time? We still have 3 years left of this, 3 long years. And I don't want to belabor that, but I do want people to walk away to know that it isn't just simply a matter of waiting it out. That is what we did in the first administration. That is not what we can do in this administration. So anyone and everyone who wants to take action is unsure of it. You certainly have some starting points and some stepping points, and I really urge everyone to do that. And so I think I got them all. Yes, yes. Questions? Yes.
I'm next. So I'm gonna spoil some of my stuff because you just mentioned the thing. It's kind of question, kind of just commenting, but waiting out 3 years, majority of people, that's at least for my boss, for example, who is Muslim, and it's also in his whole family is Muslim, so I know he's worried. He keeps saying to me that waiting out, we will just vote him out in 3 years. I'm from Russia, and I learned that tyrants and the authoritarian government will not let you come back. We will stick to any possible way to stay in power, to corrupt, to make everything happen so we'll never go back to where they should belong, to prison. It's I know that's the possible, not. It's 100%. It's not set in stone, but to people, I think it's not only. It's late. Sorry, guys.
Not a problem.
Wake up call, but also to. It's like it's not a scary story anymore. It's a potential scenario for people to take an action and protect people who are most vulnerable, people of color, transgenders, queer people, people who are poor, people who are in pain. Because what fascists do, they bite. Cut the back, someone said earlier today, and then they are taking the, this is expensive, so yeah, thank you for sharing the stories, and I heard about atrocious bureaucracy in city of Seattle. Thank you for sharing the all the struggles you have working with this, I would say, thriving environment when you desperately need changes, desperately technology being involved, and you just cannot have it for a variety of reasons. Thank you for what you're doing, and yeah.
Well, thank you. And I think, if you know anyone who works at a nonprofit, there's one word that you mention to them, but have their eyes rolling and they're just shaking their head, and you just say compliance. Because that's the headache, is how to comply with these grants and the rules and how they structure them. Yes.
So you said this success is success. So the CEO stepped down as CEO. He got a new role where he makes more money as their head of their board of directors. that information, we still call that 45 success. Their CEO might have stepped out to make their decision to cut the DEI programs, but you got a senior position more influence, just not no longer their glorified CEO.
So the question is asked, the CEO of Target who stepped down was now on their board of directors being paid more. Would I call that success? The success is evident in their bottom line, because shifting him to the board of directors hasn't really helped to bring the shoppers back and their profits back. They continue to be lower than they've been for quite some time. And I think that's the bottom line. That's the proof. That's the success that proves that when we make decisions based on our dollars, connected to our beliefs and the kind of community we want and what we think is appropriate for these billionaire or multi-million-dollar organizations to do, that's where the big difference is made. The example, Elon Musk is always going to be a billionaire, but he's going to be less of one because people have decided, think we'll be putting these dollars somewhere else. Because they can't change how people feel about him and the committees they want him on and the boards they want him on. But we certainly can make a conscious decision to say, you know, on the next car, or I'm getting rid of this one, it won't be a Tesla or whatever. And I think that's where, in that respect, when our voice is our dollars, it certainly makes a difference. Anything else? Thank you so much for staying up and listening to this. And as they say, we'll be here all night. Oh, you mean they didn't catch my last phone?
No, you're fine. Oh, gosh. All right. Oh, we are at, oh, gosh. Should I tell the folks? The good folks? Okay. Hot off the presses. Folks in the live stream, if anybody is still awake, I have just gotten a phone call from Senator Cory Booker's office, and he is sending over a video. And as soon as we can get, because he just sent it and it's not working, so he has to do a different format or something. As soon as it comes through, I'm showing it. You're going to get to see it. Lovely live stream audience. You all in the room are going to get to see it. And I'll show it multiple times. Believe me, I am not going to let this is not going to be a one-timer. So Senator Cory Booker will be joining us via the video, but joining us nonetheless for this wonderful, momentous, exciting event. So while we wait for that, I do want to bring on our next speaker, because this is truly going to be a delightful presentation as well. So we've got our next guest is David Quicksall. David Quicksall, our Renaissance man of Seattle in the truest sense. He is an actor. He is a playwright and an award-winning director. And he has worked as an actor on all of the major theaters in Seattle. And he's also an accomplished visual artist. So he does a lot of things, and he's also an arts educator. So he works all through the artistic spectrum, which I think, you know, that makes a really rich life when you get to do all those different things and still have it all be related to your artistic life and your artistic craft. So without further ado, I'd like to bring up David Quicksall, who is going to offer us a poetic hot take on America and on democracy. So ready? Here he comes. Warm welcome for David Quitzel.
The intrepid audience. I was inspired by many of our previous speakers, so I thought I would change how I open this. As Rachel mentioned, I work a lot in the theater. I also am a great reader of, not a great reader, I read a lot of great literature, I'll put it that way. And one of the things that I shared earlier with our audience here was some thoughts by Thomas Paine, written 1776, 1778. And now I'm going to move a little forward into the Civil War. And I thought I would start with this piece. Oh me, oh life, of the questions of these recurring, of the endless trains of the faithless, of cities filled with the foolish, of myself forever reproaching myself, for who more foolish than I, and who more faithless? Of eyes that vainly crave the light, of the objects mean, of the struggle ever renewed, of the poor results of all, of the plodding and sordid crowds I see around me, of the empty and useless years of the rest, with the rest me intertwined, the question, oh me, so sad recurring, what good amid these, oh me, oh life? Answer, that you are here, that life exists and identity, that the powerful play goes on, and you may contribute a verse. Life is a poem. The work we try to do to be good citizens is a poem, and we all have verses to add. And that was by Walt Whitman. And so now I will share some more Walt Whitman, and then I'll go from there. We go to the next slide. I'll just give you a point when. Yeah. Stranger, if you passing meet me and desire to speak to me, why should you not speak to me? And why should I not speak to you? Passing stranger, you do not know how longingly I look upon you. You must be he I was seeking, or she I was seeking. It comes to me as of a dream. I have somewhere surely lived a life of joy with you. All is recalled as we flit by each other, fluid, affectionate, chaste, matured. You grew up with me, were a boy with me, or a girl with me. I ate with you and slept with you. Your body has become not yours only, nor left my body mine only. You give me the pleasure of your eyes, face, flesh as we pass. You take my beard, breast, hands in return. I am not to speak to you. I am to think of you when I sit alone or wake at night alone. I am to wait. I do not doubt I am to meet you again. I am to see to it that I do not lose you. Do you ever play that game when you pass a stranger on the street and then for the briefest of moments wonder where they're walking to or what their life may be like? Maybe it's something about them that draws your focus, their clothes and expression, the way they move through space. Sometimes I focus on a passing stranger and think, I will most likely never see that person again, ever. But their life will continue on despite my not knowing them. For me, there is a profound mystery wrapped up in that feeling. The population of the United States is around 340 million people. In my entire lifetime so far, I have met and gotten to know, I don't know, maybe 1,000 people, 2,000. So statistically speaking, the vast majority of my fellow citizens are strangers to me. We are a country of strangers, and yet we are united in our estrangements by an idea, a concept called the United States. A country in which a bunch of strangers elect a smaller group of strangers to represent them in a government that will enact laws in order to keep them free and happy. So basically, we rule ourselves and trust that all those other strangers will cooperate so that we can all live in harmony. A system of governance built on trust. How would you define trust? Any ideas? What's trust? Sorry?
Lack of fear.
Lack of fear.
Giving yourself. The act of giving yourself.
Giving yourself to others, or
Yeah.
okay.
Not withholding.
Your needs won't be forgotten.
Your needs won't be forgotten.
In times of need, you will be heard.
In times of need, you will be heard. Yeah.
Reliability.
Reliability. So it's basically a belief that is built on promises kept, possibly. If someone or something keeps their promises, we form a belief that they are reliable and true to their word. Promises kept. That idea strikes a really sour note in this country's history. Why should anyone believe in the promises made by the white power structures that have guided the choices of this country? The land stolen, the people slaughtered, the humans enslaved, the rights denied. Trust in this country is a tall order. So where does building trust begin? As soon as the Declaration of Independence was ratified in 1776, the Continental Congress decided that they needed a visual representation of this newly conceived country. A committee was set up to design a great seal for the United States of America. For 6 years, 3 different committees haggled over what this great seal should look like and what it should visually communicate about the nature of this new nation. On June 20th, 1782, Congress finally approved this double-sided and densely symbolic design. We all recognize it. We see it every day on the $1 bill, if anyone sees dollar bills anymore. I don't even have money in my pocket anymore. It's all plastic, right? But if you had a dollar bill, you may recognize this. The obverse side is a coat of arms, and the reverse side is dominated by an image provided by the Freemasons on the committee. The unfinished pyramid with that all-seeing eye of providence floating above it. But focusing back on the coat of arms, we have the now iconic bald eagle as the avatar for the United States. Its head facing toward the olive branch, clutched in its right or dexter talon, declaring that we are a country favoring peace. However, please notice the arrows of war that are held in reserve in its left or sinister talon. The seal represents both an aspiration and a warning. However, the most significant part of this metaphor must be the words in Latin on the banner held in the eagle's beak. Go to the next one. E pluribus unum. Out of many, one. A more succinct summing up of a democracy would be hard to find. E pluribus unum was the de facto motto of the United States for 174 years. It wasn't until 1956 that an official motto of the United States was adopted by an act of Congress. America, reeling from the self-inflicted trauma of the Red Scare and the horrendously un-American activities of the House Un-American Activities Committee, needed to rally behind a motto that clearly defined who they thought we were as a country. A sentiment that gave hope in a world that was perceived as being overcome by the atheistic darkness of communism. What could be more powerful than the de facto motto of E pluribus unum, out of many one? Our strength comes from the fact that we are a free, united democracy, right? Or did that idea of a unified collective, a plurality of one, just sound too left-wing? Evidently, that's how Congress felt. So in 1956, they passed H.J. Resolution 396, adopting "In God We Trust" as the official motto of these United States. The trust of our democracy was placed in the hands of a God, not in the people. Much better, yeah. So much more in line with a democracy that codified a separation of church and state in its constitution. I'm left with the question, though, which God? There are many. The desert God of Abraham has two names, Yahweh and Allah. There is the Hindi trinity of Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva. There is the Buddha, Ahura Mazda, Manitou, the list goes on. And what if you're an atheist? Do you want to put your trust into that old man in the sky, as George Carlin named him? It was particularly important in the mid-1950s for the conspiracy-driven political forces that were steering this country to make sure that we asserted our self-perceived Christian identity over a democratically evolving sense of secular plurality. Sound familiar? Talk about everything old is new again. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation under, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. For me, the pledge has always been challenging. I can get behind indivisible. This country fought a civil war to settle that question. Although as a 6-year-old being forced to memorize this pledge, I found indivisible difficult to understand. I thought it was the word invisible. So one country invisible under God. It sounded like we were ghosts floating underneath God or something. It made no sense to me. Now, I agree with the sentiment of "and liberty and justice for all," but we are far from achieving that for all Americans. But one nation under God, I struggle with it. Just prior to the adoption of "In God We Trust" as this country's motto, Congress, in its war against atheistic communism again, inserted "under God" into the pledge, which originally just said "one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all." Again, it begs the question, in a supposedly secular republic, which God? How about one nation under Zeus? But of course, we know which God they were referring to, right? The God of America. The Protestant God of Billy Graham, the God who blesses capitalism and the status quo, the God whose only begotten Son is portrayed as a warrior action figure savior of all that is good. That's the God in which we are to trust. Why do we need a motto anyway? What does it accomplish? How would you define a motto? What's a motto? Anybody? A slogan? Something to live by, a slogan? A moral? Yep. A mission statement, would that be fair?
Yeah.
Slogan, mission statement. Can a short sentence or phrase encapsulate this country's soul? Does "In God We Trust" really say anything about the animating force of democracy? I personally think "E pluribus unum," out of many one, is a great mission statement. Does the fact that it's written in Latin make it a problem? Lincoln coined an awesome slogan at Gettysburg: "A government for the people, by the people, of the people." But that sounds like socialism, doesn't it? There is the revolutionary battle cry of "Don't tread on me." There's New Hampshire's motto, "Live free or die." There's the NRA's screed, "For my cold, dead hands." Does the soul of the United States reside in violence? Are the arrows of war held in the sinister talon of the bald eagle a more exact representation of this country? That's a good question. For argument's sake, let's take what we've got. In God we trust. Channeling the ethos of we the people, let's retool this motto right here. So, what or who do we trust in this country? So in blank we trust. What do we got? What are some things you trust? Or that you would trust in? In law we trust? Law? In checks and balances we trust. We have law in checks and balances. What's that?
I'm Christian, so God is on the thing.
Yeah.
God is good with you. In nature,
In nature we trust. Nature, law, checks and balances. In Jesus we trust. It's, religion's a powerful force. It really is. But I would say all these words that you're saying are true. They still hold. God still holds. And democratically speaking, all these words are closer to the truth. If we could put all of those words in that little box, in checks and balances, God, all those different words that you listed, that could work out. Justice we trust. It's almost a poem. Thinking of all the different things we trust, it could almost be a poem. Ralph Waldo Emerson saw the poet as able to define a nation's soul. In 1844, he wrote, "The poet is the sayer, the namer, the true and only doctor, a beholder of ideas and an utterer of the necessary." So the poet writes what must be spoken. Many poets have used their verses to explore the meaning of this country. One who stands at the forefront must be Walt Whitman. In 1855, he actually wrote that he is waiting for us to catch up with him. If Whitman were to rewrite this motto in an attempt to capture what this country is all about, I imagine him writing something like this. And we've heard this word many times today. In love, we trust. And the next one. Over the carnage rose prophetic a voice. Be not disheartened. Affection shall solve the problems of freedom yet. Those who love each other shall become invincible. One from Massachusetts shall be a Missourian's comrade. From Maine and from hot Carolina and another an Oregonese shall be friends triune, more precious to each other than all the riches of the earth. To Michigan, Florida perfume shall tenderly come, not the perfumes of flowers, but sweeter and wafted beyond death. It shall be customary in the houses and streets to see affection. The most dauntless and rude shall touch face to face lightly. The dependence of liberty shall be lovers. The continuance of equality shall be comrades. These shall tie you and band you stronger than hoops of iron. I, ecstatic, oh, partners, oh, lands, with the love of lovers tie you. Were you looking to be held together by lawyers? Or by an agreement on a paper? Or by arms? Nay, for the world nor any living thing will so cohere. Affection shall solve every one of the problems of freedom. Those who love each other shall be the invincible. They shall finally make America completely victorious in my name. Now, Whitman didn't lack in audacity. He challenged the country to know itself. Is it possible for a country to know itself? Can it figuratively look at its reflection in a mirror? It has been said that a country expresses itself through its art, through its culture. That's well and good, but in a multicultural, multilingual plurality of one, who decides on what that expression even is? Looking at all of the diverse ways our citizens artistically express themselves is like walking into a hall of mirrors. Millions of mirrors. Each mirror reflects an individual expression of experience. Is it possible to pick just one mirror that shows the true essence of this country? The answer has to be no. The glory of a democracy, of a true democracy, is that its power is derived from all those expressions. Standing amongst those millions of facets, the individual is both reflected and absorbed into the overall expression of e pluribus unum. Out of the many, one. The differences between us are exactly what make culture expand. And we live in a time right now in which I feel like this country doesn't know itself. Hell, has this country ever known itself? It seems to me for a great many of our fellow citizens, especially white citizens, there isn't actually a fear to truly look in the mirror and face the truth. Whatever the case, this National Hall of Mirrors feels shattered. Or maybe it's me. Has the lens in which I view this country been fractured? Maybe I'm not alone in this. Maybe the multifaceted Hall of Mirrors is intact and we as a nation just can't see it right now. That gives me some hope. Maybe we, the people, can repair our collective lens. Maybe we, the people, can even improve the way we see this country. Then comes the daunting question of how. The United States themselves are essentially the greatest poem. That is Walt Whitman in his preface to Leaves of Grass, 1855. Can poetry be a restorative that repairs this fractured lens? Can poetry teach us what the true essence of democracy is? Can a long dead poet lead us through the current wilderness of now to an answer of what makes this country worth preserving? If we allow Walt to speak to us, I can call him Walt, I feel like I know him, we discover that democracy starts with me and expands out to the all-encompassing we. One self I sing, a simple, separate person, yet utter the word democratic, the word en masse. A physiology from top to toe I sing, not physiognomy alone, nor brain alone is worthy for the muse. I say the form complete is worthier far. The female equally with the male I sing, of life immense in passion, pulse, and power, cheerful for the freest action formed under the laws divine, the modern human I sing. I, me, you, he, she, they, myself, yourself, ourselves. Pronouns were introduced to me back in grade school as stand-ins for nouns, as proxies for actual words or phrases that have already been mentioned in the sentence or don't need to be named specifically. Their main function seemed to be that of moving a sentence along. Just a little word, no need to think about it, just keep going, hurry up, get to the end of your thought. But pronouns have taken on a greater significance these days. They now are used to address the very issue of identity. that fundamental question of who am I? Such seemingly small words now pack so much meaning into their monosyllabic forms. He, she, they. However, there is a pronoun that has always packed a punch. It is the pronoun that was heard round the world, a small word that shook the very throne of a king, a single word that continues to terrify those in power. And that would be we. It's the very meaning of democracy. One tiny word, a pronoun no less, says it all. It's so significant that it is the first word in our most important document. We, the people. Of course, history has shown us that the framers of the Constitution had a very limited idea of who was included in that all-inclusive we. It was only them, white, land-owning, many slave-owning, cisgendered men. It was an exclusive, racist, misogynist club. The awful and bloody carnage of this country's history is so wrapped up in this concept of we. Who is included in that small yet mighty word? Well, let's go to the source of it all, the preamble to the Constitution. We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice and ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America. There's nothing that limits the parameters of we in what is basically this country's mission statement. There are those who claim to be constitutional originalists, those in the Federalist Society, for example, who believe that the meaning of the Constitution is frozen in amber. This is a belief that is completely at odds with the progression of time and the progression of democracy. There has always been an innate struggle in this country's history between the we the people of the framers and we the people of the now. Boiled down, this fight could be labeled exclusion versus inclusion. But returning to the direct evidence before us, the Constitution begins with the most inclusive of words, we the people. It doesn't start with some of us. It could be said that so many of the struggles in this country's history are battles of who is included in this progressive, ever-widening circle of we. Pronouns matter. The power of these little words, me, you, she, he, they, us, we, once again show us how the culture is always ahead of the politics. The arts are the vanguard of the now. The circle of we will continue to widen. That is the ever forward moving arc of democracy. It has to be. Those who are in the way, or those who are only interested in the tightly drawn circle of me first, will continue to languish in the exclusive wilderness of hate. The genius of the United States is not best or most in its executives or legislatures, nor in its ambassadors or authors or colleges or churches or parlors, not even in its newspapers or inventors, but always in the common people. Their manners, speech, dress, friendships, candor, their curiosity and welcome of novelty, their wonderful sympathy, their delight in music, the terrible significance of their elections, the president's taking off his hat to them, not they to him. These two are unrhymed poetry. Poets are the voice and exposition of liberty. The attitude of great poets is to cheer up slaves and horrify despots. Come nigh them a while, and you shall learn the faithful American lesson. What is the American lesson? The faithful American lesson. It has been learned before. Have we forgotten it? Have we failed to recognize that the acid that corrodes democracy is hate? Whitman knew this. He published Leaves of Grass in 1855, 6 years before the Civil War. Following Emerson's lead, Walt believed the country needed a poet as doctor to unite and heal the fractures that were threatening to dissolve the Union. A country that he loved with his body and soul. He believed, this is crazy, he believed that Leaves of Grass was the cure. And just maybe it could actually prevent the nature from tearing itself apart. The audacity of that. Whitman was unable to prevent a war, but what he did accomplish through his poetry has endured as a reminder of the power and the sanctity of democracy. I speak the password primeval. I give the sign of democracy. By God, I will accept nothing which all cannot have their counterpart of on the same terms. Whitman's lesson to America is foundational. The necessities for democracy to work are affection, compassion, and a deeply held conviction that any person deserves the dignity of being seen as an equal by any other person. All these critical components are being sorely tested in our nation today. Whitman's song to America is both a reminder and a restorative of the democratic ideal, a reminder of what it means to operate within a republic in which every person is equal and valued as a fellow human being, and a restorative by reaffirming that we all share the same biology and that our souls are fused together through the bonds of affection, caring, and love. During the Civil War, Whitman was a nurse, working in both the field of battle and in hospitals. He came face to face with both the destruction that civil discord caused upon the body politic and with the deadly violence acted upon the human body itself. For Whitman, both democracy and the human body were sacred vessels of light and love. To witness the havoc wreaked upon both strengthened his resolve to get the message out. Democracy dies when its participants hate. With healing bandages and the restorative balm of poetic beauty, Whitman reminds us that American democracy is only as strong as the bonds of affection that unite us in empathy and love. For you, O democracy, come, I will make the continent indissoluble. I will make the most splendid race the sun ever shone upon. I will make divine magnetic lands with the love of comrades, with the lifelong love of comrades. I will plant companionship thick as trees along all the rivers of America and along the shores of the Great Lakes and all over the prairies. I will make inseparable cities with their arms about each other's necks. By the love of comrades, by the manly love of comrades. For you, these from me, O democracy, to serve you, ma femme. For you, I am trilling these songs. Whitman sings his songs for America to recognize its truest self. His favorite metaphor in grappling with the complexity of this massive nation of strangers was his own body. Whitman opens Leaves of Grass with the song of myself, where he poetically puts his own body on the line as a guide into America's soul. He also lays his body upon a simple field of grass as the lover of us all. His body fuses with our bodies, his soul with our souls, to remind us that we, the people, are all in this democracy together, like blades of grass. So here is Song of Myself. I celebrate myself and sing myself. And what I assume, you shall assume, for every atom belonging to me as good belongs to you. I loaf and invite my soul. I lean and loaf at my ease, observing a spear of summer grass. Have you reckoned 1,000 acres much? Have you reckoned the earth much? Have you practiced so long to learn to read? Have you felt so proud to get at the meaning of poems? Stop this day and night with me, and you shall possess the origin of all poems. You shall possess the good of the earth and sun. There are millions of suns left. You shall no longer take things at second or third hand, nor look through the eyes of the dead, nor feed on the specters and books. You shall not look through my eyes either, nor take things from me. You shall listen to all sides and filter them from yourself. Loaf with me. Stand by. Walt wrote on paper, not on an iPad. Loaf with me on the grass. Loose the stop from your throat. Not words, nor not music or rhyme I want, not custom or lecture, not even the best, only the lull I like, the hum of your valved voice. A child said, "What is the grass?" Fetching it me with full hands. How could I answer the child? I do not know what it is any more than he. I guess it must be the flag of my disposition, out of hopeful green stuff woven. Or I guess the grass is itself a child, the produced babe of the vegetation. Or I guess it is a uniform hieroglyphic, and it means sprouting alike in broad zones and narrow zones, growing among black folks as among white, Canuck, Tuckahoe, Congressman, Cuff. I give them the same. I receive them the same. And now it seems to me the beautiful uncut hair of graves. Tenderly will I use you, curling grass. It may be you transpire from the breasts of young men. It may be if I had known them, I would have loved them. It may be you are from old people or from offspring taken soon out of their mother's laps. Or here you are, the mother's laps. I wish I could translate the hints about the dead young men and women, and the hints about old men and mothers, and the offspring taking soon out of their laps. What do you think has become of the young and old men? And what do you think has become of the women and children? They are alive and well somewhere. The smallest sprout shows there is really no death. And if ever there was, it led forward life and does not wait at the end to arrest it and cease the moment life appeared. All goes onward and onward. Nothing collapses, and to die is different from what anyone supposed, and luckier. Has anyone supposed it lucky to be born? I hasten to inform him or her it is just as lucky to die, and I know it. I pass death with the dying and birth with the new-washed babe, and am not contained between my hat and boots, and peruse manifold objects, no two alike, and every one good, the earth good, the stars good, and their adjuncts, all good. I am not an earth nor an adjunct of an earth. I am the mate and companion of people, all just as immortal and fathomless as myself. They do not know how immortal, but I know. The runaway slave came to my house and stopped outside. I heard his motions crackling the twigs of the woodpile. Through the swung half door of the kitchen, I saw him, limpsy and weak, and went where he sat on a log and led him in and assured him. I brought water and filled a tub for his sweated body and bruised feet, and gave him a room that entered from my own, and gave him some clean clothes. And remember perfectly well his revolving eyes and his awkwardness. And remember putting plasters on the galls of his neck and his ankles. He stayed with me a week before he was recuperated and passed north. I had him sit next to me at the table. My firelock leaned in the corner. All I mark as my own, you shall offset it with your own, else it were time lost listening to me. In all people I see myself, none more and not one a barleycorn less, and the good or bad I say of myself, I say of them. I am the poet of the body. I am the poet of the soul. The pleasures of heaven are with me, and the pains of hell are with me. The first I graft and increase upon myself, the latter I translate into a new tongue. I am the poet of the woman, the same as the man, and I say it is great to be a woman as to be a man, and I say there is nothing greater than the mother of men. Walt Whitman, a cosmos of Manhattan, the sun, turbulent, fleshy, sensual, eating, drinking, and breeding. No sentimentalist, no stander above men and women or apart from them, no more modest than immodest. Unscrew the locks from the doors. Unscrew the doors themselves from their jambs. Whoever degrades another degrades me. And whatever is done or said returns at last to me. Through me, the afflatus surging and surging. Through me, the current and the index. I speak the word primeval. I give the sign of democracy. By God, I will accept nothing which all cannot have their counterpart on the same terms. Through me, many long, dumb voices, voices of the interminable generations of prisoners and slaves, voices of the diseased and despairing, and of the rights of them and others are down upon, of the deformed, trivial, flat, foolish, despised, fog in the air, beetles rolling balls of dung. I do not press my fingers across my mouth. I tramp a perpetual journey. Come, listen, all. My signs are a rainproof coat, good shoes, and a staff cut from the woods. No friend of mine takes his ease in my chair. I have no chair, no church, no philosophy. I lead no man to a dinner table, library exchange, but each man and each woman of you I lead upon a knoll. My left hand hooking you round the waist, my right hand pointing to the landscapes of continents and the public road. Not I, not anyone else can travel that road for you. You must travel it for yourself. It is not far. It is within reach. Perhaps you've been on it since you were born and did not know. Perhaps it is everywhere on water and on land. Shoulder your duds, and I will mine, and let us hasten forth. If you tire, give me both burdens, and rest the chuff of your hand on my hip, and in due time you shall repay the same service to me. For after we start, we never lie by again. You are also asking me questions, and I hear you. I answer that I cannot answer. You must find out for yourself. Sit a while, dear one. Here are biscuits to eat. Here's milk to drink. But as soon as you sleep and renew yourself in sweet clothes, I kiss you with a goodbye kiss and open the gate for your egress hence. Long enough have you dreamed contemptible dreams. Now I wash the gum from your eyes. You must habit yourself to the dazzle of the light in every moment of your life. Long have you timidly waited, holding a plank by the shore. Now I will you to be a bold swimmer, to jump off in the midst of the sea, rise again, nod to me, shout, and laughingly dash with your hair. Listener up there, what have you to confide to me? Look in my face. Talk honestly. No one else hears you, and I stay only a minute longer. Do I contradict myself? Very well then, I contradict myself. I am large. I contain multitudes. I concentrate toward them that are nigh. I wait on the door slab. Who wishes to walk with me? Will you speak before I am gone? Will you prove already too late? The spotted hawk swoops by and accuses me, complains of my gab and my loitering. I too am not a bit tamed. I too am untranslatable. I sound my barbaric yawp over the roofs of the world. The last scud of day holds back for me. It flings my lightness after the rest and true of any of the shadow's wilds. It coaxes me to the vapor and the dusk. I depart as air. I shake my white locks at the runaway sun. I effuse my flesh in eddies and drift it in lacy jags. I bequeath myself to the dirt to grow from the grass I love. If you want me again, look for me under your boot soles. You will hardly know who I am or what I mean, but I shall be good health to you nevertheless, and filter and fiber your blood. Failing to fetch me, at first, keep encouraged. Missing me one place, search another. I stop somewhere, waiting for you. Walt is waiting for us. Let's catch up to him. Thanks.
Thank you, Dave. That was inspiring at such a late night hour. We need something to wake us up. So, okay, on we go. Fearless audience in the land of the live stream, and fearless audience in the land of the Seattle Machinist Hall. It's great to have you all here at this late hour. So in Pacific time, it is 5 after 11. On Eastern time, it is 5 after 2. So we are not stopping for anyone. We have more special guests to join. Let me just get my list here. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Get ready for a treat. I've got, if my iPad would behave, I will tell you all about it. Okay. Sorry, guys. Okay, here we go. So, our next very special guests are Yuri and Natasha, and you each have your own names, right? Your last names are your own. Vasiliev is for both, but aren't you Vasilyeva? Vasiliev. Yes. I mean, it's not just Russian. There are many cultures where the names are not just all the same, like for the whole family. So that was familiar to me. So I'm sorry, my iPad just turned off. So I wanted to introduce them in style, the style that they deserve. Okay, so they are both project managers in IT. They are both immigrants and a husband and wife team. Artist Yuri Vasilyev and Natalia Vasilyeva join us to reflect on their years in Russia and why the atmosphere in the United States today feels hauntingly familiar. Please put your hands together, friends, ladies and gentlemen, far and wide, for Yuri and Natasha. Here we go.
What about the line, guys?
Yeah, we can do the, oh, I'll do the lights. You can just take to your place and I'll.
Well,
do the lights.
hello, my dear friends who
Yeah,
survived.
you'll want to come right up on that.
Yep, I will just hollow
Perfect.
here. This is me and my wife, Natasha, or Natalia. Russians are weird, so it's all the same name, just shorter and longer version of it. Which one do you like, Natasha or Natalia?
You call me Natasha.
I call her Natasha, so it will be Natasha. We are, as Rachel introduced us, immigrants. I know why it's so dramatic, but we are. And we are here legally. And we got here by, I won a green card, which is extremely unlikely for majority of people. I won a 3% chance from a fourth try. Diversity visa. And for us, journey to be here was, I want to say, without like burdens, because it was COVID and all of the stuff, travel ban from Europe, and we were living in Lithuania back in the days. And it was some luck involved, yes. And we got here with a thought, well, we escaped Russia. Ooh-wee. Hey, nice, right? We moved to Lithuania, which was not bad, to be fair. 6 years there, solid years. I like it. Eastern Europe, learned a lot. And then US, yay! I mean, I was not much politically involved into anything back in the days. 2021, we moved here. And Natasha was at least knowing something about first Trump, presidency. And I was like, well, the guy is not good, but yeah, he's not here anymore, right? And when one day in February, I saw the news on a gaming website, which I visit every day, Russian gaming website, when I usually check what's up with the new releases of video games and cool stuff, because I'm a nerd. That's normal. That's why I moved here. A lot of nerds here too. And by the way, I moved to Seattle because I played video games, and it was based in Seattle. And I also watched Twin Peaks when I was a kid, and I liked the mountains and forests and lakes and rivers. But anyway, I was reading the news. I was like, what I have just read? Russia invaded what? Ukraine? Excuse me. I was the guy in Lithuania in 2020, speaking to guys from Texas who were immigrants from US in Lithuania, speaking to them like, no way it's gonna happen, war in Ukraine, no way. And they said, why you can be so sure? I was like, this is ridiculous. Like, this is against common sense. And I was, to be fair, I don't recall, being me not political, what I've said, but I was 100% sure it's not going to happen. I gave them
more like examples. I was drunk. It was heated discussion. Normal stuff in Lithuania, nothing to worry about. Anyway, so yeah, and to my embarrassment, I just realized this is happening. Natasha's like, no way this is happening. It's just like, I don't know what it is. But it's like special operation. We will just stop it. And when I saw that Russian VDV, which is basically the elite division, airborne units, then they ended up invading Kiev and taking over, trying an attempt to take over Gostomel, which is basically SeaTac of Kiev. My heart dropped. I realized this is unprecedented in modern time. It is happening, and why it's important to our people, I guess, this is first time in a long time when white people started killing white people, because white people were killing our nationalities just like that, and it was not a big deal. But right now, I mean, not big, not for me. It's just like for the world, right? Because atrocities happens every day. But for some reason, I felt like this is gonna be big, and I was right. And I hate to be right, which will be the next part of my stuff. I hate to be right. And Natasha didn't believe me. It took me a while, at least a couple of days, to persuade her this is it. This is serious. War is happening, and it's and yeah. And to my shame, I was the person who was not. when then America or other countries was doing stuff in Middle East, I was not politically involved, which maybe I should have, but I was showing my what do they say? Showing blind. I was not paying attention to the news. But yeah, that's my area of growth. Everything changed now. Yeah. So I started to read news, and I started to be more politically involved into what's happening in Ukraine, what's happening in Russia, what's happening in the US. And I started seeing things which I was not able to see before because I was not paying attention, even being a Russian citizen. And I tried to think how it was back in Russia, which I was not paying attention to. But I mean, we immigrated in 2014 when Crimea crisis happened. And that was, for me, it was a big deal. For Natasha as well, and we decided we have to move out. And for me, I was just like, I don't like what's happening, and I chicken out. I was no way near Navalny or any left wing of Russian resistance, and yeah, I decided to just move. And for me, when Ukraine happened, after some point, the shame of this decision, when I just moved out, I let this thing happen. I knew deep inside nothing will happen to the country if I stay, but what happened to me morally and how my core, my values being shaken by not doing anything, it changed a lot in me. Yeah, and enough of all this stuff. Let's move forward to Natasha. I would like Natasha to tell us how Putin came to power, and yeah, share your thoughts. Tell them everything.
That's an interesting transition.
Yes.
But
Is what it is.
actually, what I wanted to say that, yeah, the start of war in Ukraine was a huge event in our lives. And as Yuri said, I tried to reject reality for a couple of days, trying to persuade myself that it will end within days, as the previous wars that Russia started did end. But it was very hard to reject reality because our psychotherapist of that time was in Kiev, and she stopped her practice and she started to do live streams where people came, like the ones that were bombed this day, with their panic, with their thoughts, with their questions, with their complete derealization. And I was listening to those live streams and I was thinking like, fuck. Yeah. And as Yuri said, like for him, like his life changed a lot after that. I think my life changed as well. And the question that I asked myself, like how this was possible. Why did this happen? Like, how did we allow this to happen? And that's why I started to study some of Russian history that I personally lived through, because I was born in Moscow. I was born in 1991, like a few months before the Soviet Union collapsed. And I lived through this like 10 years of democracy possibility that existed. I lived through 2000s that like felt very free. I lived till like the Crimea annexation, as Yuri said, when we left Russia, because we thought that we can't stay there. But all this time that felt to me that there is a way like towards something good, democracy, etc. And that's why I wanted to say a few words about how it happened. And the first thing, like when you think about dictator, you think that there shall be some seize of power. There shall be coup or like war, like civil war or something. But this dictator was elected by people, and that election was one of the last free election. He really won this election. And the thing was that like our population is one of like very few in Russia that was raised more or less free, because like 1990s, there was a lot of liberalization, there was free media, there was market reforms, like they moved from like government economy, planned economy, to market economy. Like businesses were growing, etc. And I personally, like I remember my childhood, I was less than 10 years old, but there was like a show, political show before I went to bed, where there were Muppets that resembled like politicians, and they were making fun of them. That was allowed. Like never before and never again it was allowed on Russian state television to make fun of the politicians and to say like whatever. There was real freedom of speech in Russia in 90s. But the thing was that people were pissed off by the end of 90s. And why they were pissed off was because they were promised very quick reforms and very quick economic growth. It came, but it came later. It came in 2000s. It usually needs like a couple of years, like for the changes to come. While in 90s, people were still in misery and they were suffering. And I read in Ernest Becker that the worst you can do is exaggerate. Because any idea can be killed by exaggeration. And probably like the liberals of 90s did exaggerate the speed of change and did exaggerate like how like ordinary people will feel all this like economic factors and stuff. And you know, like when Biden was in the end of his term, I saw the same here. Like inflation was tempered, like a lot of like market metrics was showing like that we are coming out of COVID, and it was much faster than in Europe, but people did not feel it. People were talking that like their gas, their groceries are more expensive than they were in like 2019, and that's what mattered to people. So, and the same happened in Russia in the end of 90s. There were reforms, there were promises, but people did not feel them yet. And another thing was that there was war in Chechnya. People were afraid there were like active warfare, and it was never ending. People wanted peace. People wanted security. And that and also like the president of Russia of that time, Yeltsin, he was a democracy warrior like throughout 80s, beginning of 90s, but end of 90s, he was an old man. He had drinking problems. And it also like what people told about Biden, about like his very strong political career, but him being an old man and like dementia and stuff. It did resemble a lot what Russians said in the end of 90s, like Yeltsin is sick, he need to step down. And so like in 1999, he started to prepare like people who can potentially become the new president. And Putin became a prime minister in August 1999, and his rating was 30%. Nobody knew him. He was a former KGB. People wanted security, so they wanted to promote him, but people did not know him, and like nobody liked him. But then there was one event that made his rating from 30 to 80%. One event, like within 3 months, there were bombings in Moscow. There were 2 residential buildings that were bombed.
Terrorist attacks.
Terrorist attacks, yes. And supposedly there were terrorists from Chechnya, where like Russia had war. And Putin came as a prime minister and he said, I am former KGB, I will protect you, I will stop this war. And his rating went up significantly. And I remember those bombings, like I was 8, 9 years old. My elder cousin, who was a teenager back then, came to my house, like we were celebrating some birthday, and he told the story how his classmates' parents were killed there. Their family lived in that house. She was on some party. She was not at home. Her parents were at home, and she became like an orphan in a day. And I was scared as well. Like I thought, oh my God, we need somebody to protect us. He came, he was elected as president. He came, he stopped the active warfare. Do you think terrorist attack ended? Do you think war ended? No, there were terrorist attacks 2003, 2004, 2007. There were a lot of them. The latest one was 2024. They are still going on. Like there is no active warfare in Chechnya, but there is conflict all the time. And then this part of Russia is ruled by Kadyrov, and it's like a criminal regime where there is no human rights. And basically agreement Putin with Kadyrov was that there will be no active warfare, and in exchange, they can do whatever they want in this part of land.
I see. Sorry.
So yeah, what I wanted to say that dictator can come in the true election, and they will offer you to trade freedom for security. But when you trade freedom for security, you get neither.
Yeah. Sorry. Well, I heard today during the event that we don't know what is coming. Well, not like I know, but I see something resembling what is coming. And we don't have to watch World War II and the Third Reich documentary to know that. Of course, here in US, we don't know exactly what's coming, but there is a playbooks enough during the history of humanity when we know potentially what is going to happen. And I don't believe this administration and Trump in particular read different books what I am, saw different news what I saw, and inventing stuff which is brand new. It's all recycled and utilized. And yeah, I watched one documentary on Netflix, How to Become a Tyrant, and it was such an easy, guidebook. And I was like, maybe I should do it myself. It was a joke. I don't want to do it. But like, I was thinking maybe Putin and Trump just read the same stuff and just watched this thing at some point in their life, something similar. It was like, sounds good. It's not that hard, right? It's not like a building rocket. And yeah, and what I'm trying to say is, Russia is right here. It's on the news. Trump he really likes Putin, and for a reason, because he really wants to have things he has, all the nice stuff tyrants have, and he's going there and to know what's coming. Maybe it's the right time to check what happened in Russia. Watch a couple of documentaries. For example, one of them is Navalny, about Navalny, and this is pretty solid sneak peek. What he was dealing with and how he ended up. And yeah, I mean, for him, when I heard that he came back to Russia, I didn't have a lot of respect to the person, to be fair. I mean, I'm honest with you guys. I thought he's crazy. He just killed himself. But now, in 2025, I admire the guy. And I think he is extremely powerful individual to look at least at the last part of his life, because I know there's a lot of controversy about Crimea, what he said early in his career. But if you look just as his last move, as the ultimate power move, how you can sacrifice for an idea, that's respect. At least it deserves some respect, which I, to be fair, didn't give him back in the days. To my shame. That's a lot of shame today, right? The second time I said it. Well, it's life. You cannot escape from it, And yeah. And speaking of next section of our piece is Natasha is gonna tell you how we could have voted Putin out of the office, but they didn't. And I'll start before that with two things. First thing, another shameful story, guys. This third time, when I was in dormitory in National Atomic University, Moscow Physical Engineering Institute of that's a lot of stuff. Basically, where the Russian nuclear reactors, nuclear bombs were developed, partially. Me, both, Natasha, were there. Basically, we were taught how to sell weapon, be part of the Foreign Affairs Office, intelligence office, spies, and all the nasty stuff. But I didn't know that before. When I was a student the first year, I was like, "Oh, it's cool. I'm gonna do some sick stuff." And by the end of the second grade, I was like, "What the hell am I doing here?" But it was kind of too late. And also, my parents was like, "Well, we're paying money for you. You better finish it." I don't want to, but I know when you're gonna switch, it's a bad idea. Don't do it. And in Russia, it was kind of embarrassing to switch for majority of people. It is what it is. Reality of living in patriarchal society, I guess. And all this chauvinistic, misogynistic, and other stuff. Anyway, so I was in a dormitory in this university, and one day I was playing video games in my room, and people start saying, "Well, you have to go out. There is something happening, and you have to be there." There's the superintendent, or whatever, like the main woman in the dormitory who is taking care of all us poor uneducated students. And there was a guy from local administration in Moscow, from the districts we were living in. He said, "You guys are going to interfere in elections today." and you will probably get paid around $30 for this. And you cannot say no because you will have consequences. I was like, what? I mean, technically, you can say no, but of course, you say you will have consequences. Nobody asks what consequences, right? Which consequences? You got it. And if what's going to happen to us? So we decided, yeah, well, $30 is $30, I guess. And luckily enough for me, my squad of, I would say 30 people, 30 students, who has to go to some parts of Moscow and drop, do fake ballots and drop them into the bin. I didn't. I was promised $30. I have $0 and I didn't drop. So my consciousness is clear. But I knew people who done that, because we're not just us, and they cannot say no because they were scared. There'll be consequences. And that was the reality. 2008, right? 2008. Then the Putin was coming back to office, or no? It was Medvedev, right? It was his pal Medvedev who has to be elected as a president. And yeah, Natasha, can you share us? What the fuck, Natasha? Please tell us what happened, why, and when.
Yeah, when Trump was elected, I heard from many people that, okay, it's all right. Yeah, probably we made a mistake. I usually don't talk to people who think that we did not make a mistake. But those people were saying okay, yeah, but this country always elects presidents. So there are just 4 years. We need to wait them out and then vote him out of the office. And I'm not that sure, actually, because when Putin came to power, it was 2000s. What Yuri was saying, it was 2008, the end of Putin's term. And I remember, the second Putin's term. And I remember myself at those years, I was transferring from a kid to a teenager. And I remember that those years felt very free to us. It felt as if we are still in democracy. And in Russia, people were saying that, yeah, we still have democracy. We have this president. We will vote during the next election, etc. And remember, I told you about those reforms of 90s. They played out during Putin's term. So everybody was starting to live better, affording foreign trips, enjoying their lives. Also oil, Russia is oil dependent country. Oil was expensive. So yeah, people were just living their best lives and thinking that, yeah, everything is good. Nobody cared. But when Ukraine war started, I started to see the timeline of what happened and when. I was terrified. First month after Putin became a president, one of his first moves were to assert control and take out the liberty of municipalities to make their own decisions, because Russia is a federal state, and he assigned 7 regions that included multiple states, and they were ruled by his appointees. It was done within first month of his. Then he eliminated judicial authority, freedom as well in 2000s. And know what? Here it was done already in the first term of Trump. So the Supreme Court is not independent anymore. Then the same year he restructured FSB, because he was from FSB, and he made them
FBI.
Yeah, it's the same as FBI here, and they became personally allegiant to Putin. They were not independent anymore. Remember I told you that in 90s state media was very independent. They were showing whatever they wanted on state federal channels. the last federal channel was eliminated by raids from tax authority that was backed by FSB in 2001. Took him 1 year to eliminate all state media. They tried to make other state channels, like people who left that independent state media, they tried to make other channels for 2 more years. 2003, no independent TV at all. And then in 2003, Putin's party, United Russia, won the majority in State Duma, in parliament. So like he took all 3 branches, executive, judicial, and legislative, within 3 years. And then in 2004, he was reelected. Potentially it was true election because people enjoyed economic stability, prosperity. But the power was consolidated already in the first term. And then in 2004, when his second term just started, there was a siege of school in Beslan. 300 kids were killed by terrorists. And Putin used it as a good excuse to stop all the elections of state governors. So governors became appointed. We still have our independence of states here. That's great, but it may be eliminated. And then he started to go out after NGOs, after they had to register as foreign agents if they were getting any donations from abroad or any grants. It stopped work of a lot of independent organization, regardless if they were political or not. It's the same as.
No, you keep going.
No, yeah, it's the same as it happens here with medical grants, with research grants, etc. And then 2008, what Yuri was telling us, how he was offered money for reaching their election. I was so idealistic back then. I was standing as an observer at the same election, and in my particular building where I was observing election, everything was so fine. It was an ideal building. And I thought, okay, we are still in a democratic country. And then it was the second Putin's term. He went away. There was a new president who was kind of Putin's appointee, but he was so cool, man. He had an iPhone because Putin does not use technology. Everybody was laughing at that. And I was thinking, okay, I observed the election. It was true election. But you know what? In some places, election will be free and good. In other places, it would not be. And most likely, the places that will decide the election will be the ones that will be targeted. Not the ones here, in Seattle. They don't care. They know that it will be blue here. They will target the places where it will be important. And Russia did the same.
Yay, isn't it great? Yep. And oppression, right? Police state. I know it's a hard topic for Seattle and for US in particular. I'm sorry, for US and Seattle in particular. I want to talk tiny little bit about Seattle Police Department. Today here was a gorgeous, beautiful man, Andrew. And in the morning, today, at 11 or something, or maybe 12, presenting a very powerful speech. What's happening to LGBTQ, people of color, queer community, on Cal Anderson, and a lot of other places, and how he personally, they personally, excuse me, still learning, damn Russians, they personally being affected, their life being affected every day by the dumb shit that Seattle Police Department is doing. And I understand. I'm a privileged man. I'm white, you know. I'm a man, and I'm not. I'm. She's my wife, and I can approve. But I, at least on public, I not gay, right? And to them, I swear to me, mama. To them, this is really fight right now for survival, and for these guys right there. And I want to show you 3 videos. It's the same stuff, but I want to show you what is police state looking right now. I mean, what is the police state? It's 2022 when the war began. I will translate whatever so you can understand what's happening. It's like 3 minutes overall. What I want to tell is, this is a hot take, but I think as a white privileged man, still an immigrant, but still, we are not living in police state as Russia right now. This is not a good thing. It's not a bad thing. It's just my observation as an immigrant. And I want to show people the privileged part of US, like us, like me and Natasha, for example. We should be kind of double agents when we're talking about police, because we should utilize them as much as we can as a tool to make communities safe. We have to be cautious, of course, and we have to be cautious to don't think about them as our friends, but we have to not allies, but tools at least, because these fuckers are not tools. They are oppressors working against you, and yeah. As much as we can, until we can use police, we should use them, because then they are like that. This is it. We cannot do anything, unfortunately. And as well as these poor people on free protests. I mean, detaining, the brutality, how police department was detaining trans people and like activists on Cal Anderson is not even close to how these people being detained, but they already lived through this stage. Then they got, face to the floor, dragged, and all the tear gas shit. This is what happened after you got dragged. This is the reality of living in police state. Run this guy. I know worse. I mean, it's still Russian. People don't understand, but anyway. Yeah, the guy is standing here, as you can see, with empty piece of paper. There's nothing there. He just holding it in front of him. He is being asked to show his passport ID. It's this gigantic piece of paper. It's a passport. Instead of having like normal ID, they have internal passport and international passport for travelers. They're checking his identity. That's a lot of them for one person who is holding an empty piece of paper. Nothing here. But it's when the war started. It's 1 month after the war started. Special military operation. They're asking him what he's doing here. Why he's holding an empty piece of paper. He's just saying, I just feel like it. And they start saying, the law. But you cannot do it anymore. You cannot stand empty list of paper. That's a public event, he's saying. You cannot perform public events without the council, city council agreement.
действий вы будете подвергнуты административному наказанию. Предусмотренному статьей
And they're just reading
20.6.
the
Требую немедленно
law,
прекратить ваши противоправные
order
действия.
of the governor appointed by Putin. He
Повторяю,
was
требую
flabbergasted.
прекратить
He's
ваши
flabbergasted. Like,
противоправные
why? I am
действия.
holding just the empty piece of paper. And, this is it. Bye bye.
Все, забрали.
He got detained.
Такие действия полиции,
And,
если человек выходит даже с пустой чистой бумажкой.
He's
Чистым
saying that's
листом.
the actions of the
Без
police.
всяких
when you have
лозунгов.
an empty piece of paper. So, I have a friend in West Seattle who is an assailant, who didn't have an empty list of paper, but who was holding anti war sign in the, not in this town, in a different one. I will show you another, like, next action after his action. He was the only one guy, single guy from the whole town on 20 something of November of the February 2022, when the war just started, who was anti-war, right? He has kid, small girl, and wife, and he got detained, and they said, once again, 5 years in jail. That's it. He was just holding the small sign, right? Alone. Not sanctioned, just standing there. Like this guy. But this guy is holding empty piece of paper. Can we go back to the previous slide? Right here. This is the same town. Siri activated. Suspicious, I don't know. Anyway, so this is the same town when my friend from West Seattle, assailant, political assailant, Russian, was performing the action of protesting the war. This is like maybe 2 weeks after, 1 week after. Can you please run the video? This is scary as hell. So this is woman. She is saying, do you know what happened in Ukraine, right? And this is just a bicycle. Guys show up, police, and they start taking the evidence of disobedience. Someone called on her. Said, couple of people, you know, they gathered against the war. Couple of people, and someone called the police.
Что нас ограничивает?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them.
С какой целью? С какой целью? Цель какая у вас? Какие данные? Подождите, основания.
And they're detaining this 1, 2, 3.
Зарубина задерживает Константина.
That's a young man. First to come. The second one.
Платона тоже
He's
задерживает.
flabbergasted. Why? He's scared. Because all he wanted to do today just say no to war. And the war, and it's not even war, it's just a military operation. This is the woman in the beginning of the video. Bye-bye. Because we don't give a single fuck. They get paid. This is the end of democracy. That's how it looks like. And you have 4 people. That's it. Thank you. So we have 4 people gathering. Someone called the citizen, police, and they have to, do something about it. And they did. And the last one, but not the least. Next one. There's a girl holding a piece of paper when it's written 2 words. Literally 2 words. One first word is 2 and second word is words. 2 words. But in Russian, of course. 2 words on a piece of paper. It means no to war. But in Russian, it's нет войне, it means 2 words. And everybody knows 2 words. 2 words mean, but technically it's just 2 words. However, that is what it is. So yes, she is saying, I'm just standing here holding a piece of paper when it's written 2 words. 2 words. 2 слова in Russian. 2 words, literally.
Хотела спросить, как вы думаете, если...
She's asking, well, am I going to be detained for holding this piece of paper?
Меня за это сейчас арестуют или нет?
Вас уже задерживают.
And she is like, Can you tell me what you think to the reporter? Am I going to be detained? He said, "Oh, you got
С ума сойти.
detained
С
right
ума
now."
сойти.
Yeah, this is how
Вы
it
это
is.
видели, нет?
Red Square.
Вы снимаете
Entrance
только
Red Square.
оппозиционеров, да?
Всех снимаем, всех снимаем.
Снимаете?
And this woman is
Ну,
that's
а
what I'm
вот у
showing
кого
you.
есть
This
другое
woman, she
мнение,
said,
вы тоже
"Oh,
их
you are
снимаете?
Конечно, всех
everybody
снимаем.
or like only
Ну, а
protesters
те,
against
кто,
the war?"
например, не выходит на
Saying,
митинги,
well,
и кто
I
считает,
like
что
war.
военная
Yeah,
операция,
we should
которая развернула
please Ukrainians. You know,
наша
I'm
страна,
supporting.
вы таких снимаете?
Да? Мы
Do
все
you wanna
мнения показываем.
do you wanna hear me out?
Ну, вот я
Yeah,
тоже
yeah, we
хочу
are
сказать.
taking any abuse.
Скажите.
Blah blah blah. Just like start
Меня
talking about
устраивает
other
то, что
position about supporting the war.
Это
Here we go.
шок-контент.
Doesn't matter if you support war or you don't. They don't give a shit. They will detain you anyway because your exercise. There is no freedom of speech in Russia. In Russia, because they don't care. They. It's like ICE. That's profiling. That's this. We have skin color profiling. This is dissident profiling because we are past in Russia. They are past that. That's already established stuff. When Kel Anderson, then they got tear gassed this poor girl, and it was horrifying to watch for me. Right? How brutal Seattle Police Department could be. This is past that. There's nobody to that extent who can govern like in Kel Anderson, to protest. This is it. This is the fall of democracy. This is it. There's nobody to get dragged. Because last time I didn't have this video because I hadn't time to find it, but it was a cool video how one police guy chasing the crowd of 100 protesters, one guy, a single cop, and 100 people running away from him. They could have just potentially, I don't want to tell, but it's in Russia, so I can tell. They could do something, but they didn't. They just ran away being scared. Like sheep from the wolf, who they are, unfortunately. The timing. Well, and the second piece, right after this stuff, I was inspired by Jean Moore, by her poetry and what she shared some stuff. So I going to share my poetry with you guys. Yes, and this is not technically a poem because it's a song which I'm working on right now. It's called American Steel. How you interpret it is up to you. Is it steel or steel? You know what I'm saying. So yes. Hot white steel, a strap for the slammer, so perfectly pliant, then blast with the hammer. Now it's orange. The strikes fall faster, a race against time that ends in disaster. It glows bright red, like ice of a lava. The shape of idea, it's forged, it's over. Ice cold, drown in water. The only commandment, do as ordered! Do as ordered. Do as ordered. Red patterns splash on the wall. Nothing is past. It's all recycled and utilized. Meaning beneath is obscure but obvious. A painting's name has its intended audience. Selling colors for the color-blinded, effortless strokes, but the crowd is delighted. And if someone finds meaning that obvious, the brush strikes red to the applause of the audience. Do as ordered to the applause of the audience. Do as ordered to the applause of the audience. Simple and clean, not tainted by truth, giving them freedom like their blood is blue. Nobody ever got the best and the worst. These are the enemies and their working force. For some it's madness, for some it's life. Look how beautiful you all look tonight. Active directive, sign and order. Don't trust your eyes. Feel and be normal. Do as ordered to the applause of the audience. Feel and be normal to the applause of the audience. Command received. Canvas pastored. American steel is mastered. That's the... Thank you. That's my approach to poetry. I like less words and more obscure but obvious meanings. I hope so. And yeah, this describes how I feel what's happening in US, what's happening in Third Reich, what happened in Russia. And I don't want to be right. I hate being right. Sometimes, there's like this feeling, ooh, I feel right. I told you so. I told you so. This time, when I was telling people in 2023, 2024, that what's going to happen when I was reading Project 2025 and all our stuff, it was like, it's Russia, man. Relax. It's corrupted to the core. We live in the US, checks and balances and stuff. I was like, are you sure, buddy? And I hate being right because I love being right, like most of us, I guess. But in this situation, I hate being right. And well, this shit sucks. And yeah, Natasha, we don't have much of a time unless someone give us maybe like 10 minutes. No, no worries, Churchill. It's fine. We have some stuff to say, and we might be.
Did you want to show the video?
That's exactly what I'm going to do.
Why don't you go straight to the video and then, because I want to show this movie.
Yes, you're right. So, as an artist, which you might already noticed, I am working. I mean, okay, Ukraine war affected me so deeply, and then Trump administration. I'm sorry, Trump and the elections of this president. I said myself, I won't be happy anymore in my life. There's a huge chance I won't be happy ever because of injustice evoked the whole lack of empathy of people in power who doesn't give a shit about anybody but them. This division, the attack on anyone who is weak, but instead of showing some empathy or some love, they're just being hated even more. Their life is miserable, so let's do it even worse. And the Ukraine and all our stuff. And I was thinking about maybe I should release my first album about, psychotherapy, my father and mother relationship, love, maybe about my friends, maybe about something else. I was like, well, as Gene said, after this whole shitstorm happened, nothing I can extract from my mind but the political stuff. So my first album is gonna be called Russian American. My name is my artist name is Helansky. So I want to share with you the video, which is lyric video to my release song called Ratings. About I don't want to tell you what it's about. I think you get it, but just a small guess. It's about Ukraine. Yeah, so let's just do it. Mr. President, Mr. Prime Minister,
Диверсификация.
Всім добрий вечір. Прем'єр-міністр Шмигаль тут, Подоляк тут, президент тут, всі тут, наші військові тут, громадяни суспільства тут, всі ми.
Пасти смерти, потопчені крижані стіни. Ласка, захист наших дітей. Захисти наше небо, захисти наших дітей. Ми спасені, потопчені крижані стіни. Наше небо, наших дітей. Диверсификация. Решение проведения специальной военной операции.
Повітряна тривога. Виключіть світло, плач, вогонь печі. Візьміть засоби індивідуального захисту, документи, запас харчів та води. Уважно слухайте повідомлення про ситуацію, захисту населення та територіальної оборони.
So you don't have to die.
Working on it, it was really hard, and I tried to show the atrocities of war, how hard for Ukrainians to fight, and drone warfare, trench warfare, which is right now the war is changed so much. It's not as it was in the Second World War. It's not as it was in Vietnam. It's just disgusting, and I've seen, I would say around, thousands of people died by drones when I was working on that, to get to the point when I need to deliver the feelings of people living through. And yeah, if the song is dramatic, if the song is gut-wrenching, is on point. I try to, I don't try to sugarcoat anything. It's life. It's bad. Yeah. And welcome for having us here. Thank you very much, Rachel.
Oh my goodness.
And
Thank you.
yeah, and I'm sorry for you to experience this loudness and stuff, but yeah.
That's not, I mean, that's war. I
Yeah.
think you truly captured what the whole thing is about. I mean, it's loud, it's chaotic, it's confusing, it's shocking to look at. I mean, that's what it is.
7 genres of music in one song, just also on purpose to show the variety of difficulties and stuff.
Yes.
Yep.
And the multi facets of it. I mean, each of the 3 parts are different. They have 3 different feels in the song, and I mean that's true too. That
War, life, and everything.
yeah. So
Thank you, guys.
Thanks so much, Yuri and
Thank you.
Natasha, for sharing your time and sharing your story so much. Jerome, is it good to go?
What's the verdict?
Yes.
Yes?
I do, thank you.
Okay, friends. I don't know who has heard and who has not heard. I just got a call about, I don't know, an hour or hour and a half ago from Cory Booker's office. And he's sending a video. He sent a video. So we're going to watch it right now because I cannot wait one more second. So we could turn the lights out. So you'll know who this is.
Hello, everyone. I am so inspired by your will, by your guts, by your grit, by your determination not to let these times be normalized. You all are standing up and doing so in a way that humbles me. I remember when my team and I decided to do the stand for 25 hours, to go for that record and try in some way to be one of the sparks that would help to ignite the larger movement that's standing up for each other, standing up for those that our president seems intent to demean and degrade with his cruelty and his hurtful actions, standing up for our democracy, to understand that truly democracy is not a spectator sport, that we have to stand for it. And so I will tell you this, I found out during those 25 hours that the body does have limits, but the spirit has none, especially thousands and millions of spirits standing and working and igniting and lighting up the world together. Thank you all for doing this. Thank you all for being a part of a larger movement, a movement that is not just fixed in this time, but that stretches back 250 years in our nation. All of those folks who never stopped fighting for our democracy, fighting for justice, standing up for others, and working to make real on the promise of America. You all, in so many ways, restore hope, inspire possibilities, and are making change. I look forward to seeing you as we continue the work.
All righty, Gins. Hey, Jerome, can you also do a double feature? One more. And then our next guest. Okay, lights.
Hey, 34th District Democrats, it's your Governor, Bob Ferguson. And first, thanks to everybody with the 34th for organizing this really wonderful event, Bend It Like Booker. So I appreciate it on many levels. Number two, appreciate the chance to say a few words to participate in this event as well. And look, it's a really challenging time for our country. There's no two ways around that. And I noticed, my son Jack, he's 17 and he's an avid reader. And I'm always curious what he's reading. He reads a lot of history and he reads interesting stuff. He reads actual books, which is nice. And on his nightstand, maybe 2 months ago, I noticed the book he was reading is this one, and it's called How Democracies Die. And it's a book written during Trump's first administration. And the thesis of the book is it looks at democracies, I think, in the 20th century and how they fell apart, how they collapsed. And the thesis is these did not collapse because of some middle of the night military coup that stormed a Capitol. Exactly the opposite, that the way that democracies died in these countries is there was sort of a gradual, slow, steady erosion of civil liberties, attacks on judiciary, the free press, consolidation of power in one individual, that this was a gradual evolution till folks woke up one day and realized, wait a second, we don't really have a functioning democracy anymore. And I suspect all that sounds familiar to you with what's going on in our country. And, the range is significant of that slow, steady creep. But as a recent example, just a few days ago, I received a letter from the United States Attorney General, Pam Bondi, in which she was threatening me and other state officials with prison if we did not change Washington state's law, the Keep Washington Working Act, which forbids local law enforcement from cooperating with ICE. So we don't have local law enforcement, for example, participating in raids of businesses to apprehend folks who aren't documented. We don't participate when masked agents get out of unmarked cars and pick people off the streets without identifying themselves. We don't do that. Those are our values as a state. But Pam Bondi wrote me a letter saying, basically, you changed how you do things in Washington state, or I'm threatening you with jail time. Look, I'm not changing my approach. I'm here to defend Washington state values. So all of us have a role to make sure we protect our democracy, whether you're a governor or whether you're a 17-year-old kid who's reading about how democracies die, or whether you're a member of the 34th District Democrats or anyone else. We all have a role to march in the street, to write letters to the editor, to make sure we take back Congress and support candidates across the country to take back Congress next year. And, we all have agency in what's going on in our country. And I was listening to a podcast not too long ago where it mentioned that political scientists wanted to know what percentage of a population needed to be protesting in the streets nonviolently. That was the criteria. You're in the streets and you're protesting nonviolently to topple a government. And what she determined was 3.5%. Once 3.5% of a population is out there on the streets protesting peacefully, that's the tipping point to topple a government that's authoritarian. And look, that for us should be encouraging. Hey, we all have agency in this. We can all take to the streets. We can all protest nonviolently. We can all support candidates who are going to help us take back Congress. And that's what I know you're all doing. So I so appreciate the chance to have this conversation with all of you. Appreciate all you're doing to help out our democracy in a really challenging time. And just look forward to seeing you all in person sometime soon. Thanks so much, everybody. Ben and Like Booker. Have a great day.
Hey everyone, Congresswoman Pramila Jayapal here. Thank you so much, Rachel Glass and the entire 34th LD Democrats, my home LD, for inviting me to speak with you for a few minutes today as you all bend it like Booker. I know that everyone in this room understands the fear, danger, and devastation that so many of our communities and loved ones are facing in this moment under this authoritarian administration. We are living in a United States that many of us could never have imagined, one where masked men are snatching and disappearing immigrants of all legal statuses off our streets, where our federal workforce is literally being dismantled and full agencies like the Department of Education are effectively being shut down, one where Republicans are stealing healthcare and food assistance from poor and working families. Each day brings with it a new example of the cruelty and the chaos of this administration. But one thing that I have learned over the years of organizing is that the most difficult times make the strongest organizers. We know that in this moment, we can come together, we can stand up, we can show that we refuse to accept Trump's actions. Grassroots organizing and resistance are among the most powerful tools we have in this fight. Since coming to Congress, I've always run a year-round organizing campaign. But after Trump was inaugurated, I knew that our campaign needed to mobilize even more people across the country to stand up and fight for our democracy more than ever. People were hungry for understanding, community, direction, and most importantly, real tools on how to fight back effectively against an authoritarian. That is exactly why I created Resistance Labs, to educate ourselves about how democracies fall, how our own country and countries around the world have effectively and non-violently fought back against authoritarian leaders, and how we, the people, can be most effective and strategic. Because when our checks and balances fail, when we have a rogue government that refuses to adhere to the Constitution, we, the people, have to be the backstop. And these tools are more important to understand than ever as we see Trump militarize and take over cities like Los Angeles and Washington, D.C. So far, more than 12,000 people in all 50 states and from countries around the world have participated in our Resistance Lab training, with that number growing with every single training we do. And if you haven't joined one yet, please go to resistancelab.us and sign up for an upcoming session. Whether it's through Resistance Lab or events like today's Bend It Like Booker, joining rallies or marches, calling your friends in Republican states, we all have to stay engaged. The chaos is Trump's strategy. He wants us distracted and exhausted and overwhelmed, all so that he can continue doing horrible things that benefit no one other than him and his billionaire buddies. So we have to be here to say that we will not look away. We have to show them that this strategy won't work, that we are here and we are ready to fight. And when we all use our voices, when we all come together, I know that our collective power will be stronger than their collective hate. In the words of my good friend, the late great John Lewis, we must all be ready to get into some good trouble. So stay engaged, stay hopeful, stay active, and thank you for being here today to bend it like Booker.
Okay. All right. And now for some live good stuff. Okay, here we go. Oh, I gotta open my. Okay, because I have an intro. I want to introduce you. I don't just want to be like, hey, come here. Okay. All right, here we go. So, welcome, everybody. Welcome to the Midnight Hour. We are, I mean, we're not quite halfway through yet, but we are into the midnight hour, and that is very delightful. And I thought one of the first things that struck me about my next guest was that she volunteered and said, hey, I'll take one of those weird late night hours. She volunteered. I didn't even have to like push it on her or something. So that was something I thought, all right, that's, I mean, nobody else did that. So, yeah. Let me see. I'm just trying to find my intro. Okay. All right, everybody. So my next guest is Claudia Balducci, who is going to be talking about women's reproductive health, a journey from beneficiary to advocate. And Claudia is a current King County Council member, and she is also the former mayor of Bellevue. And without further ado, I would just like to bring up Claudia Balducci. Let's give a great big hand for her. Claudia Balducci. Woohoo!
Thank you. That was amazing. Those videos were awesome. Oh my gosh. All right. Let me not
Oh, yeah, we don't want
step on
that.
anything. All right.
All over you.
I'm
All
not
right.
going to
It's
start
all
the midnight
yours.
hour by tripping and falling on my face. That would be poor form. Rachel, thank you so much. Thank you for having me. Thank you for organizing this. Yeah, I love a good late night adventure. It's one of my favorite things. If I can interrupt myself before I start, because a lot of the speakers on the video were talking about immigration. That's not my topic, but I want to say at King County, one of the things that ICE is forever trying to get us to do is to use our jails to detain people for them when there is no grounds legally for us to do so. Like those videos that you showed, they want to swoop people up and hold them in our facilities with no legal reason to do so. And we have always said no to that. We have always said no, that we will not do that. And so that's probably another battle we're going to have. And then just if anyone's tracking and wants to come tomorrow afternoon at 2:00, if you're awake, there will be a gathering outside the ICE detention facility in Tacoma in support of our friend Zahid, who has been taken into custody, a green card holding legal resident of America, a veteran of our military who served our country, who got injured and is wheelchair bound from his service, and who is married to an American citizen and a husband and father and a law-abiding member of our community who got snatched up at ICE detention while he showed up voluntarily to do a citizenship interview. So we're going to go down and make some noise tomorrow. All right. Thank you for letting me interrupt myself. I am here to talk about my two words. Was it Dva Slava? Is that how you say two words? Which are reproductive rights, reproductive freedom. Two words, Dva Slava. Mine are reproductive rights. I don't know how long the story will take. It is after all of that wonderful all of that wonderful inspiration and then incredible talk about big issues around war and how our country slides into authoritarianism. My story is a very small personal story. I just want to talk about some things that have happened to me and how they fit into the context of a government that is taking away our rights as we speak. I don't know if I can speak for a full hour, but Balducci family lore has it that I started talking as soon as I left my mother's womb and never stopped. At least that's what she likes to say. So we're going to see who's right about that. But I am going to start with my mom because that's where my personal story starts and where my reproductive rights story starts. My mom's name is Marie. She is now in her upper 80s and she lives by herself in an apartment in New York City. She's always lived in New York City. And she's a retired elementary school teacher. She taught first graders, always loved to teach very young kids. And she's a very strict teacher, but they seem to love her. I think she would have been terrifying to have as a teacher, but the kids seem to like her. And she's a fiercely, fiercely independent woman. She's very small, but very loud. And she has strong opinions about everything. And she's a lifelong Democrat. I grew up in a mixed household. My mom was a Democrat. My dad was a Republican, but we were only allowed to stay up late to watch the Democratic conventions, not the Republican conventions. And I remember when Reagan was nominated, she really thought the world was going to end. And in some ways, it really took a turn, didn't it? But my mom is a dyed-in-the-wool feminist, absolutely rock-solid feminist, and I am her first child and only daughter. So that's how I was raised. She says that instead of singing or telling little stories to me as she leaned over my crib when I was an infant, she told me about which colleges would be good for me to go to. She brought me up to believe I could do anything that I set my mind to if I put my mind to it and I worked hard at it. She did not ever allow or have patience with wallowing in self-pity. She taught me to fight. She taught me to never accept less than what I thought I deserved, never to let sexism or paternalism stop me. And that is how I was raised. I grew up in the 70s and 80s. It was truly a different time. All the ways you might see on TikTok, like, you know, those generational memes on TikTok about how, like, we had no cell phones and we were kicked out of the house in the morning and told, come back when the lights come on. True, right? But it was also a time when a grown woman wasn't always treated like a full adult. I remember very clearly when my parents were divorcing, my mother at one point called the bank and asked them to move some money from one account to another, joint accounts. Her name was on it, just like my dad's. And they said, well, we can't do that without your husband's permission. And then he got on the phone and they said, okay. So just a male voice, right? And so I think that all of these experiences really informed my mother's strong insistence that I grow up to be a fully independent adult, never rely on anyone else. And that came along with an adamant conviction for choice and reproductive rights. I can't remember a time from a very young age that I didn't understand that a woman should have the right to choose what she does with her own body and when to have children and when not to have children. And we were very devout Catholics, active in the church. And I mean active. We did all the church stuff. My mom taught CCD and my dad was on the parish council, and the church never really liked abortion. But I was raised to believe always that women should have a right to choose what they do with their own bodies. And so that's how I grew up. That's what I believe. That's what I always have believed and still do today. And I have my mom to thank for that. So I'm going to take a brief side trip into context and history for a moment, because I think it's not widely known that until about the mid-1800s, abortion was legal in America, and it was available. Both the state and the church permitted abortions if they occurred before what was then called quickening, or when a woman started to feel the baby moving inside her. It was only in about 1847 when the American Medical Association began a campaign to push out midwives and traditional medicine, they called it quackery, to professionalize the medical field. that they started a push to criminalize abortion. And Victorian society joined right in. So did some of the churches. They began to condemn women seeking abortions as, and I quote, selfish, immoral, and shirking the duties of motherhood. Both Protestant and Catholic churches joined this condemnation, and legislation restricting abortion began to be adopted and to spread. If a woman needed medical treatment after a botched abortion, she faced a situation where she would be interrogated like a criminal and had to give up the names of her husband, her lover, and the abortion doctor before they would give medical treatment for a woman suffering and in danger. And there are records that you can find online of the voices of women reading, because this is historical, obviously, dying declarations that women were required to give to say that I believe I am about to die, and I give this declaration, and then they would give her treatment after she gave the declaration, like turning people into the police. Yeah. So just a few stories, because I think the stories are really powerful. The first story is by a woman named Lana. It's from the middle of the last century. She said she was 17 years old, married, and 10 months after getting married had a baby girl. Baby girl was very ill, jaundiced, and the doctor said that if she ever had another child, she would die. And 3 months later, she was pregnant again and absolutely terrified. So she went back and said to the doctor, "Am I pregnant?" Doctor said, "Yes." And said, "I told you not to get pregnant." And she said, "But you didn't tell me how not to." And Lana says that she couldn't have that baby because she was afraid if she did, and if she died in childbirth, as the doctor had said she would, who would take care of the baby? She was alone. And so she asked some young woman where she worked at a Walgreens drugstore if they knew anything, anyone who could help her do something. And everybody knew what we were talking about, but you didn't say the word abortion in those days. And so they sent her to a woman who said she would do the abortion for $50. And this was 1939. So $50 was an awful lot of money. And Lana had to scrape, and she had to sell personal belongings and really work to get $50 together. And eventually she did. And she went out to see a woman who put, and I apologize, sorry, I should probably do an alert here in case, I mean, it's the middle of the night, so hopefully there aren't children watching. The woman put a piece of elm bark into her uterus and said, "Now go home." And the elm bark will swell. You will have pain. You'll probably get a fever, and you'll have a miscarriage. And that's how we did abortions in 1939. And of course, she went home, spiked a fever, was in terrible pain, couldn't go to the doctor. So she went back to the woman who said, "I told you not to come back," but eventually helped her and gave her some aspirin and sent her on her way. So she finally went to a doctor because things didn't get any better, and she was afraid for her life. And the doctor said, and she said to the doctor, "I had something done." And he said, "Well, I figured a smart kid like you would figure a way out of it." This is what women had to do prior to Roe v. Wade. And there are a lot of stories like this. She had to save her own life by going through this rigmarole with illegal abortions. And there's a lot of stories like this. And you can read the testimony of doctors and studies that were done that this happened it was not an unusual occurrence. This was a daily occurrence in hospitals in major cities in the United States before Roe v. Wade, that women would come in extreme distress because of illegal abortion procedures and often died. And a quote from Lana, who told her story later in life. She said, "A woman that's unhappily pregnant will risk her life to stop that particular pregnancy. And then later in her life, when conditions have changed, she will happily risk her life to have a child." This is the same woman. So fast forward a little bit. And Roe v. Wade does pass in 1973, I want to say. My story happens in the 1980s. So by this time, abortion is legal in all 50 states and readily available. So this is where my notes end, and I just tell you my story. I was 17 years old, and I met a boy, and I fell in love for the very first time. And we were just over the moon. It was real. We enjoyed each other's company. We were head over heels in love, and so, as teenagers do, we became lovers, and and it went on for quite some time. We were together for a few years, and by the time I went to college, things weren't as good anymore, but we were still together. And I went away to college. I went 2 states over, and in the early part of the first semester of my freshman year, I missed my period, and then I missed another one, and then I did a pregnancy test, and I was pregnant, and I didn't know what to do, and I was terrified. I felt very alone. I didn't know who to talk to. I was in college on a scholarship, and I knew that if I left even for a semester, I would lose my scholarship and might not be able to finish college. And so I thought about it for a while, and I decided, my mom had taught me that this was a woman's right to choose, and I thought it is, and I'm going to make a choice for my life. I want to finish my college career. I want to move on and do what I want to do with my life. I'm not ready to be a mother. I would be a terrible mother. And so I just wasn't ready. I was not ready to have a child. So I got in touch with my boyfriend, and he agreed. He was also not ready to be a father. And so on a school break, we went to a Planned Parenthood in a town far enough away from home that we might probably not run into anybody we knew. I know this is starting to sound like a Ben Folds song, but it was my life. And when we got to the clinic, this was the time when there were a lot of protests going on, and there was a picket line at the front of the clinic that I got to walk through as they yelled at me and said, don't kill your baby. And there were security guards that the clinic had hired to escort us, and it was very dramatic and very upsetting to a young person who was already confused and kind of scared. But once we got into the clinic, this felt very much like a normal medical procedure. We were checked in, sat in the waiting room, nurse came to get me. They did the anesthetic, went through the procedure, and I woke up in a recovery room and went home. And it was just that easy. And I rested for a couple of days. My parents were out of town, so I could rest, and then went back to school. And truthfully, I never felt bad about having an abortion. I felt bad about getting pregnant. I felt that I should have done a better job to take care of myself. But this was a choice that I made because I wanted to have the life that I wanted to have. Quite often when we talk about abortion rights, we talk about the most extreme cases. I told the story about a woman whose life was at risk. We talk about people who have ectopic pregnancies and may die if they can't get treatment. We talk about, sorry to hear that. We talk about people who have fetal death and these terrible situations. But what reproductive freedom is about my situation. It's about being able to make a decision for your own life because it is your life, and not having somebody else tell you you can or you cannot do it. For you to be able to be a full adult who gets to make decisions about yourself. So I finished college. I went to law school. I became a lawyer, and I worked at a women's law center for a while. And I became an advocate. I think I always might have become an advocate, but certainly my personal experience made me want to do it even more. And so I have fought for reproductive rights throughout my life since this time. I remember clearly in 1992 when the case Planned Parenthood v. Casey was coming up through the courts and going to the Supreme Court, and that we felt was going to be the big battle of the 90s, whether Roe would be overturned. The court did not look favorable at that point. It was more conservative than not. And so lots and lots of people mobilized. There were protests everywhere, and this is where my mom comes back into the story. She wanted to go. So a bunch of my friends and I hopped a bus, and we brought my mom with us to Washington, D.C. to march on the Supreme Court and make them hear us. And I just got to show you, this is us in D.C. That's me with the lustrous brown hair. I mean, look at that, right? Beautiful, isn't it? And it's not a great picture of my mom, but there she is with me in DC. And one thing I haven't told you about my mom yet is she is very claustrophobic. She does not like enclosed spaces and she does not like crowds. And she braved an incredibly tight, packed crowd all day long because it was so important to her to be there to fight for our rights for reproductive care. And my mom was in her 50s at the time, so this was not about her, it was about us. It was about us younger women. I remember having to clear a space about as big as this podium and just tell her to look down and say, that's your space right there. You've got enough space, you know, no one's going to crush you. But she marched with us all day long. And as it turns out, the Casey case came out, and I forget which justice it was, but one of the centrist Republican or right-wing justices joined with the left-wing justices, and they upheld Roe v. Wade at the time. Although they did open the door to more restrictions that kind of started us down the road to where we are today. After this experience, I went to work for the Northwest Women's Law Center, now Legal Voice. During law school, I was an intern, and then after law school, I volunteered there for many years, and I got to work on some really cool cases. On the topic of gender rights, I got to work on the Greta Kammermeyer case, and she was a nurse who was in the Army here in Washington State during the Don't Ask, Don't Tell days, and she got asked. And then they were going to kick her out of the military. She had served overseas as a nurse in combat. She's is an amazing woman. So I got to work on her case, and I got to work on cases to fight to keep clinics open here in Washington. Because although we have really good laws, there's lots of ways to attack reproductive health care, and some of them involve taking money away. If the insurance commissioner makes rulings that say that doctors who work in these kind of clinics can't be reimbursed for the care they do, they can't get paid, they can't continue. And that was what was going on at the time. So we were fighting an insurance case, basically, and we won that one. Much later, I ran for city council and didn't think that reproductive health care was going to be much of my council journey because, you know, you do garbage and potholes and things like that at city council. But we had a new Planned Parenthood center that wanted to open in Bellevue, and it became a hot button. And people came and protested and said we should, you know, try to hold it up. And we were able to pretty readily just tell them they were barking up the wrong tree, and we were not going to step in to try to stop a Planned Parenthood center from opening in Bellevue, and it's still there today. I was very, very proud as my career went on to fight for funding for public health clinics, to continue access to reproductive health care. One thing people may not know about our health clinics is that's a place where people can go to get Plan B and other kinds of reproductive health care. If you can't afford to go to a private clinic, you can come to a public health clinic and get free care. After the Dobbs decision came down, that was an emergency. When Dobbs came down, if you will recall, the Supreme Court very suddenly overturned Roe in the year 2022. And by then, so many states had enacted what they call trigger laws. That's a law. I can't enforce it now because it's against the Constitution. But as soon as that constitutional prohibition went away, these laws went into effect. They were springing. They were ready to just go. So that meant if you were a pregnant person on the day that Dobbs came down, suddenly you didn't have a choice anymore in those states that had the trigger laws. And they were many, many states across the country. And so it was an emergency for some people who very much needed this care for their health, or because they were, you know, they were getting along in the pregnancy to where they wouldn't have a choice anymore. And so states like Washington, where the right to reproductive care is very well protected, we put money into what was called the Abortion Access Fund and helped to pay to fly women here from other states so they could get the care they needed in that time between, you know, when people just weren't able to make plans. And I was really proud to work with our then executive, Dow Constantine, member of the Fight in 34th, you know, proud member, to put $500,000 into that fund so that we could help women from other places that didn't have the rights suddenly that they had before. I was really proud to sponsor a motion that made the council state our position as that we were uncompromising defenders of reproductive freedom and care. So we've made statements, we've put money, we've made sure that our health clinics are there for people, and we continue to fight this fight today. Now we are facing ongoing attacks on reproductive care. Oh, but first, a little bit of good news. Although, let me just sort of show you. I have one other. I didn't realize we could bring slides. I would have brought slides. I don't know if you can see this, but this is the map. It is a map of laws in the United States today as it comes to when it comes to reproductive health care. The blue, which you see along here on the West Coast, that's where the strongest protections are, where there's either constitutional protections for reproductive health care or laws that specifically protect it. We actually don't have a constitutional right here, something maybe worth doing. But you can see it's all the big cities. It's New York, it's some parts of the East Coast, Chicago and Illinois, Minnesota, and the West Coast. The yellows are where abortion is legal and protected, but there's no special protections. But everything else, orange and red, it's either illegal or very, very difficult. And I want you to notice that fully this bottom half of the United States, you could not get in a car in the South. You could not get in a car and drive readily to a place. You have to get on a plane or a train. And you can see that's starting to happen in the North here too, across the middle of the country. It's a really hard time for women trying to make choices about their lives. And but the good news, I was going to say good news. To Congresswoman Jayapal's point, the people have power. The people have power to push back on these changes. Since Dobbs, there have been 18 measures put to the vote in 16 different states. In California, Michigan, Vermont, Ohio, Arizona, Colorado, Maryland, Missouri, Montana, of all places, Nevada, and New York, there were measures put on the ballot asking the voters to vote to protect abortion, and the voters said yes. In Kansas, Kentucky, Montana, and Ohio, there were measures put on the ballot to try to make abortion illegal or make it harder to protect, and the voters said no, thank you. So in most places, people, when asked, despite the fact that some of these are red states, the voters vote to protect people's rights. Now, it's not all a good news story. Florida tried to pass a protective measure. They only got a 57% yes vote, and the threshold was 60. So still very popular, but not enough to actually get the job done. And South Dakota likewise defeated a measure in 24. But we're not done. We're not done with these measures yet. The people are speaking and they are saying, we want to protect women's health care. All right, what else? So there's just I have a whole binder full of stories, and I'm not gonna read them all to you, but I will say, since Dobbs, there's just this plethora of challenges that women are having all over the country. There are stories of, because some of the states have such severe restrictions, a woman can find out she's pregnant and have only days to make a decision about what to do about it before it's illegal to do anything. People tell stories of living in a state their whole life, and then when they get married and decide they want to try to have children, they actually move to an entirely different part of the country because they're so afraid of even what might happen if there's a troublesome pregnancy and the person needs care and cannot get it. And so they move someplace else. There's stories of women who have got, very challenging pregnancies. Again, fetuses who may have died, who may be dramatically disabled, unable to survive outside the womb except under very excruciating circumstances. And they cannot get care because doctors are so afraid of being prosecuted and losing their licenses. There's a lot of fear and there's a lot of pain happening right now out in our country because of these restrictions. And going back to Roe, The reason Roe was passed in the first place was not because there was this big feminist women's movement that said, my body, my choice. It was because women were dying. It was because they were dying in hospitals and they were dying outside the places where they were trying to get abortions, and they were dying in their homes, and it became untenable. Ministers stood up and said, this can't go on. Doctors stood up and said, this can't go on. We don't want to get to that point. We don't want to get to the point where it is people dying that gets us to change course. On the bad news front, Dobbs has unleashed any number of really pernicious activities. I heard the previous speakers talk about Project 2025. There are pages reserved for reproductive health care, and the plan is to try to effectively ban abortion access in all 50 states nationally. Just make this a country where you cannot get an abortion. By the way, the last country I visited that had that nationwide ban was Ireland, and they overturned it by a vote of the people some years ago. So again, the people speak. Project 2025 calls to restrict access to emergency abortion care, allowing hospitals to refrain from providing emergency abortion care. That means I come in crisis, and the hospital is being allowed to say, but we can't help you because that crisis requires stopping the life of a fetus. And as our hospital system becomes more heavily concentrated in Catholic ownership, Catholic church ownership, there's too many hospitals that are willing to do that, to say, no, we won't help you. But it doesn't stop there. It doesn't stop with abortion. The plan is also to restrict access to birth control. And this one always gets me, like, don't not get pregnant. But once you do get pregnant, then, yeah, pick that, right. They want the whole lane, like, refuse to protect IVF, in vitro fertilization, and other fertility treatments. And this statement in the plan says to make in vitro fertilization fully obsolete and ethically unthinkable. And along with this, create a surveillance state to track people so that they can enforce all of these rules. So this looks like tracking births, tracking abortions, keeping a database of people who seek out certain kinds of care and who cross state lines, so that if you go from one of these red states to one of these blue states and back again, you can be prosecuted back in your red state for leaving and violating the law of Texas, for example, in Washington, which is wholly unconstitutional to try to stop somebody from traveling to do whatever they want in that other state that's legal. And then finally, Project 2025 does call for trying to enforce conservative Christian ideals, make that the fundamental basis of our laws and of our policies, so that we remove all exceptions to block abortion care. No exceptions for rape, no exceptions to protect the life of the mother. And even the way some of these laws now say you can have an exception to protect the life of the mother, the rest of the requirements are so draconian that doctors are talking to each other and having to make decisions like, does she have to be 30% likely to die or 50% likely to die before it's legal for us to intervene? People are making decisions that are putting people's lives at risk because their jobs have been put at risk. But I don't want to end on too much of a down note, because I do think that there's a lot we can do. I do think that we need to continue to push for legal protections in the states that don't have them, because I think we can get them passed in those states. So the national effort to pass abortion protections and reproductive rights protections in those red and orange states must go on. We can continue to be a sanctuary state of a sort here for people. If we have the resources to help women and people who are in need, then we can continue to do that. We do have a voice. We do need to continue to speak out. I would love the idea of another march. My mom's not great at walking these days, but she'd come, she'd go. I know she would. So that's what I wanted to talk about. And let me just sort of close out on my personal story. I didn't tell my story of my abortion very much, not to many people at all, except my very closest friends. I neglected to say that part of the reason I wasn't ready to be a parent was because I didn't have a partner that I was ready to be a parent with at that time. My boyfriend at the time was a lovely, charming guy who loved me and loved lots of women. He just loved women. And so we were never going to really work out. But because I made the choices I made, I was able to move on, find a partner who was reliable and loving and, my life partner. And we chose to become parents when we were ready to be parents. And I just want to acknowledge that he's here tonight. That's Jim. Thank you for sitting here and hearing all about your predecessor. So I began to speak out about this because things are so challenging, because I feel that we have to fight this fight over and over and over again. And it is so important to set an example and to show why it's important that women should have the rights that we have had and that are now being taken away. At our council meeting, we recently had a vote on another motion to say that, to again reinstate our commitment to protecting women's rights. And I really felt moved in that moment to tell my story in council chambers on television for the first time. And it was a little scary, but I got a lot of really great feedback, because when we talk about these things, people feel empowered. There were other women who felt empowered, they felt heard, they felt supported. And so I was glad to do it. But I had never told my mom that this happened. And here I am in my 50s. So I called her the next day and I told her, and she was just as wonderfully consistent as she has always been. She had zero judgment. And the only thing that she felt bad about it all was that she wasn't able to be there with me to help me when I needed her. But I am now just a bit older than she was in 1992 when she marched on Washington, because she wanted to fight for the rights of my generation. And now it's our turn to fight for the rights of the next generation. And that's what I'm going to do. The women who are coming up behind me, I don't want to see their rights taken away from them on my watch. And so I encourage everyone here to care about this issue, to learn about it, to join in supporting, pushing back so that this whole country can turn blue, because that's what it ought to be. It ought to be, everywhere in America ought to be a place where people have reproductive freedom and autonomy. I want to harken back that really powerful presentation about Ukraine and Russia and the loss of democracy and how it dies. One way democracy dies is when we stop having the freedom to make choices about our own lives. When we don't get to decide who we are, what we do, and we get told who we are and what we do, that is also a way that democracy dies. And I don't know if you all follow social media. We have a 19-year-old now, and so I'm on social media just to make sure I know what's going on out there. But there's this whole trad wife debate. Are you following that? It's like a trend. Women who are, I believe, being kind of groomed to claim that the only way to be is to be a stay-at-home wife and mom, and you just love not having a job and love just serving the family at all times. They used to say that get back in the kitchen, and I think that they're literally trying to put us back in the kitchen, barefoot and in the kitchen, woman. So that is not what we stand for. That is not what this country is about, and that is not what we're going to allow to happen on our watch. So that's what I had to say. I'm really glad that you all cut into my hour, because I never would have made it. Thank you.
Yes, well, you need some sleep for that. You should be all fueled up and fresh for that.
Okay. I was in the middle of, I needed to send Jerome this draft. It's all set there. What did I do? What did I do? Sorry, folks. I'm trying to, I want to. Thank you for your patience. I just need to send this to Jerome to be ready for the later in the morning. Okay, here we go. Did you have a slideshow? Did I not? Oh, okay. But it wasn't like you sent it and I didn't get it. Okay. Well, fortunately, we have a real guru, amazing guru here at the table. So it's like if you got one, boom, send it over. Did I send it? Did it go? Yes. Did it go through, Jerome? It did? Okay. Thank you. Thanks for your patience, everybody.
Oh, cool. Oh, yeah, that's awesome. Oh, thank you. That's great to hear.
Let me just.
Oh, awesome. Please, yeah, pass along my regards. Say that for me. Yeah, and keep up the good work. Oh, my goodness. Yes.
Okay.
Oh, great. Yeah. Oh, I gotta go. I'll definitely check it out.
All right. Everyone well, you just got here, so you're good. But has everyone gotten to walk about, move around, get that blood circulating, move your arms, your limbs? There, I love that. Love that. Yep. Whoo. Yeah, because I have not done that enough today. However, it's all in service to a good cause. So windmills. Oh yeah. We could. Yeah. Excellent. I love it. Could do a few push-ups too or something. Anyway. All right, friends. Thank you for being the hale, the hearty, staying up into the wee hours. Loving this. I think at 2 is when or 2:30 is when we will hit the halfway. Is that right? The halfway point? Or are we past the halfway point? Well, 12 and a half hours would be the halfway point. Oh, we have passed the halfway point. Okay. Yeah, so we're well past. Okay, we're good. It's like, on the last day of the shortest day of the year, December 21st, and it's so short and it gets dark at 1 in the afternoon. I mean, it's just the absolute shortest day. And I tell you, the next day, I am so excited, even though it feels like it's just as short. Because I know that the days are starting to get longer, and that is just such a happy thing in my world. So, all right. Without further ado, I would like to introduce our next guest. We're keeping them coming fast and furious. And hello, good morning to all the folks in the live stream world. Hope you're staying awake and staying hydrated and keeping moving your body. And thank you for staying with us over this late hour. So now I would like to introduce you to our next guest. And I just popped back to the old place. Okay. So our next guest is, and again, I just was telling Lori, because Lori was here watching for a while, Lori Reinhardt from Indivisible, West Seattle Indivisible. I was just telling her how really taken I was by the fact that I feel like every single guest who comes up here and presents has a completely unique signature kind of a presentation. It's not like people are coming up and doing the same thing. Every single presenter is so unique and different and bringing their own special mojo, or whatever the term is. So I'm very excited about that. And so I'm even more excited because I can't wait to see what you'll be bringing. So Christian Helfrich is going to be talking today about developing quality of care outcomes for vets based on their needs. So he's in VA research and development. And so let's see, Christian Helfrich is a researcher who studies how to speed the adoption and effective use of innovation in healthcare and public health. And I'm going to let Christian tell you the rest of his story because it's quite a compelling one. So please welcome, in our own special way, Christian Helfrich, everybody. Woohoo! Hands up, hands up.
Hey, awesome. Thank you.
You're welcome. Glad you're here.
All right, thank you. Thanks all for the warm welcome. This will be a little tricky. I apologize for the late sending the slides late. How do I advance the slides? Do I grab the? Cheers. So just a quick word about me. I was a researcher at the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs for 20 years. I study something called health systems research, like Rachel said. The particular area of research that I study is how to speed the uptake of innovative healthcare into practice. Health systems research overall is about how we design, finance, manage, and pay for the delivery of healthcare, and how we ensure that we deliver the highest quality possible healthcare to patients and ensure that patients can access the care that they need. And in February of this year, I was one of about 30 VA researchers nationally who was laid off, and it laid off because of the federal hiring freeze. This was something instituted by Elon Musk and the team at the Department of Government Efficiency. We were laid off because as researchers we're on these things called term appointments, and we had to our appointments have to be regularly renewed based on our ability to bring in research dollars. And it just so happened that our terms needed to be renewed in February. And that's when the hiring freeze went into place. Let me see if this is... Yeah, I mean, I'll just ask you to advance slides. I'm used to this is like a research talk. So next slide, please. Excellent. The Department of Government Efficiency, their stated goals are to improve federal government efficiency by modernizing information technology, cutting excess regulations, cutting wasteful spending, and in general, maximizing productivity of federal agencies. And sorry, I'm going to switch glasses here. And in a lot of ways, that's exactly what health systems research is about, exactly what I do. Next slide, please. So now Elon Musk did an interview last March on Fox News where he talked about his work with the Department of Government Efficiency. And he told the interviewer, Brett Barr, he said, it'll blow your mind that you have to recalibrate just how bad things could be, speaking about the inefficiencies and waste that he said that he was finding in the federal government. He was speaking, of course, in just these very general, vacuous terms. And he said, there's no way that any commercial company, any private sector company, could possibly survive if it operated by the federal government. That's what he said in this interview. And interestingly, in a lot of ways, what he's saying is exactly the type of thing that researchers in my field, health systems research, are preoccupied with. We are very interested in how different health systems perform, different ways of organizing healthcare, including how the private sector healthcare system does compared to the government healthcare system. Go ahead and hit the next slide here, please. Could you hit the next slide here? Oh, thank you. We are interested in issues like cost and efficiency in and quality of care and outcomes in different health sectors, again, including and in particular the private sector versus government-run systems is a particular preoccupation with many of my colleagues. And if you'll allow me to digress as a researcher for just a second, that's a really tricky thing to do, to compare the quality of care and patient outcomes among healthcare systems, because there are all kinds of ways that the patients who get care in different systems differ, and they differ in ways that will affect the types of outcomes that we're trying to affect with healthcare. Just as one example, again, thinking about comparing VA care to private sector care, we know that veterans, veterans do get their care, also get care in the private sector. There's some veterans who get their care at the VA. Some veterans have private health insurance through their employer, or some of them have care through something called TriMed, TRICARE, another federal insurance program. But we know that veterans who have service-connected disabilities tend to get their care in the VA more than veterans who don't have service-connected disability. So what I mean is service-connected, that would be, for example, like PTSD from some sort of traumatic exposure while they're in the military. It also includes things like Agent Orange, so conditions that are associated with exposure to Agent Orange. And incidentally, thank you very much, Patty Murray, for fighting to have veterans covered, have veterans get benefits for having been exposed to Agent Orange. So we know that they differ. They're more likely to seek care at the VA, and veterans who have an exposure like that, like to Agent Orange, have a condition associated with Agent Orange, they have different health outcomes than veterans who didn't have that exposure. And when we have something like Agent Orange that we can measure, we can account for that mathematically, but they also differ in other ways. They're going to differ in ways that we cannot see. And we call those unobserved confounders. And that's the money term. You guys stayed up till 1 a.m. to hear researcher tell you about unobserved confounders, but trust me, actually it's a great term. You just write that down. You can pull it out at your next, at the bar. If someone starts talking to you about, some research study, you can just ask them, do you know how they accounted for unobserved confounders? You'll astound everyone. Anyway, but that makes it really tricky to be able to compare these outcomes. Go ahead, next slide, please. But there are clever ways of doing it. I'm sorry, I think I failed a slide. Go ahead and hit the next one here. There are clever ways of actually getting at these unobserved confounders. And that's what I want to talk with you about tonight. And this is sort of a meta presentation. And what I mean by that is I want to talk with you about this study and what this study found. And those findings are really interesting. I also want to talk with you about this study because this is the type of research, this study that I'm going to tell you about, this is the type of research that is being defunded right now. So this type of research is exactly what's hanging in the balance. So there are clever ways of dealing with this. And this particular study is by a team, this just came out about a year and a half ago, and it's by some folks at Stanford, this really accomplished guy, David Chan, total overachiever. He's an MD and a PhD, and he's in Stanford. But he and this team looked at exactly this question. They were trying to get at what is the quality of care and outcomes for veterans who are seen at the VA and veterans who are seen in the private sector, and somehow account for these unobserved confounders. And go ahead and hit the next slide there, please. So what Dr. Chan and his colleagues did was they looked at veterans over 65. So these are veterans who are enrolled in the VA. And because they're over 65, they're also eligible for Medicare, the fabulous national health insurance program for those over 65. And they looked at what happened when these veterans, what are called dual eligibles, they're enrolled in VA and they're eligible for Medicare, when they called 911 for a medical emergency and what's called a lights and sirens medical emergency. So an ambulance comes, lights and sirens are on, rushing them. So it's a serious medical event. So they looked at veterans who called 911 and were transported to the hospital. And what's clever about this is those veterans could be transported to a VA hospital or they could be transported to a private sector hospital. And what determined that is largely which ambulance company responded. And they did a number of clever things to confirm that that was kind of random, what we call quasi-random. So we had these veterans, because they called 911, where they ended up was kind of the luck of the draw. Whoever was the ambulance company that was going to respond. And so this gives us this sort of pseudo random assignment, as it were. If you want to write that down too, that's another great term, pseudo random assignment. These are some great things that you guys are learning here tonight. So so they were able to do this and therefore try to disentangle the effects of veterans going to a VA hospital, a government-run hospital versus a private sector. And go ahead and hit the next slide there, please. And the main outcome that they looked at a bunch of things, and we'll cover a couple of them, but the main outcome they looked at was mortality. They looked at mortality 28 days after that admission to the emergency department. And you might ask, why 28 days? It seems like kind of a random number. 28 days is 4 weeks. It ends up being, it's a very common time frame for us to use in health services or health systems research for a number of reasons. And it's sort of what I would call the Goldilocks period of time to look at. It is enough time for patients to receive care and typically to be discharged, most patients to be discharged from the hospital. And that transition period is when a lot of stuff happens and a lot of stuff can go wrong. A patient can be discharged without getting a lot of help and instructions, might not get, told exactly what medication or follow-up they need. Also, hospitals historically, when hospital mortality was first reported, some hospitals, I'm sure you're going to be shocked to hear, tried to game those numbers by, you guessed it, discharging patients they thought were going to die immediately before they had a chance to die in the hospital. And by extending that period out to 28 days, you don't completely get rid of that, but you make it much harder. So you reduce the likelihood that hospitals are going to try to game those measures. And it's also not so far out that you're getting into, you're getting away from the consequences of that hospital admission. So they're looking at this 28-day period. Go ahead and hit next slide. So Dr. Chan and his colleagues were able to get data on 400,000 veterans. So they looked at these data from the VA and Medicare and got 400,000 veterans who had called 911 and had one of these lights and sirens, ambulance rides and admissions. And then they were able to calculate the difference in mortality risk. Again, 28-day mortality between these patients based on whether or not they were taken to a VA hospital or a private sector hospital. And guess what Dr. Chan and his colleagues found? Go ahead and hit the next slide here. Come back at 4 a.m. for the conclusion to Health Systems Research Mystery Theater. That's you can go ahead and hit the next slide. So it turns out that the veterans who were taken to a VA hospital, this is after taking into account, adjusting for a whole bunch of things. So there was a bunch of adjustment for these patients to make sure there was as much as possible an apples to apples comparison. The patients at the VA hospital, their 28-day mortality was 46% lower. So it was 46% lower than the veterans who were taken to the private sector hospital. Does that surprise you? I mean, I've got to admit, it surprised me when I read it. And it's reasonable to ask, how sure are we that that's real? I mean, that is a big difference. Now, that's the relative difference, mind you. It's not that it was 90% to 45%. It was the mortality. It was I can't remember what the absolute mortality, but it was like a difference of 4.9% mortality to 2. So it was a relative reduction in mortality. So it's not that half of the vets at private hospitals were dying, but that is a big effect. I mean, that is a big effect. And I've got to admit, I was somewhat surprised. And again, it's reasonable to ask. I mean, that's exactly why we do research and try to replicate our colleagues' findings. We try to put it to the test. Yeah.
So I'm just trying to follow what's happening that makes for that percentage reduction. Is it because the VA allows them to stay and doesn't game the system and doesn't kick them out? And so if that's
what we're going to go into.
Oh,
that's exactly. So why is this? And it's possible, so that's exactly what we're going to go into. Is the VA actually doing things that are different that can account for this different? And I'll first start by saying it is possible that there's confounding, right? It's possible that there are things going on that actually account for this relationship that's not really survival. So for example, maybe the VA is actually helping patients live a bit longer, kind of like that gaming issue. Maybe they're getting out to 3 months, but in fact, we're still seeing ultimately, if we look out at 3 months or 6 months, it's the same mortality rate. That's a possibility. And that's actually one of the first things that Dr. Chan and colleagues looked at. It was like, is this time period, maybe this is just an artifact of the time period. So actually go ahead and hit the next slide here. So maybe if we look at a little bit longer, it'll be different. Actually, I'm going to grab that.
So Christian, you are the first person in this whole event thus far who has used the laser. I mean, other people have used the clicker, but
right?
That's your unique thing.
That's
presentation.
That's excellent. I hope next year maybe you could do a Star Wars award for the first person to use the laser pointer. So what we're seeing here is this is the number of days since hospital discharge. And I also know you guys were just waiting for some sort of graph, please show me hospital discharge. So these are the days since days since admission. So this is the emergency department admission. These are days since. So here's 1 week, there's that 4 weeks, 28 days, and out here's a year. And this is the mortality. This is the percentage of veterans who survive. So here's one, that's 100%. And it goes down, the bottom here is at 60.66%. This top line is the VA, the vets who were transported to a VA hospital, who got admitted to the VA ED, emergency department. And this dotted line are the vets who got admitted to a private sector hospital. And the important thing here is the difference was immediate. So there's this big difference in mortality, and it persisted. It's a persistent difference over time. And what that tells me or that what that suggests, it doesn't tell me, it suggests that what the VA did was they addressed some sort of modifiable, preventable death. There was some of it, there was something going on, and they were able to address some needs very early here in that patient's healthcare emergency, and it persisted over time. And but you will see these patients, these are ill patients, that mortality, those are veterans dying, is that line going down. So within a year, mortality is close to 30%. That line is still, both of those lines are above 7.7, but that's still, this is a sick population. And again, to your point, Rachel, like, why would that be? Why would VA hospitals have lower mortality than private sector hospitals? And this is really important for research, is it's not, even with doing this careful adjustment and study, one of the things we want is a plausible mechanism. When we try to draw conclusions about a causal association, we want a plausible mechanism. And Dr. Chen and his colleagues looked at two things in particular. They looked at a number of things, but there are two things in particular that I want to discuss. Go ahead and hit the next slide here. And it's because, because they also, this really lines up with what Elon Musk was talking about with Doge, and what Doge is trying to do. And these two things are the use of information technology. And again, if you remember, one of the goals of Doge is to improve, the federal government's use of information technology, make it more technologically savvy. So use of information technology, and then integration of care. And one of the things that the VA is an integrated delivery system. It's the payer, it's the provider, it owns the hospitals, the clinicians are salaried staff. The VA is organized into regional networks. Those were things that Dr. Chan and colleagues looked at. And sorry, let me, oh, I'm sorry. Actually, before we get to that, I skipped ahead of here. One of the things that they did, first of all, was just look at the types of procedures that were delivered to these patients. So with Medicare, there are these billing codes that Medicare uses, and actually VA uses essentially those same billing codes. So even though the VA doesn't do billing in the same way, the way that VA budgets for care is just an overall global budget for the number of veterans cared for. But the VA uses those same codes. So we can actually look at those codes, and it's a little bit problematic because private sector hospitals use it for billing. There's this thing called upcoding, where what they do and what they bill for sometimes is not exactly the same. So that makes it a little bit tricky. And that's a problem, right? Because so we may see a billing code for something that a patient received in a private sector hospital, and it may not be a great indicator of what they actually got. So that makes this comparison a little bit different, but it's really important. So what they found was, one, that there were these very stark differences in the types of procedures, again, these billing codes that predominated at VA hospitals versus predominated at private sector hospitals. And at the private sector hospitals, the things that predominated tended to be the things that had the highest reimbursement rates. So things like admissions to the critical care services, or ordering a head CT, a head CAT scan. And the things that predominated at the VA admissions were things that that Medicare typically reimburses very poorly. And again, the VA doesn't seek reimbursement from Medicare, but the VA delivers those services much more often than the private sector. And those things include things like having a clinical social worker call up the patient, a brief telephone call. That's really poorly reimbursed by Medicare. And having a primary care outpatient visit. The VA did a lot more of that than the private sector. And actually, go ahead and hit the next slide here. Sorry, and I probably should have pulled this up. In this, again, you guys kind of love the graphs. Who doesn't love graphs? So this shows, this is the top, each of these dots represents one of the top 25 procedures that was billed for, the most commonly billed, or not procedures, but services, you'd say. And again, like one of them, I don't know which one off the top of my head, but one of them is head CTs. One of them is critical care admissions or services. One of them is a non-physician clinician calling the patient. And what you see on the bottom here, this is the degree to which the VA predominates in delivering this service. So on this side, these are services that essentially the VA hospital was almost entirely accounting for. And on this side are services that the private sector hospitals were almost entirely accounting for. And then on the vertical axis, this shows the reimbursement rate in dollars. So at the top end, these are procedures, or again, I say procedures, these are services that are highly reimbursed. And down here are services that are poorly reimbursed. And you can see the private sector hospitals really predominated on the things that had the highest reimbursement rates. And the VA, the things that the VA did overwhelmingly were the things, again, that had poor reimbursement. Go ahead and hit the next slide here, please. And again, I want to talk about two of these things in particular, and two of these things being not a specific service delivered, but a category of services or a category of things, and that is the use of health IT and the integration of care services. And ironically, I think that this really speaks to at least in principle, exactly what Elon Musk was talking about Doge trying to do. These are things that the VA has invested in historically and does quite well. So go ahead and hit the next slide, please. So the first thing is health IT. And, ironically, a lot of people don't know this. The VA first adopted an electronic health record in 1978. In 1978. At the time that the VA launched its first healthcare record, the VA was overwhelmingly a hospital-based system, and hence the electronic health record it used was overwhelmingly hospital-based. And in the 1990s, the VA went through a massive overhaul, and it introduced much more outpatient care. It really became focused on delivering outpatient care and using hospital-based care, to supplement. So it became this integrated delivery system, and consequently, it really rehashed or renovated its electronic health record. And the electronic health record became this platform. It's called Vista CPRS. It's still around today. It became this platform that worked across all of these settings. It worked in outpatient clinics. It worked in hospitals. It worked for pharmacy. Prescriptions were ordered and managed through it. It was really this IT platform. And again, ironically, is doing exactly the thing that ostensibly Elon says that he wants the federal government to do. Go ahead and hit the next slide, please. And the second thing is integrated delivery. And again, when the VA went through this renovation in the 1990s, it really focused on becoming a primary care-based system, and adopted many of the characteristics of what's called the collaborative care model. And the idea is that the primary care provider serves as this sort of hub of care to manage care for veterans, and has access to specialists in the hospitals, and has access to services like telemedicine, services through the electronic health record. But it allows the delivery of a level of care and the integration of specialist knowledge, and the integration of things like medication management, to be handled through the primary care provider. So these are things that the VA does particularly well. And I'll also point out the things that the private sector continues to struggle to do. And ironically, the Affordable Care Act had incentives in place to do exactly these two things. The Affordable Care Act had incentives in place to encourage health systems and health providers to adopt an electronic health record, and it was effective in the sense that healthcare providers did in the private sector did adopt the electronic health record as a result, but they still lag behind the VA. And the Affordable Care Act had incentives for forming these things called accountable care organizations, basically financial incentives for providers to work together to manage care. Again, doing exactly what the VA does as a function of being an integrated delivery system. And although the Affordable Care Act was effective in promoting the use of accountable care organizations, again, it's still it's far behind the VA. Go ahead and hit the next slide here. So Chan and colleagues did this analysis trying to determine how much of the effect that that these two things, the use of health IT and the having an integrated care, how much that could account for the difference in mortality. And for time, I won't go into the details. This is a much more speculative analysis, in my opinion, and there are a bunch of reasons. But they weren't able to directly look at the differences between the VA hospitals and the private sector hospitals, in large part because the VA hospitals all have these health IT systems and have fully integrated care. But by their estimates, they think that those two things, the use of health IT and having integrated care, could account for about half of that mortality difference that they observed. So they think that that's a possibility. This isn't confirmation, but it certainly corroborates the idea, and it's worth looking at further. Go ahead and hit the next slide, please. Actually, let's jump past this just for time. So one of the things that I can hear critics saying and observing this is, okay, that's all well and good. Like, we can deliver high quality, veteran-centered care, you bleeding heart liberals, but we have to balance the budget. We can't afford this. The American taxpayer can't afford this. And it does beg the question, what were the cost differences between the private sector and the VA? And was it, in fact, this better outcome, this 46% reduction in mortality? How much did that cost to achieve? And guess what they found? Go ahead and hit the next slide, please. You're going to have to come back at 5 a.m. for the conclusion to this episode. Yes, I know. Yes, you're going to still be. Rachel will be here. Now you can hit the next slide. That's right. They found that the average VA cost was $2,598.73. No, I'm just kidding about this. But they $2,500, almost $2,600 less at the VA. So 46% lower mortality, and it cost less. And one thing I'll point out here, again, now being pointy-headed researchers through this lecture, I'm sure that you're asking this question, like, what kind of dollars are these? How do they calculate this? Because there are all kinds of ways that health economists calculate dollars. And sometimes it's this very fanciful, imagine from a societal perspective, and et cetera, et cetera. These are more what I would call green dollars. This is based on the cost to the patient, out-of-pocket cost to the patient, and the cost to the taxpayer. What it costs the taxpayer through Medicare, or what it costs the taxpayer through the VA to pay for this. And one other thing I'll point out real quickly, one question we have is, like, is this a real difference? And in that, this needs to be corroborated, like all research. But one of the issues we're concerned about, again, much like mortality, is, maybe there's cost savings at 28 days, which is, and this figure is for 28 days. Maybe it's at 28 days, but maybe at 3 months, the wheels fall off, right? So maybe at 3 months, suddenly, maybe this is just a bunch of deferred costs that show up for the VA. And that's not what we see. Again, they looked at these costs over time, and you can see it widens there initially. It's still widening out to about 100 days, and then it pretty much evens out. But even at a year out, there is a significant difference in that average cost. So again, you go ahead and hit the next slide here. Again, the average cost was much lower. And this administration wants to turn the VA into an insurance program like Medicare and send veterans into the private sector. They want to turn the VA into an insurance program, and they want to send veterans into the private sector. And what I was going to say is, you can't make this shit up. And then we're going to go to this slide. And actually, okay, so you can make this shit up. Some people do make this shit up. Our Secretary of Health and Human Services actually makes this shit up.
Whether they do make it up or don't make it up, it's still shit.
It is still shit. That's exactly right. Go ahead and hit the next slide here, please. So, in conclusion, I want to turn back to Mr. Musk's interview on Fox and acknowledge that I actually agree with him. You have to recalibrate just how bad things could be. Under this administration, you have to recalibrate just how bad things could be. Let's not do that. Let's stop musking around, and instead, let's elect people who are going to be good stewards of our tax dollars, who are going to be good stewards of the VA, who are going to honor our commitment to our veterans, and who are going to protect our federal research. And thank you very much. And watch out for those unobserved confounders.
Thank you so much. And I don't know if you want to stay. Oh, yeah.
I will stay for a little bit.
Got some coffee and snacks and, comfy chairs, it will be nice to your sitting parts.
Yeah, no, I will stay for just a little bit. Yeah. And I will grab some.
Yeah, please do.
So were you based at the hospital on?
Yeah, on Pecan Hill.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
I'm there frequently because I'm
All right, we're back. We are back and ready to party. How's everyone doing? Jordan, how you doing? I saw you drinking some coffee. Did that give you a pickup? Woo! 20. I can give you 9. How's that? Or 9 hours and 15 minutes. Or yeah, double it. Yeah, no, it might be 9.5. If it goes till 11:15, is that right? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, 18 minutes. Yes. All right, friends. We have got. I'm gonna do. And Dave, well, let me just check here to see what my times are, because there's a couple of chunks of time that will require. I did have a couple of hours without a guest slot filled, but it was just a few, so I'm pretty happy about that. Oh, okay. So we have an hour. Oh, okay. We're going to have a party. I need to. Dave, what did you call that email that you sent with all the documents in it? Or is that in the Google Drive? Yeah. Do you remember what that was called, or? Wait a minute. No, I don't want Andre. Do you remember what it was called? Okay. What is it? BL. I'm still so excited about that video. Even though, I mean, I don't want to be picky, but it's kind of sad that he didn't mention the name of the event, but oh well. What? Oh, thank you. Okay. Okay. Yes. There it is. Okay. I decided. Oh, okay. Let me just find the one I wanted to read Dean, well, maybe I could save Dean Shuey's until you already did the Thomas Paine one. This is, oh yeah. Okay. Well, since Christian's here, and you are a specialist on Veterans Affairs, I'm going to start off the hour reading a little something called On Being a Warrior. And so this is basically something I found by Robert Reich, who you probably have heard about. I mean, I'm sure you may have heard about him regularly because he's a well-known guy. Labor secretary for Clinton. Yeah. But many other things. He's a professor, was a professor at UC Berkeley, and he has written like 18 books, and he has just come out with a new book called Coming Up Short, which is getting a lot of buzz. I think it's on the New York Times bestseller list. And he also is in a documentary film called The Last Class, because he just retired from UC Berkeley. And so I guess they made a documentary film about him as a teacher, and it looks really good. I'm excited to see it. But this piece that he writes like a daily or almost daily piece on a Substack. And I think he has some really good things to say. And I thought I would share one of them with you today. This is called On Being a Warrior. With the national and international news bringing anguish almost every day, I think it's important to keep a tally of what is still good and beautiful in our lives and in the world, lest we succumb to despair. A major part of not submitting to Trump's tyranny is living our lives to the fullest, hopefully and cheerfully, in the face of him and his regime. I had breakfast recently with a friend who defends immigrants. I expected her to be overcome with anger and sadness. Instead, she was as happy as I've ever seen her. What gives? I asked her. You seem almost, well, joyful. Not exactly joyful, she laughed, but I'm in a good place. How can you be when you're surrounded every day by people whose lives are being ruined by the Orange Menace? She gave me a long, intense look. Because, she said slowly, I'm fighting on the front line. And I said, that puts you in a good place? The best place, she smiled. Sorry, the very best place. I was beginning to understand. You're a warrior, I said. Yes. And I'm so thankful to be doing this now at this moment in history. Her smile broadened. Exactly. Those of us who have the time, energy, stamina, and courage to stand up against this regime's brutality are among the most fortunate of people. I think about the joy I felt in demonstrating with thousands of others on June 14th, which some of us did too that day. Maybe you felt it too. The connections to others, the feeling of doing something, of having agency, of exercising our power. Others of you engage in boycotts or nonviolent civil disobedience, or you make so many phone calls to members of Congress, you jam the switchboards. You attend your senators and representatives' town halls, yelling your questions. You don't take BS for answers. You're organizing and mobilizing voters for the 2026 midterms, as well as more immediate elections, like we just did. Sorry, that was my own commentary. He didn't say that. You're doing whatever you can to protect immigrants, public servants, judges, candidates for office, LGBTQ plus folks, and anyone else endangered by Trump and his lackeys. In all these ways, being a warrior for democracy enables us to remain hopeful and strong in these cynical times. Being a warrior for justice, for the rule of law, for equal political rights, for human rights, enables us to find meaning and purpose in these dark times. Being a warrior against brutality, bigotry, and cruelty enables us to lead honorable lives in these dishonorable times. Being a warrior against tyranny enables us to be on the right side of history. So that is my thoughts about being a warrior. Oh, thank you. Okay. All righty. Oh my gosh, I hope I have enough things. I made so many things and pages of notes, and I hope I've got. Oof, my voice is hoarse. All right. Here's something. This is also Robert Reich. It's called The Baker's Dozen of The Baker's Dozen to fight fascism. Yeah! we got to get our fighting armor on, because this is, I'm just really kind of amazed that we're there. I mean, and I think a lot of people are still saying, well, we're not quite there. And I mean, I still hear commentators and people saying our slide towards authoritarianism or our slide towards fascism. And it's like, we're not sliding towards it. We're in it. I mean, we literally are in it. And, I mean, maybe any of you might have thoughts about why people are so reluctant to say what it is. Like, why is that bad to say what it is?
Well, in any emergency, the first problem is recognizing the emergency.
Right. But why is it that when somebody says we're in the emergency, that there's this feeling of, well, no, don't get too hasty, and that people don't say it. I mean, you don't hear a lot of people saying we're there. Some do, but
I think the human brain is focused on surviving, so it will prefer a comforting lie to an inconvenient truth. What a phrase that.
because gosh, no, I've never heard that before.
So the most important thing for survival is to be part of your tribe. Humans are a social creature. We believe
Yeah.
in tribes, families, blah, blah, blah. And
Part of the tribe, yeah.
If we're ejected from the tribe, we will die.
Why would the tribe reject us, though? That's my question for saying that.
Respect the leader, they will reject us. If we somehow question that, this is all theory.
Sure.
But we see people drinking the Kool-Aid, so they'll be part of the tribe. It's not that they're bad people or even stupid people.
No.
It's somewhere deep in the code that for survival purposes, we will do what it takes to stay in the tribe.
So you're saying that Trump is the leader?
He's their leader. Yeah. I mean,
No, but I mean, why we are scared to say, or why we eschew calling it that.
well, you and I do not, right? You and I are persuaded. We're the thumb people, right? People to use
Right, the hand metaphor.
right. We've got the people who are active.
Yes.
And there are people who are passive allies. They'll point with alarm, but not active. There are
Right.
people in the middle,
Neutral. Yeah. Right.
the passive opponents.
Yeah.
They're not ready to put a ring on it.
Yeah.
And then the sneaky.
Yeah. I mean, I get the categories, and I get the ability that we can look at somebody and go, oh, they're a passive ally, or they're a, active opponent, or what. I mean, I get the,
Those are passive opponents, right? Your typical
yeah,
passive MAGA or passive conservative. Right?
sure.
I'm wedded to the conservative enterprise and then Republican all in line.
Yeah.
Now you're asking me to go against my tribe. Why should I believe you? You're a liberal. Just because you have.
No, but I'm not talking about, like, I'm saying this in front of MAGA and MAGA says, stop that, shut up. I'm talking about our own people. I mean, I'm talking about Democrats who don't, like, if you say, we're in a fascist country, and they're like, well, we're, sliding towards it. That's the question that I have, is why is it that people who are not even, associated with MAGA or right wing, there seems to be a reluctance to call it out for what it is. And I even feel sometimes when I say it that people are like, really? And then, yeah, the F word, fascism, the new F word. I just, and I'm literally asking, I'm not trying to be argumentative or contrary. I'm just literally, I'm wondering why even the people who don't support Trump are saying slide to fascism instead of fascism. Even it's happening all around us, and yet they're still saying, well, we're getting there, and they don't want to say it. And I'm intrigued about such things because it makes me feel like there's this kind of pall over that conversation. And I'm just throwing it out there. If you have any theories of why there is that reticence to call it what it is. Because Randy, you made an excellent point, which is the first thing to solve a problem is identifying it. That is the first step in the problem. And I'm ready to identify, call it out. I'm there. But it's,
nothing's changed. It's business as usual.
oh,
Like, it's always been
business as
something
usual.
for us
Forever.
And for a lot of us, especially the most apathetic of us, that's not going to change even if Trump's not president. And so there's this level of Donald Trump, president after him, president before him, and nothing's never, things have mildly gotten better, but in an exponential way. There's a lot of things that are still the same as it used to be, or rather, there are systems in place to keep things the same.
Yeah.
Behind the growth that comes to try and fix the previous problems that have things a certain time.
Yeah.
So there's this level of not so much that it's not that they don't acknowledge that there's definitely a fascist regime putting things into making things worse, or rather that things are already bad.
Yeah.
Like, if you're already sitting in the fire, what's one ember on your hand? It seems like it's already hot in here.
Yeah. So
it's like one version.
it to you, it doesn't feel different.
I think it's like that you were talking about that SNL sketch with Dave Chappelle during Trump's first term, and it was him hanging out with his friends, and they're excited for Hillary Clinton to become the first.
Oh.
And then as the votes are coming in, Dave Chappelle and then Chris Rock shows up as the only two black people there. Like, I mean, did you not think you could win? Like, you knew. But that's like, I remember watching that being like, that's how I felt. Because I had, like, all my white friends also were like, Trump, can you believe it? I'm like, yeah, I can believe it. And that's kind of cynical to say, but it's like, I can believe it.
Well,
growing up, I grew up in South Carolina, so I've seen a lot of Democratic candidates who are really great candidates come and have great policy, all these great ideas, great ways to fix the state, only for Republican candidates to win anyway, because there's a bunch of people in that state who are just stuck in their ways and stuck in their conservative beliefs, irregardless of progress, irregardless of if it screws them over. They're just going to do something because of blind loyalty. So when it's like that's you, like when you get kind of used to that, it's easy to understand, like seeing the country in a certain type of way. Like it's not that the country can't change; it just would require a lot more radical thinking from a lot of people who don't want to do that because that's too hard, or it challenges their preconceived notions that they're comfortable with accepting because it either benefits them or it's too scary to change.
Yeah. That's fair. Yeah. Any other, how about the, yes?
I was having, this is a little different, but it's related. I was having a conversation with a friend, actually a ham radio friend, and who
generally was, we were just talking about, he was asking me about being laid off at VA, and I was sharing with him what had happened. We were talking about just how crazy things were and all of the things this administration had done. And he said, you know, I'm not, you know, it's horrible, but this too shall pass. You know, we've been through worse. And I took, you know, I was like, I'm not sure we have been through worse. He's like, well, I mean, we've been through the Civil War, and that was worse. And it's like,
Was it though?
it was just, it is interesting. I just think of it, I do think of it differently. And I do, anyway, and that surprised me, because I had exactly, it's like, I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't think this is the worst I've seen in my lifetime, and from my perspective, and I do know this is my.
Look, definitely, I think there's a difference because I love history. It's also a great class. So I love studying history. Right now I'm learning about, mostly because I'm writing a story, I'm learning about the Vietnam War in detail because I want to know more about it. In school, we talked about it, but we didn't dive into it. And so it's like learning, watching stuff. But it's like, so I love that type of stuff. And it's true, there have been worse points in U.S. history, much worse than that. But I think.
Which one?
Well, just because, you know, it's like between Civil War time, Revolutionary, like, well, before that, Revolutionary War time, then Great Depression, then, like, you know, Dust Bowl and all those things, and then
Yeah.
to New Era, Reconstruction. There's all these eras of America where things were bad. Like the Reaganomics era was terrible. And then,
Yeah, it was.
but it's just a thing of like terrible changes based off of what time period. Like for us in the generations that are existing in this time period, terrible is different than it was during the Great Depression because technology is different, interaction is different, military powers are different. Who's in charge? Who's got more power than others? So there's a lot of things that are compounding factors that makes it where it's hard to compare eras or like whole centuries or decades
Mm-hmm.
to each other sometimes. So I see what you mean.
It is interesting, because, you know, to your point, I mean, obviously, for, you know, huge parts of our population, yeah, the Chicopee South, you know, just undeniably the worst time, the worst
And
times.
all the way up till then.
It's right. You know, there have been times when, you know, there have absolutely been times when huge portions of our population have had their rights systematically taken away.
Yeah.
It is different. But this feel, again, just from
Yeah.
something like that, it feels different. And I
It
do remember
really
also remember
does.
having a conversation with my dad about Vietnam. This was when Bush, when W was first elected.
Yeah.
I remember just thinking, there was so much, you know, with Gore versus Bush, there was just so much tension. I remember asking my dad, you know, if he thought that this was the most divided country he'd been in. And he said, you know, I think he was a young man during Vietnam. He was like, "Are you kidding? You know, they shot students at Kent State. You know, like this. We are nowhere near." You know, this was back in the 2000s, and we're nowhere near the division. And I have not had the guts to ask him about it now, but it does.
Oh, yeah, that would have been an interesting. Yeah. I mean, even during Watergate, which, you know, a lot of people thought that was the worst. And it was just, you know, our Constitution was in the balance. But even Watergate, like there were a bunch of Republican senators who were like, dude, no, you are not going to get my vote. I am not going to, you don't have the votes because we're not going to cover you on this one. And what?
That's when the Republican Party had morals.
Right.
And not just focusing on
Right.
the guy in the room with the big most amount of money.
Exactly.
Before they were bought, well, they were, let's be honest, they're always bought.
Sure. They had issues back then.
Like the Democrats aren't either here.
Yeah, sure, sure. But yes, I mean that those Republicans had morals. I mean, that guy who said, "Have you no shame? Have you no decency?" Was he a Republican? Do
I'd
you,
like to put in a word for Nixon.
not
Nixon
the
may have been
person?
an alcoholic megalomaniac, but he was a patriotic alcoholic megalomaniac. He admitted his crimes. He genuinely believed he was the one who could save America. Trump, on the other hand, has got an entirely different set of priorities and much worse for us.
Yes. But, you know, I mean, I don't know if that makes Nixon any better because I mean, Hitler thought he was honestly saving Germany. I mean, he honestly thought he was saving because of all the coming out of that depression out of World War I, and the people were just desperate and in total degenerate states. And he said, I'm going to save you. I'm going to save Germany. I'm going to make Germany the shining beacon on the hill.
See, I think there's a difference between Nixon's authoritarianism, which was still committed to democracy, just democracy with a few break-ins here and there. Break-ins, by the
Yes,
way,
but he wanted to
break-ins, by the way,
rig the
still have
election.
been completely legal in the post 9/11 era, right? Not unfortunate, but that's a fact. Now that's different from the Trumpist movement, which is a straight up, we're in, you know, it's a smash and grab, a national smash and grab. That's different. And democracy is part of the smash and grab.
I will just, for your consideration, I will just contribute the comment that Trump made about to those evangelicals before when he was running, and he said, just vote for me this time and you'll never have to vote again. And this Project 2025, which is not that, I mean, there is nothing temporary about, and that redistricting of Texas, there is nothing that seems smash and grab to me. It feels so permanent. It feels like they are really literally putting all the power to Trump, and that he will run again for a third term and fourth and fifth. And God, that,
You know, to people who are not as pale as me, people who are not as prone to sunburn as me, same as it ever was. Is that right? I mean, it's okay. Yes, sorry. Now white people are going to suffer too. Well, what did you expect? I think that maybe we need to focus more on coming up with something better, not just going back to the same.
you're talking about the Democrats?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Democrats and
gotcha.
Go back to the gerontocracy
Yep.
that got us to where we are today.
Yeah.
And I say that as a cool person.
Well, I agree. I mean, I think there is a lot of disenchantment with the Democrats. And I truly feel that the best way to make headway on that, and Russell, you can join in on this one because I know you have talked about that.
My feelings on most political parties.
Oh, about most political parties?
Most of them, the ones that are big. I don't care about sports.
About what?
The small ones that.
Oh, yeah. No. But you have just specifically mentioned things. And so I think that it's valid. I think it's valid. And I want to try to find ways that we as a party can not fall into stereotype traps. I want to find ways to do something different and do something else that are going to make people be like, yeah, I want to come here. I want to be part of this. I love it. And, I don't know how that works, like how that process works. But I think, well, that's part of why I did this, because I wanted to do something totally, I mean, I had never, it's totally different in my head. I mean, it was something I just was like, I'm going to do something that I can't even imagine I've never done. And
See, and that's how sometimes things get done.
yeah.
You just have to try it.
Try it.
The worst that can happen is my
Yes.
favorite exercise. The worst that can happen is soul churning, gut destroying failure. And that's not very likely.
Yeah. Yeah.
And if it does, you never lose because you either win or you learn, right?
Yeah. Yeah. You win or you learn. That's cool.
Was it Carly?
Yeah, Carly.
I think Carly had it. It's like, I think to help with this, like, to help get the Democrats moving is being willing to have those conversations. And not necessarily with like every MAGA person got to walk up to you, come here, let me have a conversation with you. But if you do find like, 'cause the thing is, it's not so much the people that you convince, it's the people in the middle.
Yeah.
They don't know which side they want to go.
Yeah.
And it's like, and I feel like that was the major thing that lost Kamala the election, was the people in the middle. They didn't know which way to go. Or rather, they went the wrong way.
Yeah. Oh boy.
But like, and it's like, and then you go to TikTok to see what people are talking about because the political landscape about like the left or just the Democratic Party, and a lot of them say the Democrats are out of touch on
Yeah.
this topic and that topic. And
Yep. That's what
rather
I
than
hear.
going to that person specifically.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the thing where I'm like, well, how do we get here? Like, why do you think?
Yeah.
Conversation like, why do you feel that? What thing did Democrats not do that makes you feel like they don't care about this thing you care about?
Yeah.
And there's
Yeah.
a lot of candidates that I see like have that part of the
Mm-hmm.
conversation.
So I remember right the day after the election, I was sitting in my poli-sci class and the professor made a point. Kamala didn't lose because Trump won more votes. Kamala lost because she lost more votes than Trump. If we look at the voting records between 2020 and 2024, Trump had 2 million less votes overall than he did in 2020. And Harris had roughly 20 million less. He didn't win because he won more votes. He just lost this. That's how we have to look at things.
Yep.
I mean, the Democrats may have failed reaching people.
Yeah,
Because clearly they did. 22 million people voted less. This does not make sense.
It doesn't.
The Democrats and Republicans did an amazing job outreaching to everyone.
Oh my gosh.
And they still failed. If we could look at it any way, both parties, their goal is one thing, reaching more people. And they both failed at reaching more people.
Mm-hmm.
It does not make sense.
Mm.
I remember seeing then Senator Wynn all the way in Georgia, in New Jersey, in Nevada, reaching people.
Wait, who was this?
It's Joe Wynn. I saw him on his Instagram. He went to Nevada, he went to Georgia, he went to New Jersey.
What was he doing?
Canvassing for Kamala Harris.
Oh.
And it's clear.
Oh.
We might have not done enough.
Mm.
We didn't. We always went to the old ones, not the young ones. But we say we need to reach young people.
Mm.
You can't reach your partners while canvassing. Like a
Yeah.
regular
Yeah.
candidates.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you have to go to social media. But it's as you were saying, Jerome was saying earlier, the Democrats are not good with social media. We look at the right, they have people like Joe Rogan, they have Trump,
Yes.
people who are all over TikTok, all over Instagram, all over YouTube Shorts. Apparently Snapchat, I don't know, I found that as Shorts. I don't know.
It does.
I don't know
Yeah,
on social media. But I swear, if you go like 3 scrolls, you'll
Yeah.
find a Charlie Kirk, you'll find a Joe Rogan.
On Snapchat?
Apparently.
I thought Snapchat is just pictures.
No, it's videos.
Oh.
Post stories.
But text? Like you can put words in there? I thought it was just pictures
I mean, the
or
words are
videos.
On the picture, on the video. You can still put like text up there and just be like, hey, vote for so-and-so.
Oh, but you can't do a thing like last Thursday my cousin passed. She was the nicest kid I ever knew.
Here's the thing
You
about
can't do that.
Platforms start small, and they want to grow, right? So they start with a restricted feature set, and then they grow the feature set because people like video, people like video. So I would not be at all surprised if any set started making something else, because it's all driven to get eyeballs.
Yeah. Well, he got him. Trump did. I mean, he did all these podcasts and shows on the internet, and I was like, wow. I mean, he's never done that before, and obviously he was coached by somebody who sort of had some political savvy about outreach or something. But I mean, he's never done that before. He usually just goes on Fox News and then sits on his texting.
That's competition. Yeah, I mean, lost in the last election, or prior election before this one, so I guess the campaign manager for that one is just like, we put you on all the podcasts with crazy people, and then you're crazy and they're crazy, we'll synergize, and then you'll get more votes. That's the way it works.
Yes. Crazy loves crazy. Yeah.
I was talking to someone the other day about right-wing talk shows of all things. Normal things you do in the middle of summer on the way to Yakima at 3 a.m. Normal things.
Oh, gosh.
And we were saying that why Joe Rogan brings so many people in is it's because he has reputable people one day, like Bernie Sanders, and the next day you have some conspiracy theorists talking about how the Earth is flat and that there's actually aliens in MIT and we need to storm it. And the Earth runners? If anyone remembers what happened, I don't know. That was
Area 51.
Area 51, thank you.
Oh, yes.
Storming
Yes.
Area 51. It's because of this. You have reputable people. We were this close. I was debating on buying a plane ticket.
I think I watched a documentary on that.
It's a really niche piece of internet culture from like before the end times.
Wasn't there a movie? What was that movie that was, they went to Area 51? Remember that? And were they looking for aliens or something?
Reading Flying Saucers Are Real, an ace paperback this big. And I'm reading, I'm 8, and I'm reading Flying Saucers Are Real, and it's in Area 51.
Yeah.
That was a news story a couple of years back, and I remember everyone was like, "And eggs are high. I don't care about eggs." Now, at a time like this, when I can't afford milk.
Yeah, really. Where's the cure for cancer? Aliens, schmalians.
I'm all for putting up with people who've done wrong. It's what I do. I'm saying this as an observer. I get to say this. I'm saying I would not do a better job. Kamala did the entire time saying the economy's great right now. Joe Biden had a great economy because they looked at what billionaires had. They didn't look at the common person could not afford to eat. They could not afford. They did not look at what the poorest Americans were facing because the poorest Americans were suffering more than they did under Trump. They were suffering large amounts, and they simply asked a question. Well, Nutting said this. He went to the boroughs in New York that voted for Trump.
Right, he did.
They said,
Yeah.
I voted for Trump because I had more money in my wallets when Trump was president than Biden. It is clear.
I don't know how that works.
They said that.
This was poor people?
Poor people in the poorest boroughs in New York. They said this.
I saw that distinctly on TikTok with people saying, like, look, I had that stimulus money when Trump was president, and I'm like,
You did?
and I mean, yes, the stimulus check did come but
Oh, right. And he signed his name and he did a letter saying, "This is me, Donald Trump, sending you this stimulus check." And he made this whole big deal about it.
that was a big thing for a lot of, even minority voters. There were a lot of minority voters that was their reasoning was, I had more money when Trump was president than I do now. So I voted.
That is,
It's crazy.
it is.
We talked to economists, and they said the economy's great, but we still see that people need stimulus money. We still see crippling student loans. I could barely afford to go to college.
Oh my God.
Without assistance programs.
Yes.
Our economy is not good by any means.
And then if you have to take a loan, you could be in debt for years.
I have teachers that have accepted they'll never pay off their student loans. I am not comfortable. I've been told to go out of state for school. I'm not paying $50,000 a year to go to Arizona State for some third-rate education when I could go to UW and pay $10,000 a year. It's crazy.
And I'd like to make a point here.
Yes.
Primary school you used to have to pay for, right? In colonial times, you wanted education, you paid a tutor. Eventually,
yeah.
we figured out, oh, it is a good thing for everyone to have 6 grades. And it's publicly funded because nothing is free. Teachers have to eat. And then secondary education, you would pay for it. But now we go, oh, no, you know what? We need secondary. That's why it's secondary. And again, you can pay extra if you want private school. You can. That's fine. But it's publicly funded. And I think that tertiary education now, trade school or college, same concept.
Yeah.
As a national priority. That's what they do in Austria. You know, I'm
Yes.
in Austria on vacation. I'm talking to some students in the law school and go, come here, you can go to our law school. You have to speak German, but it's free because we feel it's a national benefit for people who can to do. So I suggest, and last sentence, we need to do better than we did before because what we were doing before, not that great. So that's my suggestion for a good start.
Duolingo and then go to Austria?
We invade Austria.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, he could buy Austria.
Some other ideas of how our goal should be to do things better.
Yeah, that's a great question.
I was told by the Poli-Sci professor that public education for colleges used to be free.
Right. That was
I
why it was
could
called
not
public
imagine
education.
UW being free.
Yeah. Did UW used to be free?
Every state school used to be free. And this is
It's
our
amazing.
generation that says just take out a loan, go to college. Is the generation where college was free and affordable.
Was it, I think I've heard about it, was it that you had to think only if you were going to the school where you lived in the state, right?
If you lived in the state,
Yeah, if in state,
it's
way cheaper than out of state.
I was like, I know I've heard that before, but I remember there was like a caveat.
I mean, in state, it's still not that big of a caveat.
Yeah.
To be honest, it's still have to.
Yeah, especially if you got a bunch of colleges in your state.
And if it's is it like $50 a credit or something?
Something affordable.
Yeah,
I mean,
I think so.
community colleges, after that, community colleges were free. Now we have to pay for it. We
Yeah.
have programs and police in Washington to help pay for it, at least in Seattle. But that's about it. That's
Yeah.
only if you are young, only if you graduated high school.
Yeah.
It does not account for so many other factors. I was
Mhm.
talking to Roxanne a few months ago.
Oh, yeah.
And she said women who are getting a full ride to college are 80% less likely to end up on the street.
Really?
Yep.
That's a pretty good set of odds there.
Exactly. I was talking to her a little while ago because of it. And why can't we go back to that? We say
Yeah.
we want to go. The right says we want to go back to the 30s, go back to the
Go back to the
20s.
50s. Yeah. Well, they just want the women barefoot and pregnant thing. They just want the,
They want all
men doing everything thing. And yeah.
But
Yeah.
I think what value we have in common, the education is a piece of it. I think almost everyone would like to, when you come to the end of your life, you have a comfortable retirement. So you work full time, most everybody should, and then you can buy a house.
Yeah.
Right?
And have a car or two and send your kids to college and have some money to have vacation or that. Yeah.
And how we do that, we can disagree on how we do it. But that should be a goal.
I mean, that did used to be. I mean, I know people who, like my parents' friends, were like, yeah, back in my day, we had one income in the house and we put 3 kids through college. We had 2 cars and we had a house that we owned. And I mean, that sounds awesome. I just heard that in Seattle, the median price for a house is now $1 million. Median. Meaning there's some that is more than that.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, there are 3, so the 3 things that are, just killing, it seems to be killing the middle class. It is the housing cost, far outstrips. And I can't, I just recently saw a figure on, how much a down payment for a house, a median house in different communities compares to the median income
Yeah.
in those areas. And it used to be that you could save for a down payment. A down payment was something like.
Yeah. What is the percentage of?
Like maybe it was a quarter, a third or something of your annual income. So, you could imagine saving for a down payment over a couple of years.
Yeah.
A down payment now is,
On $1 million house?
house is
If that's a percentage thing?
are multiples of someone's annual income.
Yeah.
And then higher education, and again, I hadn't realized that state schools were free. Certainly, again, even when I went to college, back in the early 90s, it wasn't out of the question to pay for a state, education.
And not have to go into debt.
And not go into debt.
Yeah.
And then the third thing is healthcare. The healthcare costs are astronomical.
Oh, it's horrifying. Yeah.
I was in the job market, like for me.
Oh, yeah,
Mainly
Jerome.
Because when I was in high school, we had, standard classes, college courses, AP courses, that stuff. But then we also had, which it was in one hallway, so we just called that the job corps hallway. But we had a job corps program at my school, which there was an electrician class, engineering classes, barber classes, cosmetology, like all types of just standard jobs for those that didn't either think they could get into college or didn't want to go to college, but could still learn a career
A trade.
before they got out of high school.
Yep.
So, and especially for the barber kids, like they had, their class was Monday through Friday, but because we had a football team and a basketball team and all that stuff, a lot of those guys wanted to get their haircut. So they would run their barbershop after school, after hours, like a regular barbershop. Now granted, it was known, no risk. You were other students to cut your hair. You were not licensed barbers. But they got a lot of practice in. And got, like, my dad put me and my sister both, with the help of my mom, through college as a HVAC man. And he's always been an HVAC man. He's still an HVAC man to this day.
Mm.
And he went to trade school, definitely learned some skills before he got his license and everything. But it's like that's a thing that a lot of people don't think about because everybody's immediate go-to is you got to go to college.
Yeah.
But the reality is not everybody can either handle the stress or have the grades or whatever else, or has the financials to go to college.
Or the thing they want to do. Yeah. Yes. Those kind of things, they don't do that at college.
Yeah, like that stuff is also high-paying jobs that most people don't think about because they figure, I don't want to, put pipes in the wall all day. It's like,
Yeah. But plumbers get lots of money. Yeah. Yeah, totally. Yes.
So it's like, I think that's the thing that help demystify the idea of, well, if I don't go to college, I can't get a job that will pay my bills and let me take care of the families. I was like, no, you can. It might be a little harder because you don't have a degree per se, but if you got a high school diploma, you can go to a tech school for like 2
Right.
years.
Right.
You can easily get a job in the job.
Oh my God. Yes.
And still be successful,
Mhm.
especially if you invest that money a certain type of way or whatever. You can be a billionaire if you want to. Like just off being a plumber.
The billionaire plumbers. A little known.
SBS, the district will pay for it. They'll pay for you to get your 2 years at any.
What's SBS?
Salem Public Schools.
Oh, SPS.
Yeah.
I thought you said SBS.
No.
Oh, okay.
If you pay.
Is somebody coming? Yeah. Is it Karen?
Yes.
Good morning.
Here you are. And we got the constitutions. Yeah. So I guess those are on the. Yes. Yes, I'm so excited that we have swag for this event. That did like Booker swag.
Good morning.
Yes.
Aren't you brave?
Well, if we are, I know I don't know if anybody's out there, but I need, on the streaming. Oh, and here we've been chatting and talking and no, I mean, but I don't know if they can hear all of you. They can hear me. I was trying to kind of repeat the things you were saying so they could kind of hear the conversation, but does anyone else want to come and take the mic while I go visit the little girls' room? Because I haven't gotten to do that for a while, and I need to. So, who wants to? Who?
Just to come and talk a little more? No, please.
No.
I am happy to.
All right, Randy.
Hi, my name is Randy Wynn, and my job is to hold down the mic while we're waiting for our next speaker to get ready. So do we have any questions from the audience? Anything you'd like to talk about? Our most recent prepared speaker was talking about research at the Veterans Hospital. I want to point out that the Veterans Hospital is one of the largest employers in Seattle. Over 5,000 inpatients go through there every day. It's an enormous resource for our community. Good for the veterans, good for our community. And there's a thing you can do to help. I am what they call a healthy volunteer at some of the researches that they do there. You could do that too. If you go up to the VA hospital, go in the lobby, look around. To the left, there's a sheet of things. I hesitate to call them experiments. There's a more dignified name. They're experiments. Okay. In my case, I'm a healthy control for a study of progressive dementia. At least they tell me I'm a healthy control. But that's what they would say. So every 6 months, I go in there and I take a memory test, very complicated memory test with some very nice scientists. And they compare my progress over time, because I'm in my 70s, I'm getting on there, with other people who have other mental issues. And the hope is that they'll be able to detect signs of things early on in order to do some interventions and so forth. You could participate in a study like that too. There's all sorts of studies. People with high blood pressure, diabetes, foot problems. My very favorite thing was I got dressed up in one of those suits, like when you do special effects. They put little dots all over my body. They had me walk around. The idea is that they were studying the way that different people of different sizes moves. And so they could code that into some sort of artificial intelligence, something like that. And it helped them design prosthesis. Better prosthesis makes a huge difference in people's lives. And you could help either as a person who needs a prosthesis or a person like me who doesn't need one yet. That's an important thing to remember. A lot of these therapies and stuff that you are helping develop may not be something you need now, but the future is coming. There's another thing I did at the VA hospital since I've got the microphone, which helped inform my whole attitude towards advocacy. Because I've never been trained in advocacy. It's just something that sort of happened because I fell into, let us say, bad company. I made friends with a former paratrooper named Cyril Miller. He was from the early Vietnam, pre-Vietnam era, and he took no stuff, and he didn't say stuff. But he was a happy patient at the VA hospital. It basically saved his lives on a number of occasions. And as an entrepreneurial type person, he kept trying to think of ways he could help out, practical ways. One of the things he did, he says, Randy, I notice we've got these thousands of people coming in. Usually they're a little early for their appointment because you don't want to be late. They're sitting around in the lounge looking for reading material, which is rather scanty. They've got this little tiny book cart, which they put paperbacks in, and it's half empty all the time because people take them. Of course they do. And I said, well, you know, my friends at Pegasus Book Exchange in West Seattle have boxes and boxes of culls because you know how used bookstores work. You bring in your used books, they go through the ones they can use and promise to donate the others. So I went and talked to Fred Epps, the owner of Pegasus, and said, could we take a few of these over to the hospital? And he goes, well, yeah, he's kind of, sure, why not? So every week for a couple of years, Cyril and I would load up my 1998 Saturn SL1 with a lot of books, drive over to the hospital, and Cyril knew all the physical plant people. They would lend us one of them flatbeds, and we'd drive a flatbed around the hospital, dropping off paperback books in all the lobbies. And the people there, the patients loved it. Every now and then we get some nurses down from there's a closed facility they would grab a bunch of paperbacks for their inpatients. But some of the physical plant people or some of the doctors were upset because we were leaving paperback books all over their very neat lounges. This bothered them, and they would occasionally shame us. But Cyril has no shame. This was an utterly ineffective technique on their part. So what could they do? One day, I'm pushing the flatbed truck in, and I'm going in the lounge there. As you come in the main door, you go past the ER, then you look to the left, and there's this big empty space, and suddenly, bookshelves. Oh, my Lord. There were 4 big bookshelves with 4 shelves apiece and a little sign on it saying, Veterans Lending Library. Clearly, the bureaucracy was responding. They weren't going to say anything, but we could take a hint. We just unloaded on the bookshelves and went on our merry way for the next few years. That was great. It's not huge activism marching in the street, but it's small, everyday activism. You see something, if you can get permission, but if you can't get permission, do it anyway. As long as they're not going to put you in cuffs, you could have a good outcome. It worked well for us now. Does anyone else have an example of something like that? Yeah. Well, it's really fun too. Activism of the small sort is a creative endeavor. You know, some people make quilts, some people cook pies, other people's go, oh, you know what? The nurses on this ward have been talking about getting a special kind of clock. This really happened about 8 years ago. Some nurses on one ward had a theory that they could improve outcomes for the patients if they ensure that the patients were checked every hour, to be rolled over or something, some sort of checking. And they tried to do that, but I'm not giving away any secrets when I tell you they're chronically understaffed at the VA hospital. Remember, you can get the same pay or better at a private hospital than you can at the VA, and the hiring process is a lot quicker. The people who work at the VA hospital, therefore, tend to be there out of a dedication to the patients. But, you know, your family needs are your family needs. So it's very hard getting staff in there. So one of the nurses had a thought. They've read a study somewhere that said if you got a particular clock, it's just a clock shape that says patient has been checked, you know, at this time, next check at that time, and you put one outside each room in the ward, and there was 12 rooms in the ward, they needed 12 clocks. So they put in for money to buy this thing, and they estimated 6 to 8 months they would get the money and get the clocks. And Cyril goes, well, 6 to 8 months. What can we do about this? As it happens, there's a veterans organization, which I won't name because I don't want people to give it the tap, but check it out. These veterans service organizations can sometimes be very helpful. We described the problem to them and they go, well, how big a check? And it wasn't that much money. We just went ahead and ordered it, gave it to the nurses. The nurses worried about how to deal with the paperwork because there's endless paperwork. The experiment went on and we were all very happy. Very simple little problem that we saw just by proceeding ahead. And Rachel Glass is still wandering around. So let me tell you one more story because I'm telling you, Cyril got me in a lot of trouble. In the days before everyone had a cell phone with Google Maps on it, people still came to the hospital, mostly from outside of Seattle. The Seattle VA hospital serves all over Western Washington and lots of other places. All the time, people driving into Seattle don't know what exit to take. So they would drive around. They take the main entrance in Seattle. They go up to PacMed, which looks like a hospital, eventually make it to the VA and be late for their appointment. And when you're late for your appointment, what happens? Well, if you're lucky, someone else was late, so you get their slot. But usually what happens is you got to come back next week. This is terrible. It's a waste of time for everybody. So Cyril says, we got to be able to do something about that. Who handles these signs? We had no idea, but we had phones. So we started calling people. Eventually we got a hold of Washington State has its own Department of Veterans Affairs, you know. They're completely separate from the federal, but they're really, really helpful. And Heidi Audette, who is in charge of communications there, said, well, this group in the state of Washington handles this group of highways. So we called them, and the highways people said, no one ever told us there's a problem going to the hospital. We'll put up some signs along there. That still had the problem with going inside the city. Same thing. We just start calling around the city till we got the right person. They put up the signs. So the signs are there today, mostly because Cyril knows how to use the phone and call people. You know how to use the phone and call people too. So if you see a problem like that, just think how happy I look telling this story about a thing that happened 10 years ago. You can have this joy too and make a difference in the world. And I'm looking at a videographer and saying, you're putting in a lot of time today. What impelled you to come here and be part of this project? Oh, you have to speak up. We can't hear you.
I would say probably just mostly, so I love Rachel. She's my teacher, and I'm my acting coach. And so a lot of times we do talk about politics and things. We mesh on a lot of ideas, and a lot of similar sympathies as far as the things that we have the hardest for. As far as activism goes, I mostly in the church actually. And
What's your church?
right now I go to New Beginnings Christian Fellowship.
New Beginnings Christian Fellowship. Yeah, where's that? In Kent, yes.
But I used to do a lot for the church I grew up in, which was called the Net International Ministries.
Mm-hmm.
And my favorite one was we used to every year do something with Operation Christmas Child.
Operation Christmas Child, yeah.
Yeah, I love that organization. I probably need to go to one of their, like this Christmas. Well, we don't know this Christmas. Maybe next Christmas.
Mhm.
Go to their factory. Because I just loved putting together those boxes for those kids, which they would send them to all different types of third world countries. But just the idea of packing a Christmas gift for kids who don't have the access to Christmas, well, just the things in general to have, even the most standard of Christmas, they can't tree lights, or even just do something as simple as get them some presents, they can't afford it, their parents can't afford it. And so being able to send them things, and especially a Christmas present that has essentials like toothpaste, toothbrushes, and
So why do you do this?
I think it's good to know that I'm not spending all of my time, my privileged time that I have, that this person doesn't have, doing everything for myself.
Mhm.
I can actually use my gifts and talents and everything in between to help somebody else.
Yes, you can use your gifts and talents still. Yeah.
Or you probably will never be, but that's not the point. Is that somebody out there is getting help that they do need, and I can be a part of it.
That's wonderful. And what was your name again?
Jerome.
Jerome. This is Jerome who's handling our video and doing activism in his own way on the side, or maybe in the center. And I'm also hearing that you're doing it through your church. I got to say, many people on the left feel uncomfortable working with churches because we've had negative things happen with churches, and some churches have done some things that we won't go into. However, there are churches which are the foundation of a lot of social movements. The civil rights movement drew a lot of people. Reverend Martin Luther King Jr.
a good idea for us to reach out more to churches and find out where we have values in common, where we can work together on projects like that, projects that are important.
I mean, my church, my pastor is currently Pastor Braxton.
Pastor
He's
Braxton?
very outwardly sort of left policy and things with liberal, but it's different causes.
And this is New Beginnings Church in Kent? Yeah. Well, that's good to hear. Earlier in the day, we had Julie Garbett stand up here and talk about, I think it was going to be Join-a-Palooza or some sort of a place where a bunch of organizations in West Seattle could get together and we could find out about each other and increase our civic engagement. And that's being hosted at a church. The big church that's opposite PCC on California, for those of you who know West Seattle. I found for doing projects like this, I mean, I want to shout out to the Union, which is providing this wonderful hall for us. Thank you, sisters and brothers in Union, and NTEU in the house. But other than unions, churches are often the civic organization that have the infrastructure and the willingness to provide the facilities we need for events. So thank you all, and encourage everyone to, if the church is your thing, do more of it. And if it isn't, take a chance, reach out. You don't necessarily have to join the church to work with the church. Isn't that true? Yeah.
And even if not, I always say, still just like do some, like find missions that maybe aren't church specific, but they're like, you just know that they're asking for volunteers to help out with various programs or something like that. Like also could be a thing, just being just a body for a day.
That's right. You can volunteer for a day on a particular project, and that's worthwhile. And since we need a story, I want to tell a little story I heard long ago, which is very important to our mission, I feel. There was a traveler going down to Jericho who was beaten by robbers, stripped, left by the side of the road for dead. And as he lay there, along came a Pharisee, a person who knew the law, followed all the laws, and he looked down and he went, a naked person bleeding by the side of the road, that's just wrong. I don't know what your problem is, but you got to get it together. And on he went. And then along came a Sadducee, a very holy person who knew all the rituals, obeyed all the rituals, and was right with heaven. He looked down and said, oh my, blood on the Sabbath. I do not wish to become unclean. I will withdraw my garments and proceed on the road. But I will be praying for you. And on he went. And then along came, well, we know him as the Samaritan, but you got to understand, think of the worst ethnic group, enemy of your country, disgusting, vile, traitor to all that is right and good. Oh, that's a Samaritan. And the Samaritan came along and saw the man lying by the road and took pity, bound up his wounds, put him on his donkey, went down the road, and at the next inn said, innkeeper, take this person, take care of them, feed him, wash him. Here's some money. I've got to be about my business. But when I come back, if more money is owed, I will pay. So the question for you and for all of us and for me, who was the good neighbor here? We all know the answer. So go thou and do likewise. Now, I was not clever enough to think of that story on my own. But I learned it. I do not think there is a better story.
Is this from the Aristocrats? Did you see that movie?
I only heard about it, and I get it mixed up with that Disney film involving cats.
Oh, the Aristocats. be.
No, no, I've heard, is the aristocrat, is that the joke, the long-winded joke that goes on and on and on? Yeah.
And all these comedians did it, and so you got to see like each one of them with their own, because it's so, it's open-ended joke, and so literally, no matter which comedian does it, they can do it with their own inimitable style, so like,
Do you want an open-ended joke?
do I want one?
Yeah. I'll tell you a story. This is a true story, though. It's
And
not a
it's
joke.
not the one you just told?
No, it's another
He
story.
just told the story of the Good Samaritan.
Okay. Because a lot of people on the left, and I went through that phase myself of being just totally suspicious of churches, because a lot of people have been hurt by a lot of churches, and yet a lot of churches have done a lot of good. So what I suggest is we need to take a little courage, reach out, find out what values we have in common, because we do have a lot of values in common.
You're right about that. Yeah. I just like, I don't know, yeah, I mean, my parents live in Issaquah. And they have some neighbors who are Trump people. I mean, they're not like raging, sorry. Never mind. Never mind.
Okay.
Tell your story.
Well, she asked for my story, so this is a true story. This is an absolutely.
How long does it take? Because Karen's up on deck
2 minutes?
here in a minute.
Okay, so I get out of college, right? And there's 5 to 7 of us living at a house, depending on who's having a good relationship or not. And it's a large farmhouse in New England. And we have determined that we're going to have the very best Thanksgiving ever. We've got out of college. Some people are totally into baking and some people into brewing. And it was my job to take care of the bird. Now, this is about the time that beer can chicken was a thing. With beer can chicken, you take the chicken, you take the beer can, you slide it up in the cavity, and then the aluminum spreads the heat around so that it comes out nice and tender. And I said, well, beer can chicken, beer can turkey, same concept, but you need a bigger can. So I got one of those 450 milliliter Fosta Lager cans, put a little oil and rosemary in the top and just slid her in, and then it decorated the turkey and made sure the giblets were out, put bacon on it. It's too big for the roaster lid. I put it in the roaster and then put aluminum foil over the top. Slid it into the oven, turned it on to 450 for 25 minutes, and then I was going to turn it back down to 325 for as long as it took. Then I turned and I start chopping vegetables because that's my next job. I'm there in my cargo shorts because it's a hot day. It's an unseasonably hot day. Chopping away while other people are mashing potatoes and the screen door that is opening and closing as kids are running in and out. And I'm chopping away and I'm chopping away. When I hear the ding from the oven, meaning, okay, time to turn it down. And as I'm turning back toward the oven, it happened. Did you know that if you slide a can of beer into a chicken or a turkey, it is a good idea to empty it first? So, superheated beer up to 425 degrees, pop the top of the can. It came, Newton's laws took over. The can came shooting out through the tinfoil, slamming against the oven door, wham! It zipped past my hairy legs, scorching the hair off, bam, through the screen door. The cats howled and ran. And I'm going, oh, wow, man. Oh. There's nothing to do but to mop it up, put it back in the oven. And I learned that day 3 very important things. Number 1, always read the directions, all the directions. Number 2, superheated beer steam injected into a turkey from the inside is actually very nice, gives a flavor. And number 3, there's no tale so ridiculous that if you tell it with confidence, people will not think, oh yeah, Randy just might do something like that. Okay. And now back to Rachel.
Yes, we're ready to go.
Okay.
We're ready to go.
Thank you.
We've got
And the one, the only, the Bandit like Booker Bandits.
Where's the other one?
Is it not still in the podium?
Oh, it's on the podium.
Okay. All right, we're back. Just took a little break. Thanks, Randy, for holding down the podium for me. Let me just get this going. Okay, you all are in for a real treat because this is a real piece of history coming to you right now. Let me just find the my little bio list. I hope that what I made up for you, Karen, is good because I just created it out of what I know about you. I hope I'm knowing the right things. It's you know that thing about it's who you know. Hopefully, if you know them, if you say you know them, then you got to put your money where your mouth is. Okay, friends. Thanks for meeting back with us. We're at 3 a.m. Pacific. Is it Standard Time? Okay, Pacific Standard Time. That makes it 6 a.m. Eastern Time. So East Coast is probably just coming towards getting time to wake up. So hopefully all of those folks will be coming back to usher in our Sunday morning because we've got continued more exciting lineups of people who are going to be speaking, telling stories, sharing their adventures and their experiences. And you don't want to miss it. It's really going to be good. And if you missed Senator Cory Booker, who made a surprise appearance with us over the overnight hour. Yes, he did. So I'll show it again so that everyone gets to meet him. And there will be some other surprises too, but I'll show those later in the, unless do you have to leave after the presentation? Okay, well, it's fully up to you, but if you do want to stay, I could show you the rogues gallery of celebrities who have come by and graced us with their good words and wisdom and advice and encouragement. So, all right, Karen Engstrom is here's what I titled the piece because I know you said you were going to do this and you told me about it, and so I have offered this, and you can tweak it or switch it, or one woman's self-reflection about her almost century-long relationship with women's rights in America. Am I right about how many years young you are?
84.
Oh, okay. For some reason,
Yeah,
I
so
thought
I
it
have
was.
a ways to go.
You do have a ways to go. We're gonna have to edit that title. Okay. All right. So Karen is a proud advocate for women's rights, grassroots activism, social justice, and pacifism. She has actively protested against America's worldwide involvement in wars. And without further ado, I would love to have you put your hands together in a big way for Karen Engstrom. Here she comes. Woo!
Well, thank you for that, Rachel. Huh? Okay. So anyway, I don't even know if I can read this because I'm not a speaker. I am an organizer that brings people together and listens to groups, and then we decide what we're going to do about it. And I've had a wonderful life. And when I think about the women's movement, as a child, I had not a clue, okay? But Rachel was interested in the fact that when I went to school, the rule was you could not wear pants. You had to wear, and I was brought up in Illinois, so we had winter, okay? We had to wear skirts or dresses and try to put on a snowsuit with the skirt and the dress, okay? So all these things. And the women, my mother was a teacher before she got married, but once she got married, she couldn't be a teacher anymore. So I had lots of teachers in the high school that when that law went away, they came back to teach, and boy, was that rich for me. So my father was an immigrant. He came at 9, so he wasn't, an adult, but he came at a time when there was lots of change in the United States, and he never finished high school because he had to go to work to help take care of his family. And so that was his story. That was his story that I heard about the Depression a lot as a kid. And my mother was had a child from immigrants, but she stayed home with her mother a lot and then finished high school. She was I just was given her her yearbook, and found out a lot about her I didn't know about her interests and the things that she did. She was in the yearbook, and she was a community leader. So I grew up sitting in the Girl Scout office waiting for meetings to end, and following her around as she did her community work with that and the church. She was very active in the church when I was a bit older. So we didn't go to church right away, or I didn't, but later on my sister had them go to the Congregational church, and my mother became very active in that. So that was my really solid foundation for what I wanted to be. I wanted to be just like my mom, and as a housewife and very busy community leader. So that's not how it worked out. But I have a story to tell you about. In 5th grade, I must have been making a disturbance in the room because my teacher took me out in the hall, and she said, "Karen, what is wrong?" And I said, "Well, my mother came home from the women's club, and there was a speaker from the Native American tribe who was talking about a bill that Senator Dirksen had put forth to take away lands from the reservations. And he was pleading with them to write to Senator Dirksen to not do that." And I said, "That is not fair. That is not fair." And Miss Durbin looked at me and said, "We'll see what we can do." And by God, I don't know what the time lapse was, but the whole class began to study the different tribes and the legislation. And then we all wrote Senator Dirksen. And in a few weeks, the whole room was filled with answers because they wrote back in those days. So we had answers from Senator Dirksen. I have no idea what his answer was to me because I don't have that note anymore. But it was very exciting that she responded in that way. And not only that, but a lifelong friend who lives in Florida wrote a note on her Christmas card this year and said, "Do you remember studying the Indian tribes?" And I thought, well, damn, you know, I've always felt really amazed by what she did, but the other gal is named Karen as well. And but Karen had no idea about our conversation out in the hall, but she remembered that whole unit and what we did, what we shared together. So I think, you know, and having gone into education, well, having raised children and being involved with public schools and everything, that kind of learning is fantastic because the responding to a young person's concerns about different things. So then my other, so I became interested in Native American concerns all my life. And then the other thing that really impressed me as a kid was we went to the movies on Saturday. We took the bus down, friends together. Can you imagine? Chatter, chatter. And I have no idea what the movie was, but I do remember the newsreel because in those days they had newsreels because television had just come into the picture. And there were some young men climbing up a hill in Korea with guns on. And I thought, that is really, what a waste of time that's what they're spending their time with. And that made me a peace advocate because I thought, I didn't think about the money that was involved or anything else, but I thought about the young people putting their lives on the line, and that war was not the answer. It was, we need to come together and drop all of the prejudices and blockages that we have, because we need, at this point, we need to save the earth. So that carried on from my elementary years on in that. So I had a wonderful high school. I was very busy with plays and swimming and very active. And I really had knowing that there were limitations for girls was just acceptable. And interestingly enough, in Illinois, girls could drink alcohol at 18, but boys had to wait to 21. Well, you know what that did, right? So the boys would ask the girls to please go get the booze. So, you know, that kind of pressure, just ridiculous, really.
Well, and they want to get the girls all lifted up.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's exactly right. So my parents had just responded as far as the war, that's how the world was. Well, I don't think we have to have that kind of world. I think we can dream better than that. And maybe this is the time to do that because it's a mess right now. So anyway, I was an 18-year-old mom, and my dad convinced me that I should go to college anyway, and my mom took care of my daughter, and so I went to Rockford College, which was a Jane Addams school, because Jane Addams was from Rockford, and I really had wonderful. It was very small. It was private school. It was very small classes, and I had wonderful experience there. But I left that because I moved on with a husband, and that made a difference a whole lot in my life. I volunteered at a cerebral palsy school, and then they asked me to do the fund. I always end up doing this fundraising, and it was called March of Dimes. And so we organized a group of women. I organized a group of women to take on the city wards to cover, and people went door to door and asked for money to run the school. And actually my brother went and worked at the school as well. And they had expanded. We were in churches. That's where the school was. The school was, the churches opened their doors to use their classrooms for the school. A lot of it was mostly physical therapy and getting kids walking, and then getting to stand up and learning to talk and read. So the churches had opened, and we ended up in 2 churches, because then they expanded to working with autistic children as well. So that was very interesting to me. But my professor and mentor, and she became a lifelong mentor, Dr. Mildred Berry, came to me and said, well, Karen, we've decided that you would be a good president for the United Nations Association. And I said, okay. I would have done anything for her, because she was so just supportive of me and believed in me. So I took on that job, and my vice president was a Black man, Harley. And I had not worked in the Black community. Matter of fact, my community was separated. You know what redlining is. And so my relationships were never with a very big cross section, because I lived on the east side and was all white. So Harley taught me a lot of things. Harley and his wife, and she was fabulous. So my husband and I spent a lot of time with them, and we put together programs where we brought people in from the UN to talk about UNICEF and UNESCO, because this was a John Birch Society community. And we just wanted to break through that the organization, if you study the UN at all, it's unbelievable what they have done in the world as far as providing education, food, all, look what they have done in Palestine, or Gaza, as they call it. And so what I was really impressed with is the people who came from the UN. And then I went to visit them in the UN in New York. But they thought in terms of the whole world. There were no boundaries. It was the whole world. And I said, this is how I want to think. I do not want to think about small areas. I want to think about what happens to the whole world. And so they taught me, they said nothing to me. It was how they responded. And I was so impressed with that. And that, we decided we would move to San Francisco, and I was thrilled, because that was a city of a lot of diversity, and I was going to learn about a lot of people. And it's really true, because I wasn't told anything about the Japanese internment or anything like that. And this was constant education going on. And I became the executive director of the United Nations Association there. But that wasn't as supportive. The people who were on the board liked just what they were doing, and they did not want to expand their horizons. And this is in the 60s. So the Vietnam War had gotten started, and I went to classes over at UC Berkeley, and it was a free speech movement, and it was being occupied by the National Guard at that time. So we took our classes into the teacher's home rather than on the campus, because the campus was just filled with students and who were in the free speech movement. But I got a taste of it anyway. And then, of course, the anti-war movement also came in at that time. The 60s were a phenomenal period of time. There was so much going on that was hard to believe. And then Mr. McCarthy came forward to be the candidate. And I'd put together a group of peace groups from my contacts with the United Nations Association and from all over the Bay Area, so that we would work together to do demonstrations or programs or whatever. We hadn't really got started after, and then he came forward to be a candidate. But amazingly, money rolled into me. I could not believe that people were writing these checks for the peace effort. And so I called, I think there were 5 other people that met with me. And I called them all and I said, would you mind if we put that money into Eugene McCarthy's campaign? And they said, no, that's a great thing. So I went to the Democratic Party and with the money, and they looked at me and they said, would you be the volunteer coordinator of the campaign? So there I was. And what an exciting thing because people came from all over the country to volunteer in San Francisco. And we had a great big, I worked with 2 young men, and we had this great big place that we rented with windows, so people who drove by could see how busy we were, with our signs and everything. So that was a wonderful experience and a wonderful sharing of so many things. And then we had the death of the assassination of Martin Luther King, and that just did it to us. And immediately, I don't know where they got the black cloth. We covered all there's huge windows in this place, and they covered all the windows in black cloth. And actually, we just spent the day mourning because it was such a shock that he had been killed. So that went on, and then Bobby Kennedy had already put his name into the primary. So John Burton was our Democratic leader for Mr. McCarthy, and his brother Philip was Bobby Kennedy's leader. So to watch the 2 brothers talk together was fascinating. They were wonderful. They were real politicians, but they were wonderful to be around. And so they had a debate, and I was lucky enough to stand in the lobby as the 2 candidates came in to go into the TV studio to do the debate. And Bobby Kennedy, Mr. McCarthy was, I don't know how tall he really was, but he was tall. And Bobby Kennedy was little. And so they had set him so that he would be equal to Eugene McCarthy as far as the TV cameras were concerned. And of course, at the day after the primary, I woke up to find out that he'd been killed, which just did it to me. And then my friends, the 2 young men that I had worked with, had gone off to a Chicago convention to be delegates for McCarthy, and they got beat up by the police, not because they were demonstrating, but because the police came into the hotel and beat them up. And because they were trying to take people in from the streets who were demonstrating and patch them up because they were being beat up. So it was not a very nice picture, and I was very upset. It was not until this year that I learned actually what happened, that he never got named as a candidate. And because I thought he was a perfect candidate, I was very upset that he suddenly disappeared. So, but there was that. So my life is just so this brought me into it was 1968. In 1969, my husband told me he was not very happy, and so he wanted a divorce. And this was this is what women go through, which is first of all, I gave up my maiden name, and so I was Mrs. Schoen, and that's who I thought I was. And then suddenly I'm not. And who am I? What do I do? My whole identity was just shattered. And but I had friends who were supportive and some who were crazy. And it was a time too where I seemed to be around a lot of people because of the anti-war draft dodgers and people who were going in to go to Vietnam. So I went, and I was a temporary sec, and I went and I was working, and the FBI came to get me because they thought I knew some draft dodgers, which I did, but I did not know that was a whole group of people, and I didn't know specifically who was the draft dodgers and who were not. So I refused to give them any names whatsoever. And they had done this at my work, and it was a landscape architecture firm, and all the architects and people stood around this room that was cut off by dividers where the FBI was sitting at the table. And so I could see feet all the way around. They were standing to protect me. So the FBI gone. They didn't get anything off of me, and they left me alone after that. They had called me a lot, and then the gal that I had befriended in the office there said, just have them come here, Karen, and we'll take care of it. So because I freaked out. So I'd moved up to Marin County to kind of get away. But a friend said to me, Karen, you really just need to move away so you can start your life. And so I moved to Southern California. So I'm a lady of transitions, okay? And so I did that, and I had taken up photography. And so I did some photography and worked for a company that made album covers for rock and roll bands, pretty much, yeah. And so that was crazy. It was too crazy. I had to leave it because it was wild in that place. It just drove me crazy. So I had set up their office. That I knew of them. I don't know how I met them, but I knew them so that I had set up the office and decorated it and got things organized, but I finally just said, no, I can't do that. So I went to a more stable place called Children's Hospital of Los Angeles. And they hired me to work in the orthopedic clinic where I took care of families, the finances for families. And then we did all kinds of scoliosis screening. And I met a man and then I had gone down to a place. I'd moved to Hollywood in a house that had 3 apartments, and down the hill was a place called Crane Photographic, and I thought, okay, I'll go and apply for work there. And it ended up he duplicated slideshows. And I don't know, because now in this world, we don't do that anymore because of computers. But he had developed a numbering system to put on the slide frames so that if they fell out of the canister, you could put them back in or in an organized way, and it would have the title of the show and everything. So we worked for the Franciscans, and he hired me to kind of organize and actually to fend off, because he was never on time for the delivery. So we did the Franciscans, we did Rand Corporation, a lot of insurance corporations, because they did training programs and that kind of thing. And we duplicate these slideshows and then deliver them. So we did that, and he had 5 children. And I had wanted a big family, actually. I dreamed of having a family of, after I saw the movie Cheaper by the Dozen. So I wanted to have family, big family. So I thought, wow, this is the gift, because I'd had an illegal abortion as a young woman. And the doctor had looked at me and said, now we're going to fix you. And he did, because I was not able to get pregnant again. So this, I felt, was God's gift to me, that these children came in and needed a mom. So they were between 5 and 11. And so my poor daughter had to adopt a whole big family of children. And we then ended up moving to Altadena, where we ended up buying a house. And that changed my life totally, because we were close to the mountains and in a wonderful environment, an incredible environment. And I could tell the kids, go take a hike, because they could. And so they became as free range as I had been as a kid. I never worried about them going up the hill to go play in the mountains and go up to the mountain, Echo Mountain. And then we had a fire, and I stood there. I went to the community council and asked them to sponsor a restoration project. And I had talked with the county ranger, forest ranger, and he had helped me kind of organize my thoughts. And then I took tours. Everybody was so nice. I took tours with the flood control people, because this is what happens after the fires, is that the rains come, and then all the dirt that's been loosened up comes down, and they have mud flows. And some of them are most interesting. One in Monrovia, it took all the caskets out of a cemetery and moved them down many blocks. Actually ran into the very first McDonald's. So there were just many funny stories about that, but we were going to try to help people who were up against the canyons to build structures that would save their homes, and then we went out and we spread wildflower seed, and that was in the 1970s, and going into the 1980s. Then in the 1990s, we had another fire in 1993, and we were called, what are we going to do about this? So in the interim, the Forest Service, that was not very positive about our offer, changed their mind and asked us to build trails, because the trails, of course, got washed out. And the outdoor group in JPL wanted to do trail building. So they took over that process, and they're still today doing, I called after the fires this January, my friend, just say, what are you going to do now? Because it's gone, the trails and everything have gone. It's been devastated. So they'll go back out and they'll rebuild the trails and everything. So they've been a wonderful group all these years. So then in 1993, December, I decided that I would leave my husband, and I moved up here because 2 daughters lived up here, and they just said, come on up. And I did. And I was looking for a job and feeling very sorry for myself because I didn't have my mountains anymore. But someone told me, why don't you go to a Seattle school district and see what kind of jobs they have? So I did. And I applied for a couple, and then great guy in human relations said, why don't you become a substitute? And I said, oh, that'd be what I'm not a teacher. But I ended up my second job being at Garfield High School, which is where I was until 2009. And then I continued on as a substitute with the district until 3 years ago. So I've had a very good life, and that was just an absolute wonderful thing, because I loved working with young people, and I was with an outdoor group as an advisor, and it was student run, and that was perfect for me. I just loved their ideas. So am I through?
I mean, my phone was charging.
Oh, okay.
That was my deal, so.
Okay. Well, I have a list of things that I want. Can I give my list? Yeah, okay. So anyway, that I've had this screwy life, but it's been a good one. What I told, I ended up being a career center specialist at Garfield, and I would tell kids, you have to, don't lock yourself up. Be open, because things come to you, because that's how everything came to me. I was just totally amazed how I was given so many good things to do because they just appeared. But now we have to face that we need to dream of what we'd like to see in a new world, in a new government. And we have to convince the Democratic Party nationally that they have to let go of the old ways and start thinking of the new. And so my list is a long one. First of all, I want the ERA part of the Constitution.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That's the number one. Okay. All right. I want healthcare, just, this is the Bernie stuff. Healthcare for all, affordable housing, the cost of groceries to be affordable, free education through college. And it can be done, okay, because Massachusetts has done that. It took them 10 years, but they've figured out how to do that. Okay, affordable childcare and learning, early learning, restoring Social Security so that it's a living amount of money to make it. Okay, with all the high rents, good God. And to acknowledge the post office for being a part of our Constitution and a service that we all need. We need that post office. I love the post office. Support for the arts, and just like they did in the Depression, they thank you, Eleanor, because they did wonderful things in plays and writing and research. Just incredible things they did. They supported, the government supported. And a real honest immigration policy that honors people. I'm sorry, in Children's Hospital, I met people that had done the journey, and the kids told me stories, and they were mind-blowing. And I really respected all that effort to come to the United States, not necessarily totally by choice. Okay, and then I want government funding for candidates and campaigns, and no more PACs. None of this private money going to none of it going to candidates so that they feel they have to vote a certain way. And I want to tax the wealthy because they gain a great deal from. They are really, we've been supporting them, and the people who work in their businesses need to be recognized as being a part of that and paid fairly. Okay, and full funding for government agencies like the EPA, the Forest Service, FEMA, etc. Okay, and federalize the trains so that we have really good transportation across country, like they do in Europe, where you can get on and get off, and that would be wonderful. And to find alternate ways to eliminate plastics, and no GMO foods until they're fully studied. Full studies of building these huge things that support the artificial intelligence. There hasn't been a good study of them, and they're using up a lot of water and everything, so they need it. So that's pretty much my list of things that I would dream of doing. And if anybody else has other suggestions, I'd love it. I think we need to brainstorm and demand these things from our government. So that's pretty much how it wraps up. I hope. And all this time, I know I don't think of fighting for women's rights per se. I just think we have to be it and stand up for ourselves. So, amen. So I should say I have friends who are watching. Joy and Claire, thank you. Huh?
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had no idea like who was doing it. So,
Yep.
who's on right, because I think Jerome can see the numbers of people who are.
Well, it's kind of like weird because there's some people who
breaks
are on like together.
Oh.
They're watching it on their like, one screen, but there's
Yeah.
two people.
Can you know how many people are watching it?
Yeah, Jerome can, but not the names of the people, just
No.
the numbers of how many
Uh-huh.
people. But still, even that is pretty good.
Uh-huh. I know.
Our friends from Ukraine brought a lot of stickers you might be interested in.
Oh, yeah?
No War in Ukraine stickers.
Oh, great.
So, I mean, take as many as you want. I'll find you.
I'll just look through them.
Oh,
I
look
took kids to the Veterans Hospital as a substitute job training, and it was the most wonderful place to go. It really was. Yeah, this says here to me. The kids, and they loved them, and I mean, some were a little nutty. Not, these are special.
Uh-huh.
But they were at a point where they would be.
Joy and who is your
Claire.
friends who were?
Claire. Huh?
Well, that makes-
Joy and who?
Claire.
Thank you.
that makes a difference.
Hey there, Joy and Claire. Thank you so much. This is, like this is the middle of the nightest part of the night. So I take my hat off to you for coming to cheer on your friend Karen, and that was great. I do really applaud that. I, on the other hand, I mean, I could read some stuff. I mean, I know Randy was telling stories and jokes, and that's always fun. Oh, it's actually true. Really? Yeah. I mean, but we're having deep conversations, but they could be in the form of a story. Is this just fun, sort of a diversion?
Although I was going to
Yeah,
ask,
well, come on over.
if we had ideas to add to her list, how should we contact her?
Oh, well, Karen, are you comfy giving out your email address?
For what?
Randy said because you said you had a list of, your list of your favorite things that you had. Or not, sounds like the
things you want
sound
to
of
see.
music. Yeah, your list of things. So
My list? No.
Randy was just saying if we want to add anything to your list, but I don't know, it's her list, so wouldn't she be the maker of?
Does have an email that you can compile lists?
No, I mean, it doesn't, I don't know what, no, I don't think
Oh, you
so.
like my list?
I love your list,
Would
and
you?
Randy did too, apparently.
And I love the idea that we need new ideas because
You just. yeah.
what got us here today is not going to get us out of here today, right? I mean, we need to solve the immediate problem, but to be honest, things were not that great 4 years ago. As people have said, it's too hard for young people to get their own house. Education is insanely expensive. Even trade school, becoming a plumber or electrician is super important. When you've got a problem involving electricity or your plumbing, does no good to call your financial advisor. They can't help you. Right? So, and lots of other problems.
They're supposed to be an advisor.
Well, that's right. That's right. So we need to have a list of things. We don't want to just go back to the way things were before. We want to go forward, beyond. And to do that, we have to ask, well, what do people want? And she came up with a good list of a good start, a good list of things. I think that we're all Democrats here. We need to adopt a maximalist position.
Do a round robin, so that we can all get up and get some walking in, so we're not just sitting.
Okay.
'Cause I'm trying to walk, but I was thinking we could do like a round robin where we walk past the mic,
say a thing.
Okay.
And then walk past.
Walk past.
But let me think of something that.
Well, I'm going to say
already
something.
said. Yeah.
I am a homeowner. All right, I'm a homeowner. It's part of my identity. Owning a home is one of the easiest ways to create intergenerational wealth, because that money that gets flushed away in rent instead goes and works on your principal, on your mortgage. Not long ago, well, okay, 10 years ago, I put solar panels on the roof of my house because I could get a loan from a credit union, which covered the solar panels. And that's paid off. They're paying for themselves. And in another year, it'll be, well, it will take 14 years to pay off. So I'm in the 13th year. So in another year, well, the thing is, I save.
Because they're expensive to install.
They're expensive to install. The thing is, they're rated for 25 years. So it's a really good investment. It's a solid investment. But a lot of people, don't know about it or don't know how to go about it. We need, a lot of the tax advantages have gone away because current leadership is not so good.
Yeah,
But
that's an understatement.
yeah, but I think that homeowners need help in figuring out how to make our homes more sustainable, both as an environmental good and because it pays off in the long run. That's my idea.
Yeah, I think that's a good one.
Does anyone else have any other ideas?
Well, yeah, I was thinking we could literally do a walk around, and every time we pass the mic, we have to pop in with a.
Okay, come on.
word. Well, now I have to think.
All right, she's gonna think of
Well,
something.
out of brain, just keep the try. Let's see, what? How about? Okay.
Okay.
Funding for the arts. We need funding for the arts. My wish, my Karen's list wish, if we could call it the kind of wish we want, I'd call it a Karen's list wish, would be funding the arts, because this country for far too long has not subsidized the arts in a real comprehensive way like Europe does and some other countries. I think Asia does too, like China. I think it's they invest a lot into the arts. So funding the arts in a real comprehensive and consistent way, so literally that artists can go and do an apprenticeship, or they can work somewhere, and there are jobs that are guaranteed for any artist to have, because the federal government has sponsored it. So that is my next item up for bids on the Karen's list. Anyone else? No?
I think we should not leave the podium empty. So
No,
I
no.
just remembered a thing, very important.
Yes.
It's Washington State has what they call a missing property registry.
Oh,
What
really?
happens there
That's
is,
so good.
let's say you're renting here, you move there, and utilities get transferred over, and there's somehow a few dollars get lost here and there. Typically, the utilities will say, pay $25 by August 31st, and you'll be all done. But actually, you move out August 16th. There's that 2 weeks worth of utilities that you were owed, and for some reason, that money never gets to you. That happens a lot. Or in my case, I paid off my student loans when I got my mortgage, because the mortgage company wanted to roll all my debt into the mortgage. And that was fine with me, because as a secured loan, the mortgage was at a better rate. Well, how that works is the student loan company says, pay X dollars by August 35th, and you will be square. I, of course, sent the check in as soon as possible because I'm paranoid, did not want to risk paying extra. They got the money in 21 days early. That's 21 days worth of interest that I was owed. They charged me I was owed.
Yeah.
And somehow it never got to me. They were waiting for me to talk to them and ask for my money back. And after a statutory number of years, it all gets escheated to the state. It's sent to the state. So there's a lot of private companies that have these odd amounts of money. They just send it to the state which puts it in their unclaimed property database where it sits waiting for you to claim it. Now, you could go to the state of Washington unclaimed property database and look up your name. Do that. Look up your name, look up the name of any business you've ever run, look up the Democratic Party, because I tell you, there's a lot of little Democratic organizations that's got money sitting here and there.
Randy.
Or, wait, almost
Oh,
done.
I was going
Almost
to ask a question, but go ahead.
Oh, no, go ahead. What's your question?
Oh, my question was, does everybody have money that is owed to them, or is this not? It's just certain people.
Not everybody has money owed to them, but a lot of people do, especially if you've moved around a lot. And it's cheap to check it out. In fact, don't go to the state of Washington website because, of course, you might have money owed to you all over. My student loans were owned by the Pennsylvania Higher Education Authority, which I knew nothing about, but my loans get shuffled about, right? People buy and sell them. So the various states' unclaimed property departments have a consortium that run missingmoney.com. It sounds just like it says, missingmoney.com. Even though it's a .com, it's run by a government. You put in your name and it will show you all the missing money accounts in all the states that have your name in it. Now, if you've got a common name, there'll be some other people there. For instance, Randy Wynn, the baseball player, is owed money in Seattle. That's not my money. Nonetheless, you find your claim, punch the button, it gives you some forms to fill out. It's really easy to send in the claim. There are companies that will do the work for you, but don't do that because it's so easy. It's really easy. I myself made a couple $100 that way. Maybe you'll make more. And if you put in the word Democratic, you'll find a lot of little Democratic organizations that have money sitting around that their treasurers should look up. That's my tip for the day. And check once a year, maybe around tax time, just to see if there's something you've forgotten.
Yeah. Does
Yes.
anyone else want to participate? Dave? It's too early in the morning. All right, let me think though, because I have to think of something.
My thing is small businesses, that there should be more easier, well, the programs are out there, but it should be easier to access them and get
To get assistance to start your business?
more just like more systems that, well, yes.
Or services that can help you?
The service that can help with things like loan acquisition, with getting accountant services for those that aren't financially as adept as like an actual accountant, but can't afford to hire an accountant.
Yeah, it would be nice to have anything to help people get their small businesses going, because just a huge number of small businesses fail, not because they aren't hardworking or good ideas, but just the work of running a small business is very difficult. Anything we can do to make it easier do one-stop shopping. There's some office where you can go and make up a business plan, a plan for how you're actually going to make money doing this. I think that'll make a big difference because A, it's morally right to help people be self-sustaining, and B, small business is the engine of prosperity. Most big companies started out as small companies. Microsoft once had 3 or 4 people working for it.
The garage that the house was attached to was worth multiple $1 million. It wasn't a garage.
No.
Was it a park? It was a long time ago.
Okay. Let's see. Can we hear anything for the people who are on the live stream, or do we get comments? Does anyone on the live stream have some ideas that we should add to our Democratic wish list?
Yes, I do, but let me just double check.
So Rachel's double checking her list. Someone in live stream chat.
Daniel said, congrats on all the energy we're seeing in the room.
Oh, is that
Thanks,
my
Dan's
brother?
I'm not sure. I can't see his camera. His camera's
Okay.
off. But his name is Daniel on the live stream.
Thank you, Dan. Okay. Oh, come on up and take the.
Yeah. I didn't want to interrupt on here.
Oh.
That's all right. You want to go talk to Daniel here?
Daniel, is this Daniel Glass? Chat right back in the chat. I am on the mic, but I don't know about the chat. I would have to type on my videographer's computer, and if I can just talk to you, you can chat, you can text back on the chat to me. So anyway, just didn't know if it was some other Daniel, because in your neck of the woods, it's actually a decent hour of the morning. Maybe he just said, "Hey, love the energy," and then he had to go. Oh, all right. Well, chat back, sir.
I mean, it is 4 in the morning. So
No, he's in New York, so it's 7. Oh, 6:30 Eastern. That would have been half an hour ago. Oh, wow. So he might have been on when I was doing something. Oh, but Karen, you were on at 3:45. All right. You just got a shout out from who I think to be my brother. Yeah. What? Read it. So read it. He typed in the chat. What did he say?
just logged back in, 6:30 Eastern. Congrats on all the energy we're seeing in the room. Keep it going.
How about that? Congrats on all the energy we're seeing in the room. Nice.
Sydney,
Oh, yes, she's
responded that I've been here too, cheering on from Roosevelt.
nice. Yeah, she's one of the speakers. She's coming at I have the time, Sydney. Don't let me feel don't feel like I have no idea what I'm doing when I say 7. Excellent. We'll be here. We are. So we are. Oh, hey, friends in the chat. We are talking about our favorite things that we would like to see happen in, here in the country or wherever. What are some things you want to see? So some of the things we've already talked about were healthcare for all, finally codifying the ERA into law, small business investing, but on a federal level to invest in more services and startup support systems for small businesses, funding for the arts, federal funding for the arts. If you have any ideas of what you would like to see, go pop them in the chat. You what?
I can stay on my soapbox for like 3 minutes.
Soapbox away.
Sure. Yeah.
All right, you got it.
So I knock doors semi-professionally over on the east side. I remember one guy, he was trying to start a self-defense gym. It was working in a garage with a few of his buddies. I was saying how Seattle just passed this new levy with social housing. Then I asked myself the question, what if we did that with commercial space? What if we allowed our commercial space to be rented out, not by income, but by how much someone makes to a certain cap? So we could find a way to foster small business and help those early few months, which are vital to start a new business. If we start charging on a percentage up to a certain cap, let's say, I don't know, Jordan, you rent or you own your business, the venue for your daycare? You lease. What's your square footage if you don't renting? If you don't mind me asking. 18,000. How much do you pay a month? I don't want to do that math, but if you're willing to share, if it's not, it's
our situation's a little bit different. So most businesses in West Seattle are paying like $40 to $50 a square foot.
Thank you. So something, let's say a quarter of that for a small business. So small business, less than 500 people centered in Seattle. No, I small business. No one in my family can afford to start a business in the city. So not my area of expertise by any means.
Tricky wicket.
But if we're going off this, it will open a lot more entrepreneurship opportunities to so many more people. Now, get out my soapbox. Let's see if anyone actually.
Good.
Yeah, I don't know.
Sounds good to me. I'm sure that your small business ideas are
resonating with the other small business people in the room. Okay, anyone else? What else? What else? I mean, it's like the lottery. Just think, what could we do if we could have anything? What would we want? Oh, geez, Louise. Yeah.
I have two things.
Oh, okay, here comes, Karen's coming. Karen's adding to it. This is her list, so she's just adding to her list.
Yeah, I'm adding to my list. I have to, yeah, no, I'm fine. I do have two things. Number one, I missed that we should have National Public Radio without any funding from corporations or other people who want to tell them what to say. And just like Canada, huh? How about that? And the other thing is that gets missed along the way, including the marketing classes in the high schools, is they never talk about cooperatives. And cooperatives is a very special way of doing business. We have a lot of cooperatives in Seattle, and cooperative housing, cooperative bakeries, and cooperative like PCC and Central Co-op. And I was president of Central Co-op when 1999, when we had the turnover of, remember that something would happen to all of the computers when it went to 2000 and all that. So anyway, that, and we had moved to a new location up on Madison. So actually I got to be president by default because everybody left the board because they had spent so much money on this whole transition from owning that property on 14th, I think it was, and moving to this new location. But they've made it through, and they've gone through. It's a really hard. Working in a cooperative is not an easy deal. You really have to know that you're going to let go and you're going to listen, but it's pretty amazing what you can do. And these companies that moved and went to Mexico or other Vietnam or whatever and left their people behind, if they'd been smart, the unions would have pulled it together so that they could have done a cooperative, because they could have run their business cooperatively, where the people who do the work know about what's going on, and can convey and have a voice. Because I think that's the most important, that we all need to have our voice to see how things are run, just like our government, which is not, we have, our voice has been cut off. So those are that's my two things, but mostly that we need public radio, real public radio.
I thought something.
Yeah,
too. See, look, we're going to make this list.
Yeah, it's gonna be good.
Did we talk about ranked choice voting yet?
Oh, there we go.
Okay. So much enthusiasm. But right now, we're in a situation that encourages extremism because effectively a two-party system, three parties just don't really fly in America very well. So each party will get one of the two parties get one candidate in the final, which means that in places which are either very blue or very red, it's the primary that really determines who's going to be the winner in the general election. This encourages, in many places, extremists who can win in the primary. If there are 3 candidates in the primary, 2 of which are moderate by whatever measure you want to use, and one is an extremist, extremists might be able to beat both of the moderates. This can be a problem. But with ranked choice voting, you can list your preferred candidates in whatever order you want. So you can vote for your Bernie Sanders. You can, if you want to vote for the green candidate, the purple candidate, or the small party candidate, you can vote for them. And if you don't get your first choice, it goes to your second choice. This leads to more moderation in outcomes and greater choice. And it's not that hard to implement now that we've got computers counting the ballots anyway.
And when so they count all the votes and rank them, and then the lowest vote getter gets taken off the list. And so then all the voters who voted for that candidate that's taken away, they're all walking around going, okay, I now get to vote, but my guy didn't, or gal didn't win. So then it's up to the candidates to woo that vote from those voters. The votes are, it's not that the voter has to vote for somebody if it's, if it's a choice between a Democrat and a Republican or something, and they're saying, well, I guess I have to vote for the Democrat, but they're not my favorite or whatever. The candidates who remain on the remaining rank have to woo the voters of whose candidate lost, because now that's like there's all these voters. So it gives it puts the onus on the candidates to actually go out and woo the votes, instead of the candidates just going, well, I know it's going to be me, so I don't really have to visit. I mean, look what happened with our mayor. He did not show up. He didn't show up to our organization to get an endorsement. And so I would like to have the candidates be more proactive as far as trying to earn our votes, instead of just saying, well, I know they're going to vote for me. And I'm like, well, how do you know? So well, I like ranked choice voting too. And I like the fact that it requires the candidates to really work for each of their votes, and which is, I think, the way that's democracy.
So along those lines, how do you feel about an interstate compact for a national popular vote?
How does that go?
Well, a national popular vote has advantages over the Electoral College in that it means most people's votes don't get wasted. I mean, I don't mean to be cynical, but if you're a Democrat in Alabama, for example, it's very discouraging to vote for president because Alabama is going to be red. Likewise, if you're a Republican in California, also discouraging. As a result, Republicans don't go and woo Republicans in California, and Democrats pretty much neglect people in Alabama.
Red states.
And this is bad because people get neglected. The two-party system breaks down in those states. But if we had a popular vote, that means a vote in Alabama is as good as a vote in Montana or California. And
wow.
It's worth reaching out to people who might appeal to you everywhere because their votes are all worthwhile. The problem is
30 or million, 100 million people.
Oh, hundreds of millions of people. But, so much campaigning is done electronically anyway. Now, this would require a constitutional amendment, you'd think, which would be not possible because the existing system advantages the people who profit from the existing system. I'm not being cynical. I'm just saying you can't expect people to put themselves out of power. But an interstate compact is a contract between the states. These happen a lot. Like, for instance, when there are boundary waters that have to be managed, states will sign an interstate compact to figure out how.
And like the pesticides, that blow over the border to the next state, and they have to.
So they have contractual
agreements.
agreements. Yeah.
Yes, they do.
So there is a thing called the National Popular Vote. The idea is to get an interstate compact among enough states to cover half the electoral votes. And the compact would be, we will award our electoral votes to whoever gets the most popular votes nationwide. That would not
For
require,
every race, or which race?
well, for the presidency.
Oh, just the presidency?
The presidency is the one people worry about the most.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The gerrymandering of the states and all of the Senate and all that's another topic. But at least a national popular vote for presidency would mean there's less game playing with the electoral college. Right now, so much comes down to a small number of battleground states, which is fine for the advertisers in those battleground states and maybe the voters in those battleground states. But everyone else in all the non-battleground states should be feeling pretty discouraged. So that's what I would like to see, is an interstate
Is that a
compact.
real thing, or are you?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes, look it up.
I thought you were just thinking like, wow, that would be fun. Or
I would
okay.
like to have been that smart to think this up. And thank you for thinking I might have been that smart. But no, look up national popular vote. There's an interstate compact. Look into it. Okay.
Cool. Oh, yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Indeed.
Indeed.
Okay. What else? What else? Yeah, come on. I got nothing.
So the post office loses a little bit of operating revenue every year. It could be profitable on operating revenue, but it's got a huge unnecessary overhead in having to pre-fund its retirement plan. Yeah, and is Congress seeking to sabotage the post office requires the post office to pre-fund its retirement like 75 years in advance. They're setting aside money for the retirement employees who have not even been born yet. Is that crazy or what?
Yeah.
So there are two reforms that I would like to see. Number one, stop that. Stop it. Have a rational pension plan. Exactly. Stop it. And number two, we need a new revenue source for the post office because people's mailing methods are changing, email and all that. We still need a post office because people need packages delivered. It's the final mile delivery for a lot of companies. It reaches out and touches every household in the United States, or almost every household, every day, every working day. It's a huge benefit to the community. We put that together with the fact that some small communities are poorly banked. They may have no bank, they may have only one bank with no competition. A lot of people who get checks, for instance, can't get cashed at any bank because they don't have an account there. So they go to check cashing companies, which charge a lot of money for that. The post office is well equipped to cash checks. They've got money, they've got procedures for handling money. All they need to do is a little bit of software, a little bit of training. The post office should provide minimum banking services in any community that has below a certain critical number of banks. This would be good for the public, who no longer have to waste quite so much money at check cashing firms, and good for the post office because making bank is an expression. Banks are highly profitable. That's my idea.
I love that. Post office. They've just been getting battered. I was trying to think of any other programs that could be like ones that have gotten demolished or ones that have gotten chipped away and they just are a hollow shell of what they used to be.
Or in the ideal America, the
Yes.
America we love and deserve.
Yeah. Oh, you fill in the blank. You mean?
Fill in the blank, Kiki.
I mean,
I can talk about the Seattle I would love and deserve. I see so much grass in public spaces that needs to be replaced with native vegetation
Oh, yeah.
that does not need to be mowed.
or watered.
Oh, exactly.
Yeah.
You see that all that grass turning brown now because this is the season
Yep.
when it dies back.
Right.
Whereas if it's a
It
native
just
perennial,
looks unattractive.
yeah, it looks like heck.
Yeah.
According to the EPA, it saves roughly $500 a year for every acre of native plants.
Oh.
Compared to the upkeep cost
To have a lawn.
to have a lawn. If you switch over
Interesting.
to a native grass to native plants, it saves roughly
Yeah.
$500 per acre every year.
And the city of Seattle has a lot of lawns which are not walkable spaces. They're
Yes.
just little
You just
corners,
look at 'em.
little strips, and
Yeah.
and then they're costing whatever that amount is, as well as not supporting the supporting the bees and so forth. Can I help you with that? Okay.
All right.
Okay.
It's like churning butter. No, it's pretty light. I just was trying to move these because, I mean, I don't know if you
Yeah.
wanted them, but.
Oh no, do we have another speaker coming?
Yes. We've got Russell at 5, but we've still got some time.
We did schedule everyone for this early, didn't we?
I had Karen, I had Christian, I had Claudia, I've got you, and then I've got Randy at
6.
6.
Do you have anyone from the party who wants to just say a few words?
Yeah. any
What's up with the
words? Open
34th?
mic. Yeah, what's up with the 34th?
Ah.
Yeah, that's my guy.
Okay.
Okay.
34th Democrats have these awesome T-shirts. You can get them on the website. They go well with any
And
outfit.
Our model is wearing one right now.
Okay. Yeah. Do you have a-
You're up.
Well, come and take good. We're going to have a totally different story from a totally different person.
Oh, yes.
Otherwise, you're going to hear another one of my tall tales and saving you from my tall tale.
This is not quite a tall tale, but it is a sea story. And we've been hearing.
Stay by the mic.
Yeah, you can hear me all right. We've been talking quite a bit about war with our Russian friends, and then also we had Preston earlier, who has served overseas in a war zone. And I'm a vet myself, and I was in the Navy. I joined when I was 17. My mom literally had to sign a waiver for me to enlist. And coming out of high school, I wasn't ready to go to college, and I felt I needed to do something other than go to school. I wasn't ready. And I also knew that the military offered some veteran assistance for education. The GI Bill was no longer, but they had other programs in which I could enroll in. So that was one of the primary reasons I enlisted. But I learned quite a bit as a young man in my tour of duty. I was on 2 different ships. And I think probably one of the most profound lessons I learned was the nature of leadership. And it wasn't my leadership. What I found out pretty early was that I wasn't a really good leader in a military sense. I didn't find it easy to command others. But I did witness what I called, what I like to think of as real courage of a commander. And whenever I've ruminated on what good leadership is, or at least moral leadership, I often think back to Captain Ritzman, who was the captain of the small destroyer I was serving on. And so the year, let me paint the picture a little bit. The year is 1981. The Vietnam War ended in 75. The fall of Saigon was in 75. And between, I think roughly between 75 and I think even into the late 80s, there was a very severe refugee problem in Southeast Asia. There was the conflict, after Saigon fell and we left a huge mess in that area of the world. Vietnam then had its problems with Cambodia and also its problems with China, and China backing, I think, Pol Pot in Cambodia. And there was a real issue with the ethnic Chinese people who lived in Vietnam. And so they were all escaping from the imprisonment, the torture, the various things that were happening to them in Vietnam. They were fleeing Vietnam on any means necessary to get out of Vietnam, and primarily through boats, small boats. And I think there was a whole, I don't know all of the politics behind it, but I also know there was a lot of people would go through some very corrupt government officials to pay their way out of Vietnam. And then they would get on board these little boats, and then they would go out into the Gulf of Thailand, maybe get out as far as the South China Sea. They might make it to Hong Kong, they might make it to Thailand, or they might be preyed upon by pirates and killed, murdered, women raped. It was terrible, terrible scene going on in the South China Sea and in Thailand, in the Gulf of Thailand. And this was a place where the Navy regularly patrolled. And so a lot of these small boats would get out into the middle of the Gulf of Thailand and would literally run out of gas, run out of any means of propulsion, and would literally be just dead in the water, hoping that a U.S. warship might come by, because we pretty much would pluck them out of the ocean and rescue them. Well, that policy was changed when we were deployed in that area. We were doing various naval activities with the carrier group, and so we were kind of puttering around all through those waters between the Philippines and Thailand. And we were actually had standing orders from the president, I guess, the Pentagon, to not pick up any more refugees, because Thailand was especially burdened with, they had a lot of refugee camps, and they said they didn't want any more. So we were ordered to only administer humanitarian aid if we came across any boats of people in the middle of the water. So we're I don't remember the month, but it was hot. Well, it's always hot in that part of the world. But we were in the Gulf of Thailand, and we came across a boat. And it was quite a distance away. And one of the reasons I was kind of privy to a lot of what was going on a command level on the ship, I was just an enlisted man, but I was a quartermaster, so I was in navigation and I worked on the bridge. So I was always privy to communications being the captain getting, he was always up there. And I actually knew the captain fairly well, because when I first reported aboard the ship, one of the things was when the Navy modernized and they got rid of stewards, the servants for the officers, that was actually a job they got rid of. But what would happen is when you came in as enlisted men, one of the first things you would have to do when you reported on board a ship as a seaman recruit was spend 3 months mess cooking. So they would literally put you on the mess decks and you would be doing the job that was previously done by what were called stewards. So I was the captain's steward. I was basically his cabin boy. I used to do his laundry. I made his bed. I cleaned his toilet. I kind of knew him on an intimate level. But he was always very nice to me, even though he was my commanding officer. And he was a captain, which is equivalent to like a colonel in the Army. So he was just below an admiral. He was, the captain of the ship. So anyway, I kind of knew the man, and I already kind of liked him because he was always kind of cool to me, even though I was truly a subordinate. So this ship, this boat, no one call it a ship, this boat we came across. And I'm calling it a boat, but it was a pretty good size. We were a destroyer, a small ship, is much smaller than us, but it was kind of equivalent to in size, probably equivalent to one of these small craft you might see out at Ballard, kind of a small fishing craft. But it was dead in the water, and there was a lot of men on the deck. And there was one man in particular who, because we had literally pulled up beside this boat and went dead in the water ourselves. They shut all the engines off, so the ship was just floating. And we kind of came up close to the boat, and I actually went out on the fantail, the aft end of the ship, and to watch. I didn't know, I wasn't on duty, so I wanted to just go down and see what was happening. And there was a young man on the deck of the boat who looked like his leg might have been broken in about 4 different places. It was just, his leg was just at all these kind of weird angles, and he was in obvious pain. So the directive to the ship was, we can't pick anybody up, can't rescue them, but we can administer humanitarian aid. So that meant food, water, and possibly providing any medical attention they might need. So the captain who was on the fantail, he called up the chief corpsman on board the ship and said, why don't you go and, help this guy out with the broken leg on deck. And so we dropped a net ladder over the side of the ship, and he took his little kind of first aid kit on his back, and he scrambled down the net ladder and got onto the boat. And he proceeded to splint the man's leg. And the whole time he was doing that, the man was just screaming in pain. And it was awful to watch. I mean, he was helping the man, but, here was this guy in the middle of the Gulf of Thailand, dead in the water with a broken leg. And here's this guy putting a splint on it. And they started passing down. A few other of the crew got onto the boat, and they started kind of passing down kind of, jugs of water, plastic bottles of water. And I'm trying to even remember if they sent food down. I don't remember food. I just remember water. And then probably one of the more absurd things was the chief corpsman then gave the man whose leg he just splinted, gave him a big bottle of aspirin and was trying to tell him, take 2 every 4 hours. That was the humanitarian aid we were supplying. And so left the big jar of aspirin, left the water, and then proceeded to leave. So the chief corpsman climbed up the net ladder, and then the other fellows who were down there, they climbed up. And several of the men on board the deck of the ship started to follow. they were, I think, under the assumption that they were going to be able to come on board. I think they all thought they were being rescued, but we were actually planning on leaving them with, water and aspirins. And so as they started to also try to climb up the net ladder, the master at arms, who was the security detail on the ship, started yelling at them to get off, to not come aboard. And they continued to. So the master at arms drew his sidearm, and so he started brandishing his weapon and telling them no. And so the guys kind of went off the net ladder and were looking up. And as they started to pull the net ladder up, it dawned on them suddenly we were going to abandon them. It still moves me to this day, because when that happened, they started talking, and then suddenly this sound came up from below the decks of this boat. And that's when the women and children came out, and babies. And there were literally mothers holding up their babies to take. And there was such a desperation on board this small boat. And it seemed like the people just kept pouring out from below the decks. There must have been 100 people on that boat. What we saw on the deck when we were there were probably, 25 men. But below decks, there were families. And they all just started, not only, the mothers holding up their babies, but other people praying, just saying, no, I'm just assuming they were saying, no, you can't leave us. And it was such a pandemonium on that boat, the people panicking, because we don't know how long they'd been out there. I'm assuming that the women and children stayed under decks because of the danger of pirates and the people who were being murdered out on these boats, being kidnapped. And so then I mentioned earlier what I thought of as leadership was all of this crying and wailing, and a master at arms and his crew brandishing their weapons. And what were we going to do? We were going to shoot these people. I mean, it was really quite horrific. And I'm watching this. I'm 18 and a half. I'm a kid watching this. I didn't know what to make of it. I just knew there was something deeply wrong about leaving these people. And that's when I just heard the captain. He said, to hell with this. And he said, bring them on board. So he defied his standing orders from the president, from the Pentagon, that we were not supposed to take anybody on board, but he did. And like I said, there was, I don't know if it was 100, it was close to 180, but I'd say between 80 and 100 people that we rescued that day. And we brought them all on board. And we were a small ship. It was a little tiny destroyer. I mean, not much wider than, say, the width of this room. And so probably narrower than that. So we brought all of those people on board, and I felt inside really good about that we had, rescued some very desperate people. And then the next thing we had to do was scuttle their boat and sink it. So they, as we pulled away from the boat, they loaded up one of the 50 caliber machine guns and basically shot it full of holes, and it sank like within minutes. And we proceeded. We were actually heading to a Liberty port. Pattaya Beach was where we were heading to, just not too far from Bangkok. And I would say within an hour, we came across another boat. So by this time, the captain, we'd already taken whatever, 80 to 100 people already. And this boat had about the same number of people. So we rescued in a matter of a few hours, we rescued about 200 people. Men, women, children. And when we pulled into Pattaya Beach, we had to, give up our human cargo, as it were. And Thailand was one of the countries that did not want any more refugees, but there was nothing to be done. Here they were, so they did take them. To this day, I don't know what may have happened, but during the January 6th committee meetings, one of the, what's her name? Her last name's Miller. She's a Vietnamese child of Vietnamese parents, and she told her story about being a child plucked from the South China Sea by an American warship. And I just happened to be watching the January 6th committee meetings that day. And when she told that story, I just started crying, because I thought to myself, she could have been one of those children. And so here she is now in the House of Representatives. And to this day, I always think of Captain Ritzman as an example of not only good leadership, but moral leadership. And also having the bravery to stand up to an order that he felt was morally wrong. And I don't know what happened to his career after that. I mean, I think I was on that ship for another 6 or 7 months before I transferred to the next ship I went to. But and he was a single guy. He was a very colorful man. And I like to think that he had a nice career afterwards, but who knows? I don't know if there were any ramifications to that stand he took that day, but he literally put his career on the line to help people. And so that was kind of what was drifting through my mind as we were talking about, like, the Vietnam War, the legacy of war, refugees, immigrants, and that to me, that this story that I carry with me, for me, is an example of what the goodness of our country, and the goodness of our country as exemplified by our military, that sometimes good things do happen, that it's not just the ugly stuff that happens, but there are those stories. I would love to hear more of them, of the, our fellow citizens who are in our armed services, who are often thought of as, I see how they're being used right now by the current administration against us. And I'm waiting for the moral leadership of a Captain Ritzman, is what I'm hoping is out there somewhere. I know they're there. I really do. I do believe that they are there. And maybe, I don't know if we're going to be pushed to a point where we really will need them to stand up and do what's right. So that was my story at 4:44, 4:45 in the morning. What do you got?
think once the sun starts coming up, I might be okay, but that just leaves the hour in between.
Is it still dark?
Yeah, still the dark times.
Well, and just to let you all know, Rachel actually pulled an all-nighter before getting. Yes. So you've been up like 48 hours.
All the details on this done and taken care of. So yeah, it'll be 48 hours before I get to hit the hay. Oh.
So you have 1 hour left before you have to swap to the third stream.
Gotcha. Yep. Right, third and final, absolutely. Absolutely. It's tough.
Do you have some other stories to read, or?
I do.
I have a much smaller story.
Oh, you got a smaller story.
Much smaller story.
You are just a reservoir of stories.
But see, it's not that I have stories. I just know people with stories, or I know people who like to talk. So but thank you for that story. That was, it's a thing that happened, and that captain needs to be honored for doing the right thing.
I've always wondered what happened to him.
Yeah.
He was a good guy.
What was his name?
I think, what was his first name? Captain Ritzman. I think his first name was Bob or Robert. I forget. But he used to love the series Victory at Sea. They had like real, I don't know if you ever remember that series.
I remember when I was a kid.
Yeah, it was a black and white
like,
movie.
yeah.
It was kind of like a World at War, kind of, World War II documentary series that was often on PBS. It was called Victory at Sea. And they had reels of that on board the ship, and he used to love watching, so to have like, the battle of the Battle of the Lingayen Gulf or something like that. So
I'll bet I watched that as a kid while he was watching that as a captain.
It could have been. Yeah. It could have been.
Well, this is a different story, but it's also true. So my friend Cyril Miller, Cyril again, he ran Seattle Super Smoke, which did specialty meats down over where Costco is. And this is in the, 80s or something like that. And on the side, they had a sandwich shop because, you make the meats in the back, you sell it to Costco and all that. But you have a little sandwich shop in the front where you experiment with your meats. And nurses from the VA hospital would come down and have their sandwich and then take it back. So one day he's out there doing something and he's acting funny. And one of the nurses there, her name is Janet Gilchrist. He wants her name to be remembered. Janet Gilchrist comes up to him and says, "Cyril, what's going on?" And he just can't talk back to her. He says, "Oh, you, my friend, are diabetic and you are having an incident." So they rushed him up to the hospital and did whatever they do and got him onto the insulin or whatever to start managing his diet. And he, understandably, became really good friends with Janet. He would go into the hospital for various things because, paratroopers, knees, not a happy fate, but it's okay that he loved that hospital. And although he had many head-button incidents, he was always able to get things through. But eventually he got to the point where, because diabetics often have problems with their circulation in their feet, various bad things happened. And so one of his feet was in just terrible shape. So he says to me, he says, "Randy, it's a Friday. I'm in bed and there are 5 doctors standing around me talking about how high up they're going to take off the foot." So I should have given a warning here, and one doctor says, "I just like to take it off at the ankle." And the other one says, no, you got to go higher up because for safety, And the other one says, "I just like to do it at the knee because then you have a nice clean stump to go in the prosthesis." Well, Cyril had a friend, a nurse friend, who talked to him earlier. And Janet Gilchrist says, Cyril, I know these guys. They're going for your foot because that's what they do. They're choppers. The problem is, well, A, you're short of foot. And also strategically, losing a limb tends to shorten your life between one thing and another. You can expect to lose about 5 years of life. So Nurse Gilchrist says, Cyril, don't let him touch you until you've been examined by a certified wound specialist. Something he'd never heard of, I'd never heard of. But okay, he knew a hint when he got it. So these doctors are standing around and Cyril goes, oh, hey, a patient speaking. And they're, oh my God, the patient is speaking. This body is making words. And then, what do you want? He says, I don't think you should cut my foot off until it's been examined properly. And they go, don't worry, patient. We're doctors. We got your, we know what we're doing. He says, you may know what you're doing, but you're not getting my signature on that piece of paper until this has been checked out by a certified wound specialist. But as it happens, and it's no coincidence, there was one over there. So they call her in, Mary Nemetka, who's now a friend of his, of course. And she says, and she's not even a nurse. She's a certified wound specialist, which there's ranks of these things. She looks at his leg and she goes, okay, it's warm up here. That means they're getting blood flow. But down here at the foot, it's all cold. So clearly something is blocking it. Show me the angiogram. And they'll go, oh, the angiogram. Well, we weren't going to bother. So two things happen. One, Cyril gets wheeled off, to get sedated, and they run a tube up some vein, and they're supposed to pump it full of dye and take an angiogram, which I gather is some sort of examination technique. And when he wakes up, he says, well, what happened? He says, well, while we were down there, we found a blockage, so we slid a stent in there. So your foot is beginning to freshen up. Your foot will be okay. We'll still take 3 toes because they're gone. But he still has that foot, 15 years later. What a difference in life, just because A, Janet Gilchrist told him, and then B, Mary Nemetka told them. But the other thing he remembers, of course, is he's going down the hall, the door is closing behind, and those doctors are reaming out Ms. Nemetka for embarrassing him in front of a patient. So there's a lot of lessons to be told from this story, but there are heroes on the good things do happen, but listen to your nurses because it could save your foot. And that's the story. Okay. Not my story, Cyril's story. Yeah. Is it time for someone else?
Yeah, in a couple of minutes.
Oh, okay. Let's see.
We've got attendees.
Oh, excellent.
Guests who are ready to go.
Okay.
Okay. Well, let's do it.
Well, there's can I tell one more story?
Yeah.
This is a little funny. So that VA hospital, there's a lot of different buildings. They're at different angles. There's a lot of weird spaces in between. And I'm sure it made sense to somebody, but I could never figure it out. But as you go in the main lobby, between the main building and the emergency room, is a space, a little cramped space, which is like covered in cement and cigarette butts. It's where people go to smoke, I suppose. Well, Cyril and I'm his helper, are going around looking up things, and he's talking to the hospital director, the acting director. He says, they've got more acting directors here than Hollywood. And the director looks at that space and says, instead of all this other stuff you're talking about, wouldn't it be nice if we could turn this space into a garden? Then people could come and just relax in the garden. And I know, looking back, they were just trying to get rid of us. But Cyril says, I can do that. None of us knew anything about that gardening and stuff, but he had contacts. We got in touch with Professor Daniel Winterbottom at the University of Washington, which is in something called the College of Built Structures They specialize in the architecture of things like that. And every year, they put together what they call a healing garden. They find some place around the world, a hospital that needs a garden where patients and physicians can go and just relax. And they looked at this space and they said, oh, this is convenient. It's right next to UW. We can have our grad students come in. But they needed a little money to fund it. So Cyril, well, okay, he still has contacts from the Seattle Super Smoke days back when he was doing charity fundraisers. So he starts putting the tap on all his old buddies from the past, including a chapter of a veteran service organization around here. So over the course of 18 months, the university got the money, is what I'm saying. The university brought in the students to have hearings and sessions talking to patients and passersby and about what this place should look like, doing the design. And then in this space, which is in between buildings, they built a nice garden with benches and so forth for patients and so forth to come and sit. So if you do go to the hospital, check it out. That was because Cyril had so annoyed the acting director by pushing for things that he got challenged to fix that garden up, and he found friends to get it done. So,
Like Huckleberry Finn.
yes, with the fence. Okay. And it's also, it seems to me, and I'll stop to, it's like there's a community support for this federal facility. It would be ideal if these VA hospitals had everything, but Congress is not going to fund everything it needs, and B, they're cutting what funding is there already. But in the same way that libraries have friends of the library associations, right? You always see friends of the library selling books and doing things. Maybe we need to do like a Friends of the VA Hospital Association, because Seattle, the people around here are very generous and have a lot of skills that could make that place a better place for everyone going there. Okay, because we've done it before, and it will soon be Ruth's turn.
It'll soon be
Okay.
Wright and Russell's turn.
Okay.
But let me get my schedule because I've got.
Take your time. Because I'm in danger of coming up with another story.
Yeah, watch out, or I'll come up with a new story.
Okay. Take your time. Okay. Well, the thing to remember when you're speaking in public is the audience wants to like you. They all look at you, and you get worried that, because apes will eat other apes. But none of you are likely to come up and start chawing on me, right?
No.
In fact, you want to be entertained. Well,
I'm not even hungry
That's
yet.
well, there's still snacks over there.
Yes.
I'm
Don't eat me. Go to the snack.
That's right. I'm old and gamey. You don't want this gristly.
Every time I've ever given the audience attitude, they laugh. They're like, oh, he's cool. That's right. You know
I like.
All right.
Okay.
We've got some paying customers, so I want to do up things for them. Welcome to the show. Congratulations for coming at 5. That is amazing. Are you friends of Russell? Oh, that's so cool. That's so cool that you guys came.
That's my mother and her friend that just moved.
Oh, yes. Okay. I guess friends of sorts. Wait, I'm sorry. Your mom? Your mom? That is amazing. I would never have thought that. We have some very youthful folks in the audience. I'll just say that right now. So, all right, ladies and gentlemen, friends here in the Seattle Machinists Hall, friends out there watching on the live stream, welcome
to Sunday morning. It's we've been at it all night. We've been talking about a whole variety of subjects, and we've been telling stories, which is exactly what part of this event is all about. Having speakers talking about really interesting subjects. We've been talking about things we wish we could have, wish lists galore. So we're having a good time, and we are doing all this in the service of democracy and the service of our country. It's just keeping the integrity of our country's democracy. So I am going to, wow, Russell, I'm going to have to do a little bit of, I don't have a title for your presentation.
That's because I didn't have one.
You didn't give me one.
Yeah.
No, you did not.
Let's get it for you.
But I think what you did give me was, well, I hope that, here, I've got, I do have the, your intro because I asked for that. Okay, Russell. I found your text, by the way. Remember you said, I texted you. Did you get it? I got it. So here it was. I saw it. Thank you for that. Okay. Okay, here we go. So, so our next guest this morning, special guest who will be speaking to you, is Russell McQuarrie-Means. And Russell is currently the vice president of the College Dems of Washington, the vice chair of the College Democrats of America Stonewall Caucus, and Russell attends South Seattle College through Running Start. And his parent high school is the Center School. And he's also a community educator with the DRCC. And he's only 17. And look at all those things he's doing. This is amazing. You're in for a treat. Here we go. Here comes Russell McQuarrie-Means. Put your hands together for him. Give him a big 34th Dems greeting. Woo! Woo-hoo. Come on up, Russell.
I'm not sleeping at all.
No.
They ran out of coffee like 2 hours ago. I think they're trying to kill me. Oh, sweet oh Jesus. It was too late. I'm could now. Oh, when I'm done, I'm crashing out. Oh, I was told to actually introduce myself. So again, my name is Russell McQuarrie. I was all but born in this city. I love it. There's a lot of problems with it. I feel like everyone really knows about it. I've been up since 3 a.m. yesterday. A friend sent me a text around them there asking me to help him write an op-ed about having cops in schools. This is my first time doing it. I've published with The Urbanist in the past. This one is with Real Change. And I've spent half of yesterday, God, now it's yesterday at this point, writing it, finishing it up, getting the rough draft over to them because they want it by next month. But I'm here. I was texting on my phone with them, trying to organize everything while listening to Andrew's speech yesterday. And there's two Andrews speaking today at this event, right?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. I wasn't sure if there's a secret third that I missed.
Nope. You got two.
No. When I first found out about this event, it was at the Hands Off rally. It was just an idea at that point. I was asked to discuss how this Trump administration has affected young people. And I'm not the best young person. I mean, I do a slew of things. I'm on another queer rights group for an organization called Free to Love, I'm pretty sure. They sent me an email asking if I want to be on their board and never told me more information about it. I said yes, but also still waiting to hear back what I'm supposed to do. That's half my positions. I still don't know what I do with at least a quarter of them. But again, I don't have coffee. I'm going to may pass out halfway through this. It's 5 a.m. I've been up for 26 hours, and I took a 25-minute nap in the closet over there. 100% worth it. I'm upset because they moved the coats out of there. My mother works for IAM. She's done this in all my memory. I remember great memories of struggling up with a steward's jacket and sleeping in the closet. I mean, and now I am also trying to kill me. First it's the coffee, now it's the coats. That I'm not able to enjoy a nice 25-minute break at 4 a.m. But right now, we are in a perilous time in this country. Right now, we see an unprecedented amount of what we discussed earlier, fascism. I wasn't willing to say this was a fascist country until we saw the redistricting maps in Texas. And since they passed, and now are on the governor's desk, I am not confident that there's a turning point in this nation. When I was asked to write this speech, I called a lot of groups. I called friends at the Seattle Student Union. I called friends all across SBS, over in Lake Washington School District. And they were not sure how we could come back from this. I spent the last week and a half trying to pull everyone's ideas together. Because this isn't just me. This isn't just my story. This is the story of so many other people across this region. So many people have suffered the same things I have, are fearing the same things I fear, and we don't know where to go. I still don't know where to go. It is an insane to ask us where we think this country will be, how this has changed us, because we do not have a very good memory apart from Trump, my generation. I remember when Trump was just this silly guy who's running for president. No one thought he was going to win. I remember when I first heard about him, I was maybe 6, right when he announced. No one thought he was going to win. No one thought this guy was serious, and it appears from his internal meetings, he didn't think he was serious. Now we're here 12 years later, and he's fucking up this country. Pardon my language, but I don't really care. It's 6 a.m., and I don't know how many people are listening. Jerome, how many people are actually watching? Approximately. 4 or 5. Okay, only 4 or 5 people can actually care. Problem for future me. But yeah. Going over what people actually responded to me with, I sent a whole bunch of people messages. I sent out a lot of emails, what people were afraid of. We heard things like Gaza. We heard affordability. We heard the department's cuts to the Department of Education. So I looked into it. They are afraid we're going to see book bannings here in Seattle. They're afraid we're going to see book bannings all across the nation, but that is unrealistic. Itself, we're not going to see books being banned in Seattle because those are mainly in red states. They might happen on Eastern Washington, but they won't happen here in Seattle. So what can we do, really? We have seen some things blocked in Seattle. Internet Archive, for one, that's been blocked on school Wi-Fi for a while now. I know educators who absolutely despise the fact that we've seen Internet Archive banned in Seattle Public Schools, but that's more of a failure of the IT company, not SBS. I don't think they deliberately said, oh, nope, we're banning this. I think it was just another thing that people saw that you could stream movies on and said we have to have people in schools, and looking over less the educational value and more what it could be used for not paying attention in class. That is the number one thing I've heard. I heard that from 10 of my friends so far, that the number one thing we are scared of is the cuts to the Department of Education. The Department of Education mainly funds grants for college, which again, I cannot afford without programs that Seattle pays for. I cannot afford my 4 years of college without programs like Seattle Promise, without Running Start. It is unrealistic for so many people of my generation to afford to spend 10 grand a year to go to an in-state school for 4 years where we don't have an income. I remember hearing a story growing up. My mother worked 2 jobs while finishing her 4-year. She did 2 years over at South Seattle College, same college her father went to and the same college am currently at. I'm a 3rd-generation South Seattle College student. I have no clue how long my family's been in Seattle. I heard stories that my great-great-grandmother was born here. She moved here. I don't really know how long my family's been in this region. I just find it interesting. And that house that they had, the small little basic cottage in West Seattle, near Highland Park, that was in the family for generations until my mother sold it. And that was right, yeah, she inherited it early for $100,000 or something like that, and sold it for around the same cost 20 years later, right after around 2013, 2010. It's an interesting piece of history that is not relevant to anyone else, but it's relevant to me. That's fine. When it comes to student loans, no, I have known so many people who have accepted the fact they will never pay them off. When we talk about affordability, what young people care about is the fact they cannot afford to live in places that will pay them enough to live. We live in cities where they're the most expensive, but yet we cannot afford to live in the cities themselves. We're going to have to spend an arm and a leg on car insurance, on actually gas, on an actual car to get into the city if we want to afford to live there. Which, when we talk about sustainability, which is another thing I'll get to later, it is not realistic for students or for young people to drive 10 miles outside the city every day and back to afford to work in a city. I mean, I don't want to go to live in Enumclaw to commute to Seattle. I don't like Enumclaw. I'm going to say this publicly. Enumclaw kind of sucks. I mean, it's very Trumpy. I think, more than Seattle at least. More than I'm comfortable with. Which is why I'm here. I am here to help fight against this large mega crowd that we've seen populate Seattle. We've seen a pro-mega Republican win 40%, 35 to 40% of the vote here in Seattle. Isn't that crazy? We say we're a progressive city who cares about these. But when it comes to check off that box on the voting ballot, you choose Ann Davison. You choose Rachel Savage, who made it through the primary. We say we want progressive ideals, but things like this slip through the cracks. And who knows what will happen when we I digress. I can rant about Spog later. I'll move on so I don't get angry about cops in schools, because I will go into that. But I have friends that are all organizers. 90% of my friends are event organizers. It's the field I'm in. It's the field that reason why I'm here. That's me. My friends have said, I am scared that I will not be able to continue this line of work. 2 years ago, roughly 6 months into the current siege of Gaza, a friend worked with other groups around Seattle Public Schools to plan a walkout. She does not want to get behind this. I helped her there and helped corral people there. The Seattle Times later called this group anti-Semitic, which I could go into how that's wrong, but I know they won't listen. I know the people they interviewed who said it was, and that they chose to publish, won't listen. So I see no reason to argue it. Because, again, they didn't listen to our counter arguments why it wasn't there, so why should they 2 years later? All I'm just saying is they're calling students anti-Semitic for standing up for people dying, for something that's been under siege when there's countless amounts of food over there. The second largest thing that we talked about, that I asked my peers, asked fellow students who I study with at South, at Central, at North Seattle College, all of them, without a doubt, they gave me their top 3 things, and every single one of them said Gaza. I mean, I know I live in a bubble with this. We all accept this. We live in a bubble here in Seattle. We surround ourselves by people who think like us. I mean, this is the one benefit I give the Democratic Party. It is a tent of a party. We have people on all sides of the spectrum in the party. We have centrists. We have way left-leaning Democrats like Bernie Sanders. Democrats. And also we have Democrats like Bruce Harrell, who is funding cops in schools who, as we've seen, with SPOG candidates are pro-MAGA, that will let ICE in our school system. And that doesn't make sense. If we allow police in our schools, they will bring ICE in. They'll bring ICE into our most vulnerable populations. We've seen ICE fans at our schools. We saw them at South. We saw it at Denny. Right now, what I'm worried about, what my peers are worried about, is our safety for our students, what's in Gaza right now, and the fact we will not afford to live. One of the most challenging parts while writing this is that I speak quickly. I'm not sure if I can fill up 30 minutes. Look, I'm 15 minutes in, and this is what I prepared for. But I was asked not to bash on local politics too much because we have to focus on the federal scale. But I said, we aren't going to lobby Congress for affordable housing. That's never going to happen. You're going to call up city council. You're not going to ask someone to give you grants for a grocery store in a food desert where we stand right now. You're going to go to your city council, or you'll go to the county council, or maybe the state, because you are never going to expect this from a Congress in a state it is right now. That was the hardest thing. The second hardest thing, let's be honest. That's what I wanted to focus on. So I kind of failed. I bash city council a lot because it is conservative. We've seen them endorse pro-MAGA. We've seen a Republican make it through the primary on 2 counts this year. I was always told that that would never happen in Seattle. But it happened in 2021. It happened a lot, and we have to accept this. Our Democratic bubble is about to be invaded like it was a few months ago at Cal Anderson Park, where we see pro-MAGA hate speech spewed. And they're coming back next week. That same group, that same anti-trans group, is coming back. And now I have friends who are going to be there counter-protesting it. Frankly, I would be out there too. I just don't want to get pepper sprayed or tear gassed like SPD did in the past. Protecting hate speech in our city. Why? Why do we allow this in our city? Why is it that SPD protects hate speech from someone who doesn't live and attacks the people they are sworn to protect? It does not make sense. We've seen SPD and other police groups around the region work with ICE, even though it's illegal. We've seen this. It is crazy. We saw this at the detention facility. No, it is. I'm so tired. I haven't slept in over 25 hours. It's great. I'm out of coffee. I still stand by the fact someone's trying to kill me. I'm so looking forward to crashing in like 20 minutes. But again, I make the call to action to you. You're never going to get something through Congress. It's not logical in this current state. You could call Jayapal, you could call Smith, all you want. It's not going to persuade the other, 236 members of Congress on the other side of the aisle. And even then, they don't have one leader. That's what makes this party special. We don't have one cult following like some groups, like what we see in the Republicans. What I ask is for you to have hope in this next generation. I've seen change happen. There was someone with Rohana Joshi, the chair, is running over in Carnation. She is 19. Vivek Prakaria is running over in Redmond. He is 19 as well. He has a 15-point lead against an 8-year incumbent. This is what this next generation brings. I could say, call your representative, make change federally, but we need to strengthen change here. We need to project our image outward so we can see others follow. Karen brought up publicly funded elections a few hours ago. I hope. I'm a little delirious. But we've seen other cities adopt Washington's democracy voucher program. We've seen it in Oakland, and so many more are coming to follow in the next years. Now, California has a few problems with it. They failed to fund the program in their ballot measure, which little bit of an oversight there. But it's a start. It's more than any other city has done so far, and allowing it in one city will go with any other. Now, with this, I ask you, fight for change here before you try to go fight a meaningless cause. I am all for targeting people for doing stupid stuff. It is sometimes all you could do to get through a day, making other people laugh, sharing a chuckle with yourself. But I ask ya, make sure your neighbors are safe before you try to save the nation. Because you'll never be able to make change everywhere, but you can make change right here in your home. So I thank you.
Oh, should I just inform? Okay, friends, we have a little technical business to take care of at this time. It is 5:22 Pacific Standard Time, and what we're going to do is the live stream platform only supports 10 hours at a time. So for this 25-hour event, that means we have to do 3 separate part 1, part 2, and part 3. They'll all go together as a series, but they will be separate 2 10-hour shifts and then a 5-hour and 15-minute shift. So they'll all be together and available for viewing later, but we've got to record it now. So we're about to end our second 10-hour file. So just be aware, we're going to be turning off. Just how's it going to go? I'm asking the videographer right now. Okay. So you're doing it now before 10 hours then, right? So it'll be more like 6 hours and some on that final third one. Okay. Great. Well, I think we have a little break anyway, so that works out perfectly. So what's going to happen is your current one is going to turn off, and then is there a process? Like, do they have to click on something to start the third one? Great. So the link is in the chat for the third one, and all you have to do, it's going to shut off for the second one, and then all you have to do is go to that third link and click it on, and what will come to you is our final 6-hour. You can click on now. Fantastic. So get ready. We're on the final 6 hours, folks. And if you have made it this far, kudos to you and everyone in here. Kudos. You haven't been up the whole time, have you? Yeah, that is certainly a big ask, but it's an interesting one. And as I'm calling it, a gonzo adventure. So, I have been up the whole time. So I am mightily tired, but I'm excited too, because I don't know if you know, earlier this morning of several hours ago, Senator Booker's office called me and he sent over a video to be included in the event, because I've been calling him. And it was a voicemail. And I said, well, I'm going to just keep calling until we start. And I don't know if he even knows that I'm doing this, if he's even heard me. I have no idea. And then this morning, halfway through the event, I got a call. So I'm extremely excited about that. And that has sort of like pepped me up again for my second wind. So, okay. So we're going to go off for the current one, and then you will get the link for the third one, and it'll just be a few minutes. Is that right? Till we start up again? Thank you for your patience, everybody. And we'll see you in a couple minutes.